Hello, politically disenfranchised undesirables. How y'all doing tonight? This is a part two of a Black political party. A discussion needs to be had. This is the chief host of Voice of the Colony Nation radio show, the College Genesis, the geopolitical pundit, culture critic for your days and times. Right here. This is the age of the College Genesis. So basically, tonight we're gonna continue on what we talked about last night. Should there be a Black political party? I'm gonna talk about uh, one of the things that people need to understand something, right? If you're not going to organize politically and just give your vote out, somebody's going to use your vote. See, other groups of people are organized, right? The Jews got an agenda, which they basically get policy passed that benefits themselves and it benefits the state of Israel and everything. Now you say, well, how did Jews have so much political power in America? It's because the Jews used the black vote as a rider. In other words, basically, we Jews know how to manipulate the black leadership and the black vote to get us to vote how they wanted it. And then gets me is all these other groups have learned from the Jews how to manipulate, how to use the black vote to get whatever because they don't have numbers like the gay community. You understand where I'm coming from in this? The LGBT community is a small group, but how do they have so much power, so much influence? It's simple. They latch on to the black community because they met deals with people like Al Sharpton back in the days. It was gay black guy. They recruit gay black men and women, lesbians, to do their bidding into the black community to the point where when you look at the black political class, it's all LGBTQ friendly. You think there's any accident about that? No, that's done deliberately, not because they're being malicious. Other than that, just they know the black community is disorganized. So, but the bottom line, you can still vote. You know, you can sway elections with our numbers, but our numbers don't benefit us because we're not politically organized around any agenda or anything like that, or even ourselves, our identity. So this is why I say, look, let me tell you something. I do agree with the ADOS FBA principles of having identity as far as like Black America having our own identity as far as politics. I do agree with, because for the most part, every time we do politics in America, right, places like, especially places like New York, we have a lot of Caribbeans and everybody else that just join the Black community. When we're just one big Black community. And what happens is these people come here with agendas. They got homelands in the Caribbean and stuff like that. And their agendas are pro-Caribbean and pro-Haitian and pro-Jamaican and stuff like that. And we're left out saying, well, what about us? Because we don't have anything. We don't have a country to rally around to things. So we're in a real precarious situation. You know, so therefore I do agree why some people will say a foundational Black American or whatever like that as a place marker or an identity to distinguish themselves from other groups of Black people that's here. That politically, I do agree with that, you know, but the cultural aspect of it and the racial aspect of it, that's what I'm against. But politically, yes, there's nothing wrong with basically delineating from other groups, because other groups delineate from us when it comes to their politics and everything like that. I can't speak for a Haitian. I can't speak for a Jamaican. You know, I can't basically say I'm a Jamaican and run in a predominantly Jamaican area and talk about I'm going to serve the needs of these people. Why should anybody else who's not one of us speak and run in our district and speak with us in the name of we're all Black? No, it don't work like that. So we're going to talk about that tonight, and we're going to talk about a lot of stuff tonight. You know, main thing is I want to hear from more people. I didn't get enough people calling in last night. I want to know, what is your opinion about a Black political party? Can we do it? Are we just too far gone? Are we just too Americanized? Are we just basically Democrats first and Democrats only and everything? So the bottom line is we're going to talk about that tonight. Will Black people find a self-love and a self-interest to organize around their race and their ethnicity and build a political movement based on that, you know? So Truco is saying something stupid, you know. Truco don't freaking get it, you know. Nobody's saying Black people are a complete mono. We're homogeneous. That's the word. We're homogeneous. We're not a monolith. Monolith, we all think the same, you know. Or basically, when you think act like we're a monolith, because you come up here and say stuff like, "Oh, Black. Do you support reparations?" No, I don't. You know, no, I don't. Majority of Black. You get a room full of Black people. 20 Black people, you're going to get 20 different views on reparations. So that's what I mean by we're not a monolith when it comes to certain topics. Are we one race of people? Are we homogeneous? Yes. You know, do we tend to have the same culture and stuff like that, yes, that's homogeneity. But that's not a monolith. But we all different people, but we have different we have different ideologies and everything like that. We're the same people though. That's the difference. I hope I can get that to your thick head, Chuko. You Mr. Ebo man and whatnot, whatever the hell you are, whatnot. Jeez, these people are so annoying. Anyway, back to a political party. Now, like I said at the top of the show, we have groups of people who parasitize off the black vote, who parasitize off the black vote. The Jews, they don't have the numbers, right? They don't have the numbers to win any election, right? The gays don't have the numbers. So basically, what they do is they basically blindfold black people and basically get our leaders to do their bidding for them and tell us who to vote for and everything like that. Usually something that's not even in our thing. And Chuko, talk about the Moors, Black Indians. So Chuko traffic there. Chuko, less than 1% of black people in America are into that Moor, whatever like that. You're such a friggin' idiot. 1% of the black people. And where do you find that, Chuko? In the garbage, on the line. Stay off the internet. Chuko is, if he's not trolling on these stupid platforms, he's watching. You can tell Chuko watches a lot of porn and a lot of stupid videos. And that's where his mind's at. He's in the gutter. His mind's in the gutter. Who knows about Moors? And 99% of black people never heard of ALSFPA. They never heard of Hebrew Israelites. They never heard of Moors or Black Indians. That's 99% of them. So you basically get your views of what you see on social media. That's not the reality, stupid. And so you got to put down the social media and put down the porn, bro. When I stop thinking straight, that's what it is. Your mind's warped. I can tell people when they listen to porn, watch a lot of porn. Your mind's warped. I guess you think the porn movies are real too. I guess you really believe that you're gonna walk into a room and some hot white chick's gonna basically say, "Ooh, Chukwo, I've been waiting for you all day. Can you give me your stiff member and whatnot?" Chukwo, it don't work like that. Those white chicks in the porn movies are getting paid. You ain't got no chance with them. They're getting paid to have sex with your freaking black ass and whatnot, and your interracial porn shit. So stop fantasizing. That's what I said. Yeah, I know my audience. I know we got weirdos out here and whatnot. Chuko's a fucking weirdo. He goes about Moors, Black Indians. Like, nobody in real life knows about this shit. It ain't projection. It's the truth. Yeah, Ghana porn. Imagine that, Ghanaian porn. Ugh. Oh my God, man. That's disgusting. So it's like I don't know, man. I don't know what to think anymore. But I want to address something last night. You had a guy that calls into the show, a fellow troll named Jonathan Miller, tried to assert that I was disrespecting Malcolm X. Let me tell you something. I was not disrespecting Malcolm X, but I'll tell you this: as somebody who studied Malcolm X for decades, right? I'm for the one is like I've grown to the point where I can critique somebody and say, I agree with this, I don't agree with this or whatnot, because I'm my own person. I see the world differently. That's not being disrespectful and everything like that, which I never would. That's just saying I don't agree with what Brother Malcolm said on that point. I don't agree with what Martin Luther King said on that point. That's not dissing them. That's basically putting them in, it's humanizing them and putting them into proper context. When someone tries to weaponize, the worst thing you could do with collagenesis is try to use some symbol or some person, some icon to weaponize them against me, because you're going to lose every time. I'm not beholden to nothing anybody says, because the way I see it, if all these people that came before me were so perfect, there would be no need for me. I would not waste my time being on these platforms. Everything would be working out perfect, So I would be, I would not be, I would be perfect. If everything was perfect, there would be no need for me. There would be no need for anybody that think like me, but it's not, So the bottom line is this. So why is that happening? Because whatever Malcolm X did, Martin Luther King did, it did not work. It did not work. So therefore, we got to basically come up with stuff and basically adjust and adapt to the world we live in today. And it's not no slight at them, but people basically just want to be like, okay, I see Kala is got a lot of knowledge and everything like that. But so I'm gonna pull the Malcolm X card. That's the lowest thing you could do. Malcolm X been dead for 60 something years and whatnot. So you're gonna pull the Malcolm X card and try to silence me and whatnot and humble me and say, Colin, you don't know everything. No, you get somebody that's here now alive today. If you have somebody here live today that can counter what I'm saying, message my saying, I'll listen to them and I'll listen to you. But please don't bring somebody that's not here up to defend themselves or rectify or what they mean from 60 years ago. He was adjusting to the world 63 years ago when he was alive. That's Malcolm X. 63 years ago, 67 years ago, however it was, that's what Malcolm X was basically was live. That's the world he was dealing in. I'm dealing in a whole different world. So these are just my opinions. I don't go up and say I'm the absolute fact or whatever like that. But yes, I can say that I could put myself in because I don't worship people. That's another problem with black people and ignorant, but particularly Africans are ignorant. Africans are ignorant like that. You'll have a person that friggin' most African leaders got a 4th grade education. But Africans will never question them. They'll let people who had a 4th grade education run their countries into the ground without challenging them. That's that African mentality in us. Don't challenge the elders, Kala. Don't look. Somebody's been up there. So I'm saying like this. No, let's challenge the elders. Let's question everything that goes on. Let's basically keep what's good and keep what's good and throw out what's useless. Constantly change and adapt. And adapt for the future. That's what I believe. If you want to be like, oh yeah, well, the civil rights movement, civil rights movement did this, but not yeah. There's a lot of critiques of the civil rights movement. Even back then, there was a lot of people who criticized the civil rights movement, like people like Eldridge Cleaver and a lot of other people that started the Black Power movement, criticized the integration and civil rights movement. So it was not all this. Like people people try to revisit. Oh, civil rights was this one thing that everybody that gave us a thing. Somebody say money to the man, you are right. Yeah, of course I'm right. I'm saying what people have been saying for a long time, but I'm the only one not afraid to say it. I say what other people want to say, but I'm the only one man enough to say what I say. And I don't give a damn who does not like it. That's the difference between me and everybody else. Everybody else is go along to get along. They won't say things that they think is going to offend somebody or whatever like that. Or basically have sacred cows and, oh, no, don't do that, caller. You got to be on code. He's like, no, I question everything. There's nobody above criticism in my book. Nobody. Everyone needs to be questioned. Every ideology needs to be questioned. And then out of that, right, it's just like having a sculpture, right? When you have a sculpture, right, you have this big ball of clay, right? And then what happens is this. You start peeling and peeling, and you have an image that you're going to make a bust, a person's head, right? You peeling. You take away what's not essential, what's not necessary. That's what sculpture is. You don't add to a sculpture. You peel away, and then the truth is revealed when the final product is seen. That's what we have to do with past leadership, past ideology, everything. Let's start peeling some of this stuff away and whatnot. And then after we peel off all the stuff that's unnecessary and everything, the truth will be revealed. But you basically can't just look at something, boom, and say, yeah, 1960s and whatnot. Yeah, these people were perfect. We can't question. No, we need to be looking at examining everything what people say. If somebody says something that wasn't right, we need to get rid of it. If somebody says something that was right, we need to build upon that. That's what I'm talking about. That's no slight against any particular leader. I'm willing to listen to it and study them all. But I'm not going to sit here and just swallow everything somebody said just because they lived 60-something years ago. And I got to sit here and be like, oh, Malcolm X said this. Martin Luther King said this. How dare you basically question anything Malcolm X said, caller? How dare you? Well, you don't know the college genesis very well, And the bottom line is, and all I do is make people think. That's it. I get people to open their minds up, Open their minds up and think. Because right now, we're not a thinking people. That's why we're in the situation we're in right now. That's why basically we have no political party, anything like that. Because people's minds have been retarded for the last a few decades. Because we have not been thinking. We've been walking around blind and stupid, ignorant and whatnot, deaf, dumb, and blind for decades now. And this is why we're in the situation right now. This is why they basically, when they try to get the black political vote, what they do, they don't go to Neil deGrasse Tyson. They don't go to Robert Smith. They don't have a panel of black people, intellectuals and everything on the highest level of regional in every region, stuff like that. Say, let's have a black plan for our community with all the best minds that come together and everything. No, they get Cardi B. They get Megan Thee Stallion. They get D.L. Hughley. They get Plies. They get all these people. Why? Because they do not respect you. Now, if we were following so-called Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, do you think that will be the case? No. If we were actually following Malcolm X and what Malcolm X was saying, everything like that, they would we would be further politically, and they would respect us, because they don't respect us and everything. That's why basically they do what they do. They think they bring you celebrities to get us, but they only care about that one day out of the year. Notice how they don't talk about you anymore. Yeah, the election's over. Now you can go back to that's. They're like F you. However, I did get a freaking email from Kamala talking about, Kala, we need to raise more money to fight the orange man, we need to fight the orange man, send a donation in. She's still soliciting freaking donations after the election's over with, So it's just one big freaking mess. And what I'm hearing now is that I think Yale University is coming up with a new course called Bayism, about a accredited course about Beyonce called Bayism. And it's like one of the number one courses for black women going to that college and everything like that. So other colleges are going to adopt Bayism too. Beyonce. This is a friggin', like I said. So before you start coming to me telling me about this, now is there a Malcolm X course at Yale? No. Is there a Martin Luther King course at Yale? No. But there's a Beyonce course. So what does that tell you? What does that tell you? That means that the activists that you keep throwing in my face, nobody with power friggin' respects them. So please don't come in my face with that. If you want to have a beef, you go to Yale University and you go to these things and say, why isn't there an accredited course on Malcolm X? Why isn't there an accredited course on Martin Luther King? Don't come here to the College Genesis, So this, Yale School of Drama. It doesn't matter. It shouldn't be at a college at all. Beyonce, come on. Elvis is a friggin' simp. Elvis is number one simp. He's a resident simp on College Nation simp, Of course, on Beyonce, Bayism, By the power of Beyonce, whatnot. And all that is weave and light-skinned, you dusty nigga, be gone. I'm about the Beyonce, the Bayhive's going to come after me, They're going to put a hex on my dusty ass or whatnot. How dare me even question Beyonce, I'm a lowly, low-life worm, I'm beneath. I'm a worm crawling in the dirt, And how dare I even look at Bay's shoes and everything? I got to know my place and whatnot in the world of Bayism. Like I said, man, all you people can go jump in a lake for all I care, It's like this, man. Look, if Black America is going down, right, I'm going to go down fighting, I'm going to go down fighting. Now I'm not going to freaking bend and give up to no one. I'm going to keep telling it like it is. I don't give a damn whose feelings I hurt. I don't give a damn who I offend and everything. I'm going to keep telling it like it is, because I know I'm telling the ugly truth. And when you learn the ugly truth or whatnot, you get his first cousin called reality, and that's what I'm trying to bring people back to reality, back to reality, so get ready, buckle up and whatnot. So we're going to talk about part 2 of this, a black political party, my vision for a black political party and what we could do and stuff like that. It has to start. Look, I'm all for grassroots people and stuff like that, but what I'm sick and tired of is these hungry, the people that usually dominate black politics, or whatever you try to form one, are these people that never had a job, these people that basically live off government or live off government grants, whatever like that, in education. They hang around white socialists or whatever like that. You never have a black political party where you got the middle class, the professional class, the working class, and that be the face of Black America. I am not going to listen to somebody who does not basically participate in the day-to-day life of Black America. I'm not going to do it. If you're sitting in a college, you're a college professor or something like that, sitting around AK intellectuals, or you're in some campus, whatever like that. You're not in the real world. When you can't be part of this. We want people basically at the grassroots, at the friggin' people in black business and black people who are basically trying to be contractors, people that's trying to be a mover and shaker. Those are the people we need to unite with. We need to unite under one banner for our culture. Mrs. A college edgelord. I don't know what that means. I don't know. I think that's probably a slight diss about something. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what the hell what she's talking about. What's the edgelord? I don't know what Mystic Ditsy Dime was talking about. But I'm sure it's always something interesting. Yeah, that's the whole thing. What are we uniting on? Yeah, that's the conundrum. What are we uniting on? Our community is so fragmented right now. Not the Hebrew Israelites, the Moors, or that. I'm just talking regular Black America, right? I'm not worried about no Hebrew Moors. Those are clowns. These people are never going to do anything. They're a small group. I don't care about this fringe group. I'm talking about the fact that you have black girl magic, right? Black women are a major force in the Democratic Party, and they're not trying to give that up. Why? Because too many people like Simone Sanders, she's worked in the Biden White House and whatnot. So what can we do to offer somebody like Simone Sanders a position to come work for the Black political party? We don't have the money, so we have to basically, it has to start all over again. We have to have our own fundraising and stuff like that. And we have to be able to offer something. My goal is like, if like be something like, we need political parties and be something like Tammany Hall, and basically run our own candidates on local elections and everything, hold seats of power in local districts and aldermen and stuff like that, and then have a collection of those. I really don't think we're in a point where we could compete with any national political parties, but we can have a bunch of local parties on that and local influencers and everything like that. Because if you're in people's eyes and collecting people's emails, that's another thing people don't really underestimate. We build a political party, we got to collect emails, have an email list. And we can get to the point where we have 30 million people in our email database. That's power, because that's messages going constantly out there to 30 million people and everything, organized, organization, do just basically by contrite, so like the Joker and the Batman, I'm a nihilist, am I a nihilist? Am I really that bad? Am I really that bad of a person? I think I'm a nice person, Chuko, another shot at Black America, So I guess, Chuko, what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to sit in America and just roll over and be like, I don't know if the slave masters had us in mind, so we should do nothing, Chuko. Just sit back and do absolutely nothing. That's not going to happen, Chuko. That's not going to happen. It doesn't matter what the founding fathers didn't want your black ass over here at all, but you're here, right? You're over here and whatnot. You're not an American, but you're over here living on the fat of the land and everything. They didn't have you in mind neither. So there's a lot of stuff the founding fathers had. They didn't think women was going to be able to vote. Founding fathers could not foresee black men running for office and stuff like that. So what? Things change. So I'm sick and tired of these people that hate us, like the people like Chukwas and whatnot. Oh, I'm supposed to bow my head. Oh no, the founding fathers said this one. Your motherfuck the founding fathers. Just like I say, I tell you about Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. I won't say fuck them, but what I mean, right? The bottom line is this: fuck the founding fathers, fuck George Washington, fuck Thomas Jefferson, fuck them all. This is the college genesis. If you don't know, ask somebody. The bottom line is this: we as Black America is going to emerge in 20 years the most powerful group of people on the planet. And we knew ourselves and knew what we're capable of and everything like that, we'll be the most powerful. We'll have more power as a minority group in America than any country in Africa has as an independent nation. I believe that. We're going to be able to influence stuff all over the globe if we come together and unite as a people, but we're not united, we're not united, So I don't know what edgelord means, Elvis. That's corny, I don't know what the heck an edgelord is, So the bottom line is this. So Black America, the African American community, all I'm asking for is let's all us unite based on our common heritage and common culture, and then build a political base here in North America or whatnot that basically can give us anything we want on the globe and whatnot. And people have to answer to us. That's all. I don't give a damn about the presidency and the Senate and everything. So long as we get what we want through legislation and policy and regulation and everything, that's all I care about, you know? And the bottom line, send a message that you fuck with us or not, you fuck with us, you're going to be done, you know? And like I said, I'm taking clues from Donald Trump. He's going after that Washington bureaucracy right now. He said there's so many people that's going to get fired. They're going to trim $1 trillion off the national budget, whatnot. So a lot of people, these people that they're going to identify that basically was against Trump and stuff like that, these bureaucrats that work in the federal government, they are going to be gone. And that's what we need. Black America needs to do. We need to start cleaning fucking house. We need to do it. We need to get rid of all these actors like the friggin' Al Sharptons, the Benjamin Crumps, and all these other people, the Jim Clyburns, and all these goofballs that friggin' don't do nothing but friggin' live off our friggin' misery and our iniquity. You know, that's all it is. But we need to have our own political party. You know, that's what I dream about right now. I think that's even more important than having an Afghanistan. You know, Afghanistan would have been the ultimate geopolitical pundit. But the bottom line is since Africa is not going no place, you know, and Africa has decided, you know, I just seen over the last few years, like I'm trying to tell Big Black, Africa's not doing nothing. You know, there's nothing going on in the continent. You know, I'm just basically being honest with you. You know, it's just a waste of time, man. You know, waste of time. We're just too strong, too powerful, too great to be bothered with silly ass people that don't want to do nothing but fight us and be hateful for us all the time. You know, so we gotta leave those people alone. You know, let them figure out their shit on their own. You know, that's the way I feel about it now. You know, in the future, if somebody wants to change my mind, whatever like that, something happens. Let's say you get one country that really gets it, and next thing you know, I check it out when this country's really going to try to do something with us and build with us, whatnot. Things might change, but as it stands right now, there's not one country in Africa that I could really put my bank on to be a partner. You know, Mr. Money comes first is right. Yeah, I'm just telling you the truth. I'm not playing games anymore. I'm not here to make tell anybody's feelings and everything. I'm dead set against black people from America buying land in Africa, going to these stupid chiefs and all this stuff like that. You know, I am dead set against that. I'm gonna do everything I can in my power to friggin' stop it. You know, if people listen to my show and stuff like that, do not do that. Do not go to Africa buying no land from the dusty ass chief in some godforsaken place, you know, with disease and swamp and everything. Like, don't do it. It's not worth it. You know, don't get caught up in some cult with some African trying to get you over there. You women, stop getting caught up in these cults with these dusty Negroes on the continent who are just using you for sex and clout and money and stuff like that. Stop it. You know, do you want me to tell you like it is? You know, I'm going to tell you like it is. You know, no, Africans aren't ready. You know, I thought they would, but they're not. They're not ready. Africa would be a perfect place for us to build with, but those people are not ready. They're like a century behind us. A century or two, almost 2 centuries behind us, you know, in their mentality. So just leave them alone, you know. You know, I ain't no weed and vodka. I don't do vodka and I don't do weed, bro. You know, I'm telling it like it is. I'm telling you like it is. Now, I do say if you want to go to certain countries and visit and vacation, stay for a couple of weeks or bring your black ass back to the States, that's fine. Because when you go to the continent, you're actually spending money with the locals and everything like that. Yeah, it really helps the economy over there, you know, and you can have a good time. That's all. That's the only thing we should be doing is going over there on vacation and coming home. I do not believe in people freaking living in. Yeah, the reason why people are dying in Gambia because our body is different than the African body. You know, I learned that, you know, by when I almost died from malaria, you know. The bottom line is Africa is poor, true quote. Africa is like the poorest freaking region on the freaking planet, man. Please stop it, you know. Africa is a friggin' poor, but that's not their fault. It's just that they got ignorant leaders and whatnot, you know. And they didn't want to they just don't know how to develop. I don't know what it is and whatnot. I always thought that things like railways, telecommunications, stuff like that that the whole world, the rest of the world had mastered when Africans still struggling with the basics, running water, sewer systems and whatnot, the basics. Stuff that countries like civilization like Rome had 3,000 years ago, Africa's a thing. Yeah, Africans say they got rich resources and whatnot, but I just don't know anymore. I really don't know anymore. I don't really know more. I just, it is what it is. And I hope if they do got resources, I hope they could somehow find a way how to develop them to give the people a standard of living and put money in people's pockets and give them a decent standard of living and stuff like that. That's what I hope. And we as Black people in America, we never wanted Africa's resources. All we wanted ever was for them to accept us and whatnot. And that was too much for them. We never asked for land. We never asked for money. We never asked for anything but just to be accepted. And so therefore, instead of us being accepted, we're getting killed in these countries, We're getting ostracized. We're getting called colonizer and everything like that. So like I said, enough is enough, man. Just leave that place alone. Let them be, let them be, Yeah, if they look, the bottom line is this: if they want to go to the Chinese got like $1 trillion worth of investment in Africa and whatnot. $1 trillion worth of investment in Africa. They got a stake on the continent, And like I said, a lot of Africans basically are getting infrastructure from the Chinese and everything like that. So Africa, one day you're gonna see Africa. Not the Africa that we know right now is not gonna be there. It's gonna be like a satellite of China. You're going to see Chinatowns and everything like that. You see people speaking Mandarin all over the continent, so whatever it is, Zongo says, if we are immune to malaria, that makes us original people. We should, I don't know. I don't know. All I know is I'm not immune to malaria, so I guess I'm not a true African, I guess, I almost died, man, so I learned my lesson, man. I thought I could not take malaria pills and whatnot. I thought I was out there and whatnot, and malaria almost took me out. I thought I was invincible, man. Yeah, I'm African and whatnot. I could deal with the heat. I could deal with this. Shit, malaria kicked my ass, man. They kicked my freaking ass. Man, I said, shit, I guess I'm not African. I guess I'm not African. So what is what it is. I was like, are you African already? Yeah, shit, man. I was like, the doctor said, what the hell are you doing over there? I said, well, my wife. I said, damn, your body's not built for that shit, You don't have the immune system for that shit, All right, let's see. I think this is my boy Ahmed,
Hello?
Yeah, what's going on, brother? What's on your mind?
Yeah, how you doing, caller, man?
What's going on?
Not much, man. Hey, man, I agree with you, man, when it comes to that. There's a lot of things you said, man. I agree with you. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Especially like when it comes like just leave Africa alone, let Africa deal with itself first.
Yeah.
I agree with you because a lot of times,
look, I was one of the main ones pushing Pan-Africanism and stuff like that. I'm sorry, because I have people that went to Africa and messed up their life and whatnot because I'm preaching the Pan-African stuff, and it's irreversible because the bottom line is,
no. It sounds good like when you put it like that, but the issue is like it goes deep. It goes deep. You know what I'm trying to say? It goes deep because usually problems like that, it's people from their land that's been there, years and years, like for them to fix that problem. You can't just be an outsider and just come in and try to fix the problem if you don't really understand it. And then if the people, their mindset is not ready to uplift them, you know what I'm trying to say?
Exactly.
Yeah, just like how sometimes like black folks up here, it's like, you've been here for so long, how come you're not going back home and fix your country? You know why? Because if they go back home, they got to deal with the tribalism. Yes, so
and nepotism and all
yes,
stuff like this,
exactly. Yep.
Oh, I know. Look,
They come
any
in now,
African that lives in the
they're already
States, man, I
comfortable.
urge
They think
you.
they're winning. They think they're winning, but at the same time, they lose something back home, which is like their identity. You know what I'm trying to say? So say, for instance, right, if they come here certain age, right, and they have a child, and their child start growing up and becomes, teenager, right? That teenager barely don't know where their parents come from. Not even speak their own language. Yeah,
Exactly.
so as time goes on, they're like, F it, I'm gonna just stay here, blah blah blah, do that and stuff like that. But overall, it goes deep, man. It goes deep. That's why most of them they don't want to go back because
Right,
they got
like
to deal with
Truquo.
they got
You
to
know,
deal with
so
the
the problem is they
tribalism.
get comfortable. Look, it's not look, and I don't besmirch anybody that wants to stay in America. You know, I said this a long time ago, right? And the bottom line, there's a large black community here in America, right? If Africans played their cards right, you could just blend right in, you know.
100%, 100%,
You could blend right
100%.
in, you know. But the problem is, you got a lot of Africans, basically, who think they're gonna come here and be like, okay, they're gonna take over. Like, oh, you know, you don't
I'll
try to
tell you what's
stand
up.
out.
Check this out, right? Like, sorry to cut you up, right?
Okay.
There's some Africans that come to this country, right? You know how they end up coming in this country?
How?
By giving up a lot of things back home. Like meanings that like um setting up the government. Like meanings that like get like I'm trying to put it this way, right? Like destroying the country itself. Like
Wow.
within the government, right? They work for the government as well, but they stealing the money for outsiders, and then the outsider giving paper, and then they come over here.
Wow. Yeah. There's a lot of corruption to all
Yeah,
this.
that's a lot of them. That's in this country in America right now. The reason they end up here is because of they sold the country to outsiders.
Yeah.
There's a lot
Mexico's
of them.
been
That's
like
why
that,
sometimes a
but
lot of them
Mexico's been
don't
like
really
that
want
for
to
like
talk about it
120
personally.
years.
Yep,
People don't
yeah,
realize
personally.
that Teddy
Yep,
Roosevelt, when he was president, right, he used to send troops into Mexico. He said, send troops into Mexico and Central America to interfere in the elections and stuff like that, you know?
there
So
you
and
go.
the cartels are US government created because
There
those
you go.
cartels were fighting against communism at one time, you know?
Yep, 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 yep. There
So
you go.
therefore, now, so Mexico really never really had a chance. It's because the United States is it's United States is on this border. You know, Mexico never really had a chance. Like I said, I have empathy for people, and I'm not looking. Look, I am not looking forward to seeing children being taken and deported. I'm not looking forward to that. I have a heart. You know, I don't have no idea what the answer is, whatever like that. I know some things got to happen and everything like that, but I am not looking. I am not joyous or gleeful about that one bit. You know, because I'm like this. You know, if I say that I'm happy about that, what does that say about me as a human being? You know.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, these people, I'm not like I have let me tell you a quick story, right? This is a true story. True story, right? So there was a guy, I didn't know him. I know him from some of my family, right? So because some of my folks in this country, they were in politics back home. That's how some of them end up here too, because of the government, stealing money and stuff like that. So I'm not gonna lie to you. So sometimes when you see certain Africans in this country for so long, let's say in the 90s or the late 80s or the early 2000s, they were the one that was in the hand to destroy the country just to come over here.
Oh yeah, like I said, look, there was a lot of Liberians that had a
Yeah,
hand
just to
in
come over here.
destroying the
Yep.
country, and they got refugee status in America. I know who they are. You know,
Yeah.
I
Just to
know who
come
they
over
are.
here.
And the one guy, Bole, Elvis probably knows him, right? He went back to Liberia and became a senator in Maryland County. This guy basically helped orchestrate the coup, and he's lived
Yep. Just to
comfortably
come over here.
in
Yeah.
America for decades. You know.
Yeah. Because of the problem to fix Africa is so massive, it's so
Not
deep,
true, Carly. Got that information wrong.
Yeah, it
it's
is
so
true.
it's so massive, it's so deep, especially like when it comes to like religion,
Bola is from
ethnic.
Grand Gita, not from Maryland.
I said Maryland, Grand G, the same thing. You know,
Yeah, especially
Southwest,
yep,
Southeast.
yep. Especially when it comes to religion, ethnic, and then family name. Like my family has to do this. My family did this. My family did that. So these are the things that Africans are dealing with deeply. So we don't want to give up our ego to fix the country, for the better. So we rather just say, "Oh, white man, come take this. Arab, come take this." Then after that, they give you some money, and then you fled the country. You go somewhere else. You be like, "Oh, fuck
And
those people."
it's in that
This
vein
is
that
common.
black
This is
people in
common. I'm not
America,
gonna lie to y'all.
black
This is
America is
common.
being caught up in the middle of that because they're going over there like, oh, we're gonna fix Africa. So if I'm an African and I'm living in America, right? And
Yeah.
I have it in my mind, I can't go back. I know I can't go back where like because it's too much vast. And then when you got these black Americans and the British going over there buying land, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I would feel some sort of way too. You're like, because I'm living over here in the West, and my whole thing is I can't go back, or I don't want to go back, whatever like that, because I got too good hair. Then when I see somebody that was born in America going back to my homeland and whatnot, of course I'm gonna feel some way. That's where they have the Afro dumbass report.
Let me tell you why. There's another reason behind the collar. Let me tell you why. Right, the reason is they feel some type of way. Right, is because of they seen you have a general heart to go over there, actually fix and try to better people's life, right?
Right.
And try to make money. So his hate is because of he trying to stop you from making money in a good way. So he rather keep the country the same way as it is.
Yeah.
But for him to get out of here and actually go do the work, he doesn't want to do it. You know what I'm trying to say?
Right.
So he want the country just to stay like that. But if you say, okay, well, let me just go and try to, let me see what I can do. Let me try to better these people's life, try to make money and stuff like that, and then improve, other things, and then other doors might open, right? And then he starts seeing it, and then he's gonna get more jealous and then try to stop you from doing that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah,
That's
it's
after years of dealing with this, man. I just
I'm telling you, man, it's deep. It's deep, man. Trust me. It's deep. It's deep of hate in a different way. African hate is
let me say
different.
something, man. This is what I was trying to tell Jonathan last night about Malcolm X. Malcolm X didn't have to deal with this. Everybody was like, Malcolm was like, oh, I went over to Africa and our brothers and sisters love us. They want us to come home and all stuff like that. Can Malcolm X say that today? No. There's a lot of nuances that go on today. So that's what I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with the fact that I can't tell somebody about going to the Gambia or going to these countries like that when I'm seeing people like Kaiser did a show today about a young African American guy that was killed by probably one of his own workers out of jealousy. That's real.
No, it happens. It happens.
Yeah.
It happens to even like some of us that actually go there and try to invest. They will take you out. Like that's you know what I'm trying to say. They will take you out because it goes back to money. It goes back to money. It goes back to you trying to help people out. You trying to make more money and stuff like that. But I'm not they will take your life. They will take your life by mixing some type of chemical and then you end up eating it.
People die from poisoning all the time.
Yeah, exactly. So that's real. Like jealousy, envy is real. That's real. But at the same time, there's plenty of people back home that do need help opportunity wise.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie to you. There's plenty of people that's willing.
Why when I go to Liberia, I have a network. I have my BAL group in Liberia, and we basically I'm connected with a lot of schools and stuff like that over there. And like I said, I'm taking $1 bill over there, and basically we're going to form like a education coalition between the city of New York City and Monrovia. That's what we're going to do.
Okay. Not
So
too far from
like I
Sierra
said, this is
Leone.
going to be our part and it's not like the Kumbaya Pan African. This is just our part saying this is what we could do, whatever like that. Like I said, it doesn't change anything as far as like the overall thing of Black African Americans versus Africans, whatever like that. But we feel it's our responsibility to do right, to do something right. And the most important thing is for the children and the Liberian children and African children to have a chance because they didn't ask for any of this,
Yeah.
One thing I could never understand. That goes for the African American here and the African there. While you're sitting there fighting with all your nonsense and everything, there's children that don't got a freaking chance,
Oh yeah, 100%. Oh yeah, 100%, man. 100%, man. You're not lying. People are suffering.
Yeah, 100%, Carla, 100%.
So why you making fun of? Why you cutting across them, Elvis? What did he say? What did he say was wrong?
Man, people are suffering, man. People are suffering. I'm not gonna lie to you. At the end of the day, people need opportunities, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. People are suffering back home, even over here too. And also, my goal is to work with young people. That's my goal. I try to work with young people. I'm not gonna lie. Young people is where I try to work with because at the end of the day, they hate it, man. They're hating over there, man.
Yeah,
and then
real.
It's and then the dangerous thing about it, right, Carlo? I check this out, right? It's the skin hate. Africans have a hate of blacks. It don't matter if it's over here. It don't matter back there. They think white is better. They think Arab is better. Let me give you an example, right? If you check this out, right? If you be living in a continent or a country, right, that's run by your people that look like you, your skin color, right? And then you barely can have no drinking water, no good water, no this and that, right? And then you barely have no job, nothing like that. And then every time you turn on TV, you see white people. They living life, having fun, this and that, right? So you turn around, you look left, you look right. There's nothing positive about your land, your own country. You know what I'm trying to say? So at the end of the day, you look at your skin color, you look at the people that run your country, it's people that look like you. But then when you look at other countries that's built nice and everything and fancy, you know what I'm trying to say? They don't look like you. So at the end of
Yeah,
the day, what you end up doing, you hate your own self, which is your own skin color. So you think you're inferior. So when your people that look like you, somebody like let's say somebody that has a good heart that's really trying to help and comes in trying to help, you might turn them down and then backstab the person because you don't believe. Because your whole goal was to get the fuck out of here and go somewhere that's run by white people. So you see that type of hate that's dangerous, right?
yep,
That's the hate that in Africa is very like it's massive that you can't like if you don't know how to navigate around it, it's very dangerous. Very
yeah.
dangerous. You
That's
it's
you
very dangerous.
telling the absolute truth.
Even people that work in like let's say the government, they think just like that too. Just like you mentioned, most of the people that work in the government, their mindset of how the world works is elementary. So you know what I'm trying to say? It
Yeah,
would be like up here in America, right? You try to get some of these young men to, stay away from certain things. They looking at you like, oh, get the F out of here. You're not gonna provide me, like blah 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 and stuff like that.
yeah.
So that hate over there is deep. And then when you mix it with religion, oh my God.
Oh yeah,
Because Africans thinks, oh, white people control the world. They do everything because they pray, because they do this, they do that. God just give them the sense. I told them, I said, nah, they stole a lot of shit from over here, and they stole a lot of shit from black people in Africa. I mean, in America. You know what I'm trying to say? Because they don't know. They think America is developed because of white people.
they have no idea. They basically come here and be like, "Oh, this is a white man's land." No, like Juco said, this is a white man.
So you
Look,
see how the
I
skin
give a
color
shit
is.
about the founding fathers of America. We were here when this country was written, and because they didn't invite us at the table, we could say, "Look, we could respect the Constitution or not." Our ancestors were not at the table when y'all wrote that Constitution. So y'all wrote it while we were here and whatnot. You just took control over this land without our consent, whatever like that, because we were living here too and everything. So the bottom line is, I take anything the white man says with a grain of salt. Everything we black men, the thousands of ventures we did in America, basically, when people look at it like shit, like America did that, white people did. The first automobile was built by the Pattersons, a black man.
Yep.
And so the bottom line, people don't even know that. I try to basically all the inventions that black people in America did, Lewis Latimer, all the scientists and everything.
Now
When
check
people
this
think of
out.
America, they think of white people. They think of
Check this out.
you know.
Yeah, yeah. And sorry to cut you off, right?
Yeah.
If the average black folks in this country barely does not even know that, right? Now you take that in Africa, I guarantee you 99% of those folks does not even know that.
Yeah, that's
So
sad.
you see, and then when they watch TV, who control the TV? It's the white people who
Yep,
control what they see. So you see how the skin color hate is so dangerous over there?
it's very dangerous.
It's like, you know what I'm trying to say. And then you talking about poverty that's like generation.
Yeah. So
You
I got
understand? Yeah, that's why I like a lot of time when black folks want to, go back there and develop. I'm like, look, you got to know what you're doing. It was a guy, right? I ran into. It was one of the Muslim brothers, from America. 'Cause you could tell because he had all that Muslim,
was it that guy, the Happy Companion.
No, 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 no. I ran into him in DC because I live up in DC.
Okay.
So it was a quick story. So I ran into him because I don't know him. He was like, "Hey man, what's up?" And then we started talking. Right, we was waiting in line for something. So he was trying to travel to Kenya because he was like, man, he trying to move to Kenya, buy land, you know, start a farm and stuff like that, right? I'm like, I'm like, I wouldn't do that if I was you. But if you want to do that, do your homework very well. Don't just go out there just to go out there. He said, "Oh, he got the dollar. He's gonna buy this and buy that." I'm like, okay, look, man, I'm gonna give you an example of something that you might, you know what I'm trying to say. I said, look at like things that people use daily up here, right? To take a shower, right? You know what I'm trying to say, like deodorant, lotion, and stuff like that. That's very common in America. You know what I'm saying? Like you go to CVS, you go to Giant, you get these things. They did 24/7. But in Africa, it might not be there, and then it's imported from other countries, like in China or somewhere in the Middle East, or in America, right? But if you could develop a factory out there and make it out there, so now what you're doing is now you creating jobs, and then you selling something that people need daily, no matter how the economy it is.
Yeah.
So he was like, "Oh, I never thought about that." I said, "That's what I'm trying to say." So he thought that to import it from America and then sell it back there. I said, no, 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 no. Open the factory out there.
The young night show, I said, Africa would be a perfect place to start a manufacturing base because it's so
You
cheap.
got to. You just can't
You
go
got
in
the
that
raw
country and then
materials,
and just,
everything
just
like
buy
that. The
these land
labor's
and just
cheap,
sit there.
you know.
Think about it, man. Everybody use deodorant. Everybody use lotion. Everybody use toothpaste.
And soap and stuff like that, you know.
Thank you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like you just can't manufacture these things out there. These guys who work for you, they'd be more happy than you just go out there, try to build a fancy house, and then thinking you the king. Nah, 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 nah. They're gonna cut you off. I go back home, I try to build a house like I'm the king. If I don't watch my back, they're gonna kill me.
Yeah, you go over and
That's facts. It's not even like, oh, you being black in this country. No, even if I go out there, I try to build a fancy house. If I don't watch what I'm eating, they're gonna take me out. It might be a family, it might be a friend, it might be a complete stranger around the neighborhood. Africans knows that. You know what I'm trying to say. So
that's
imagine stuff like that,
absolutely
and then
true.
you just a complete outsider. So these are the things that people gotta look at. Manufacturer is the way to go.
Yeah,
Deodorant,
I've been saying that for the longest
lotion,
time. I said, look,
toothpaste. These
manufacturing
things
is
are
just an
imported.
start just a little bit of capital. And like
These
I said,
things,
my friend Great African, I went to his farm and he manufacturing palm oil. I seen the operation. And he has a machine that wasn't working. A new she said, yeah, he had one that was from China that wasn't working. He said so he had a craftsman in Liberia took the specs and built the new crusher. You know how you make the palm oil, it crushes the nuts and everything, make the oil. He said, yeah, this was made right here in Liberia.
yeah,
Yeah,
like these
so
things.
bottom line, manufacturing. So he basically do that and put it in jugs and stuff like that, and he has a whole warehouse, everything. He said, "Yeah." I said, "So basically, manufacturing. You cannot go wrong in Africa where you
Yeah,
manufacture."
because it's daily thing. These are something that people need daily. He was trying to like get a shoe, like make shoes and then sell it out there. I said, look, man, that's an option, but something that somebody gonna need daily, it's a must you buy. No matter how broke you are, you're gonna buy toothpaste. You're gonna buy soap to wash. You're gonna buy lotion. You know what I'm trying to say? You're gonna use deodorant. These things they come from outsider, but if you manufacture it in that country, you own the land
Unfortunately,
as
right,
well.
all the years I've been seeing Pan
You own the
African,
land as well. Come on, man.
right?
You try
All
to
the
do
years
in
I've
this
been
country,
seeing
it's
Pan
impossible.
Africans, I have yet to see anybody say do that. And then
I'm telling
everybody
you,
just
man,
want
yo,
to
I got
get
ideas in
some
my
land
head, man.
and buy a big house and whatnot. Like
Man,
on
fuck
lease
that. That's
land.
not money.
Dude, man, it's like, please stop.
That's not that ain't money, man. If you're trying to make it like money wise, you trying to help the people. Because if you do that right, you get access to other things now. You know what I'm trying to say? Because you basically get in the door now. Now you have a leverage. Now you have a team. Now you can get access to other things that you wasn't impossible. You know what I'm trying to say?
Let me hear from Elvis. Elvis, what's on your mind? We're talking about a black political party. Also, can this black political party be international like the True Whig Party was, or the ANC? Can we build a black political party?
I'm just in the back, caller. I'll join you soon. You can have a conversation with Ahmed.
All right, go ahead. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. But
Okay.
bottom line is that's what we're talking about tonight. I want to get back to political party. The Jews in this country, right? Basically, let me get Chuko on. I know something goofy. He's gonna say something goofy. And also Ahmed. Let me ask you a question. You've seen a lot of African Americans here, right?
Yeah. I've been in this country for too long, man.
How many actual Hebrew Israelites, Moors, FBA do you come across on a daily basis?
Um, the older I'm getting, like the more I try to stay away from I stay, to myself because now I have a vision of what I'm trying to achieve. So I ain't got time
People act like
for a lot of
people act like there's a large
it's
number of
barely
people
it's
who
barely
are.
probably like out of 10, probably like one or two.
It's like one out of two out of 100. Actually,
Yeah,
it's like
yeah, yeah, definitely, yeah. It's
and
barely.
so
It's
not
like
any significant to even mention. That's what I try to
oh
tell.
yeah, 100%, 100%. You
Yeah,
right,
try to Chuko that.
you right. It's man. It's a must. Black folks have their own party in this country. It's a
Yeah,
must.
we have to. And
It's a
Chuko,
must.
like, let's
Democrats,
let's let's let's
Democrat.
hear the opposition. Chuko doesn't think that's possible. Go ahead, Chuko.
No, I don't have any opposition just yet, but I had a question for the brother. What's your name, Ahmed?
Yes, sir. What's up?
Where are you from?
From Sierra Leone.
Okay. And so what tribe are you from?
Man, where you from?
I'm from Nigeria, Imo State.
Oh, Niger man.
But
Yeah,
I'm
real
asking,
Niger. He's a Negropean. Don't even talk to him like that. He's a,
Oh,
no,
for
but,
real? Nah. A
he's a
Nigerian,
Negropean.
a
I'm
Nigerian
actually,
is always a Nigerian, but they know
uh,
how
Yeah,
to
he's a
hide it very
Negropean
well.
Nigerian.
no, but for real, I'm trying to see. Okay, you
Oh,
Chuku,
what
he's
tribe?
full of
I'll tell you what
Fulani.
tribe.
He's
My
Fulani.
bad, my
full
bad.
of name.
I'll tell you what
Okay.
tribe.
No,
Nah, Fula.
the reason why I asked is because you speak uh like all Africans have a certain viewpoint on things, but that's not the case. Like for me, Nigeria is a fake country. The Europeans invented Nigeria. It's the name Nigeria doesn't even mean anything in any of the languages that we have in Nigeria.
I mean, it's
It's a
nigger area.
it's a British contrivance, and it was created just to benefit the Great Britain to extract resources from the region. The
Yeah,
entire
of course.
the entire borders were hatched out in the Berlin Conference, and it wasn't created for the benefit of the people who live there. The different tribes there are different kingdoms. They just put us all together and drew this fake border and gave us a fake name. So
Yeah, of course,
but you the way you described Africans and how they see their country, you do not speak for the Igbos. You can only speak for people from Sierra Leone, from your own tribe.
Okay,
Do not speak for Nigeria. Do not speak for Igbo. You don't speak for us. Go ahead.
okay. Check this out, right? So if I don't speak for us, I mean for y'all, right?
You don't.
Don't we all have the same issues? You go from like whatever country in West Africa, we all have the same similar issues, right?
There's something called standpoint epistemology. Your view of the world is heavily influenced by your position in a society and many different things: your level of education, your socioeconomic status, your race, your sex, your gender, all
Yeah, but every
your view.
country,
But I'm saying
every
your tribe. Are you a majority tribe or you're a minority tribe? Fula, you must be a majority tribe in Sierra
no,
Leone.
no, 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 no. A Fula would be like a Fulani in Nigeria. That's what you guys call us in Nigeria. When we
Uh-huh.
call ourselves Fula.
Okay.
Yes,
So
yes.
you're Muslim. You're Muslim.
I don't want to get into that religion thing because
Okay.
I'm a different type of person. Like when it comes to Africans in religion, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not one of the typical ones that just nah. I don't do that. On both sides, I have families as Christians and Muslim as well, but I'm not one of the typicals that's you get me right. I
But
try to stay away from religion.
you go to the masjid. You do
Nah,
your.
nah, 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 nah,
You
nah.
don't do none of that.
No. What I'm saying is I respect religion, but I have a different view of it.
Okay,
We need we need like things that's going to better our lives daily.
right. But okay,
Yeah.
my viewpoint is this: Nigeria is a fake country. If I had my way,
So is Sierra Leone.
they would partition it and have different regions for different groups. But
So is Sierra Leone.
not everybody will agree with me. Not everybody in
So
Nigeria.
is Sierra Leone and Ghana and all these other countries.
Right, but I only mention that to say that you cannot ever speak for all Africans. Just when you speak, say you're speaking for your tribe or your
No,
country.
hold on. You see, you try to separate it
Don't-
as if we don't have the same issues. We all have the same issues.
Similar. We
I
have
mean, we all have the same issues.
no, but we don't have the same issues. Like
I mean, we all have the same
your
issues.
issue-
Like when
your
it comes to
issues
economy,
we don't have
right
the
or
same,
wrong.
we don't have the same histories. We don't have the same.
No.
We don't
Our
have-
history are similar
Oh, do
because
you
of
know
what?
Sierra Leone and so the governor of the Sierra Leone was administered and created Lagos, Nigeria, for the most part.
No. I know exactly where he's taking it at, but he doesn't want to really say exactly where he wants to take the conversation. I know exactly where he's taking that
tell you
call.
where-
I know exactly where he trying to
You
lead
have
it
to
to.
read my mind. I'll tell you exactly where I want to take.
No. I get some type of understanding where you trying to lead the conversation to, but you're not trying to really say it like that.
You do not speak for all Africans. That's all. That's the only point.
Of course, I don't speak for all Africans.
But
Why would I say I'm speaking for all
give these
Africans?
narratives
All I'm
about
saying is
the
our
African
problems
thinks
are
this,
very
the African
common.
thinks that. African is an abstraction. Even on the continent, we don't see ourselves as the same thing. So how do you come here and tell Kala what the African we're not one big.
Okay,
We're
let me ask you a question, right?
we're just going by our experience. Like, let me ask you,
hold on, Carlo.
let me say, man, let me say this, Chuko. There's got to be something going on because there's a universal hostility towards Black African Americans in all parts of West Africa, and also we're experiencing tribalism and resentment towards people so we're saying to ourselves, it's not just coming from like one part of Africa, whatever. Like, it's just coming from the whole entire region. So how can you say that you don't have the same issues?
Thank you. And then we were colonized by the British, just like his country.
Yeah.
So he's trying to.
British have an outlook.
Yeah. He's acting like like my country and his country are not. They don't have the same struggles. It's only about 10%
exactly
or
the
20%.
same. The only thing Nigeria had was
we have about 80 to 90%
oil,
of the same struggle issues. It's just your country is more bigger and more popular wise,
and they had oil. They had oil. That's it.
And it's more richer because of the land as well, and it's more,
it's
like
oil,
population wise. But the problems wise is still the same. It come
right, but
I'm trying to say. We try to better people's life. That's why we come over here. Let's be honest. Why we come over here? We come over here for what? Economy, to better our life, because we are running away from our issues out there.
Right.
Right or wrong?
Nigeria has a lot of endemic corruption, and I don't think it's going to be fixed in my lifetime or my children's lifetime. So I think that's why I'm here, and I'm going to build my life here. That's it.
I mean, listen.
Listen
to what he just said, right? Listen to what he just said, right?
Here's what I'm saying. Like my culture, my village is in Imo State, and I travel there at least once a year. But to live there full time, like my father built a big house there, but I could never live there. The system is different, and I'm too used to living here to ever just live there full time. I can live there maybe a couple of months a year, but I cannot.
Carla,
you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like
sorry to cut you off, man. Chuko, I sorry to cut you off, right? Carla, remember how I started the conversation, right?
Right.
To build Africa, you need young folks to do the dirty work. If you've been here for so long, you become comfortable that you're not willing to sacrifice to do the dirty work, because you got to deal with demons back there. We have demons back there within ourselves that we got to deal with. It doesn't, when I say demons, I'm talking about within our own tribes. I'm not talking about like people that come from another ethnic people at all. I'm talking about within our own tribes. When it comes to leadership, how do you better people from the basic needs.
And like
Just
I
like how
said,
Carla
Ahmed,
was saying.
did you
Carla
listen to the
was
show
saying
last
about
night?
this and
Ahmed, you
that,
listened to the
like
show
clean
last
water,
night?
clean that.
Ahmed, I listened to the show. You listened to the show last night. I talked about the three conflicts of man, right? It's man versus nature, right? That's the first conflict. You're born, you learn what to not to touch, you learn the rain, you know, the wind, you know, insects are dangerous, most animals are dangerous. You know the fact that you fall into lake, you could drown, you better know how to swim. Man versus nature. Then it's man versus man. You realize that your fellow man can harm you. So you make yourself stronger, you learn how to speak, you know how to present yourself, and you carry a certain way. The last part is man versus himself. And that's where a lot of black people are lacking. Is man versus self. Those inner demons in you that make you resort to tribalism, nepotism.
Because it's ego.
Yeah.
We have ego that we don't want to just give up. Means we can better ourselves. Like when it comes to group wise, I could go back home and build a house and then only come there once a year and spend about 3 to 4 weeks and then get back to America. That's not me helping my people. Me helping my people is me doing the dirty work, staying there for months. You get what I'm trying to say, Carla?
Yes, exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, so it's not the same as whatever
Explain
you're
the
trying to
dirty
say.
work. Okay, explain this dirty work. What is this dirty work that
I mean, if a country barely has clean water, right? If a country barely has lights, if a country barely has decent roads, Carla, what do you call that then?
It's underdeveloped, you know?
Thank you. So that means, well, you got to do dirty work. So that means you got to stay in the ground and then deal with these issues within your own people. I'm not talking about like other ethnic people or Hausa or, you know, Yoruba or, you know, them other people in Nigeria. I'm talking about from where you come from first.
Well,
So if you just come over here, you live over here for a couple of years now, years and years, you have a fancy house over there. You go over there, they treat you, they talk real nice to you. You lock the door, you have everything inside that house. But what about the 90% of the people that's from your town that barely has nothing compared to that?
I send money home to people. I don't support everybody, but I do send money home. But my thing is this:
we all send money back home. I sent money back home a couple days ago. That's not what I'm trying to say.
But here, my thing is this: my focus is more on my family and my
That's
own.
why you over here. That's why your kids over here. So you can't say we don't have the same issue.
Ahmed, you gotta let him speak, bro. You can't hold the conversation. Let him speak.
Elvis, why you always
Ahmed, he likes to run on sentences that leads nowhere. Here's what I'm saying.
Yeah, this guy doesn't shut up. He doesn't let anybody else speak. Let Chuku speak. We get your point. You stated your point. Let him speak.
Right. Here's my thing. My focus is on my family, my extended family, not Nigeria as a whole. You see what I'm saying? I don't care about Nigeria as a whole. I didn't
say about Nigeria. I'm talking about your people itself. I never spoke about Nigeria. I'm talking about.
Let me land my plane here. I care more about my people, my biological relatives, my friends, and the people I have businesses with there. I don't care about my circle of moral concern does not include everybody in Nigeria. You see what I'm saying? Like I focus on my family and my interests, my family's interests. That's what I'm focused on. So for you to say that I'm going to go to Nigeria to benefit people unknown to me, it doesn't make sense. So go ahead.
Okay, Carlo, right? What was I was saying? I was saying about his people, his ethnic people, right? I didn't say some other people, right? Because he brought up Nigeria. Once he brought up Nigeria, so then we sticking to his ethnic people because he said Nigeria is not a country, which I agree with him. Just like Sierra Leone is technically not a country. It was just something that they gave us. So at the end of the day, if your ethnic people, where you come from your village and the other villages that's within them and the chief as well, you get what I'm trying to say? So if these people, they don't have lack of clean water, lack of good roads, lack of lights, so it's technically undeveloped. But if you over here, you have a fancy house back there because you could build it because you live in America because you deal with a dollar. You go back home and spend like 3 or 4 weeks over there. You're not the same as those people that live there.
Explain to me how are you now benefiting all the people in Sierra Leone? Go ahead.
That's what I was trying to say when I talk about that black guy. What he was trying to do, he was
But
just trying to go over there. I was just telling
you,
him certain things that we have that
you a
that we
concrete.
need to deal with first.
You talk like a used car salesman. What are you doing to benefit your people in Sierra Leone? Go ahead.
What am I doing? I'm getting the young people.
What does that mean?
I'm working with the young people.
Okay, in terms of what exactly? Go ahead.
In terms of development, I can't really get into the other details, but you know what I'm trying to say. But at the end of the day, trust me, I know for sure if you want to fix Africa, you got to stay there and do the dirty work. That's facts.
These
The
are a lot
typical
of
Africans in this country, right? Let me tell you,
you have a
something.
lot of
Africans.
Africans. You say a lot of things that don't have any real context. Like they don't have any
Okay.
real concrete meaning.
Okay.
You got to do the
Check
dirty
this out,
work.
right?
You
You telling me
your sleeves.
okay.
You got to put your
Okay,
nose
you
to the
telling me
ground.
somebody
You're saying a
you
lot
telling
of
me
things.
somebody could get okay,
Really
listen, right?
What are you really saying? Go ahead.
You telling me somebody could get you come in this country, right? In a couple of years and all that, right? You start building a house over there, right? You get a house over there and everything. You help your mom, you know, you this and that. Your probably your brothers, your sisters, you know, whatever. You help them build their own house as well, right? That's typical Africans. That's what we do. That's a lot. That's plenty of Africans do that in this country. What Carla was saying to actually fix the country, to actually fix where you come from. There's plenty of us that do that.
It's a
Plenty
fake.
of us that do that.
How do you fix a fake?
That's not where the conversation was leading
How do
to.
The
The
fake
conversation was, how do you get these
Ahmed,
countries to
Ahmed,
actually develop themselves? Carla
Ahmed,
was saying
Ahmed,
he was tired of these black folks going out there thinking they're gonna do something. And I
Ahmed,
was telling him the reason why.
Ahmed, how do you fix a fake country?
Well, I beg to differ, right? Those countries, right? How can you basically say that, Chukwo, when you basically said the other day that Black America is a minority group and that Africans are represented by nation states? We're not, and everything. But now you're saying those countries are fake. What is it?
Even if they fake, but this man had his
It's
own
still real.
village to fix.
They still got villages. They still
That's
got
what I'm saying. I
states.
keep telling him.
They
He
still
keep
got
bringing
governments. They
countries
still
up.
got militaries.
Yes,
They still got laws.
He keep bringing countries up. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how do you fix where you come from first? Because at the end of the day, those are your people. Those are where you, when they talk your native language. You connect to them much better. Culture-wise, you connect to them much better. I'm not talking about helping like cousins or
I take care of
mother
people.
and daughters.
People.
We all do that.
I
Come on
take
now.
care
We
of
all
my-
do that.
But you're making it sound like I'm not. I turn my back. Like
No, I didn't say you
have
turn your
schools
back.
over there.
You telling me that
I have rental apartments there. I take care of my people the best I can. I can't take care of everybody, but I give jobs to people. I pay people's funeral expenses. You know what I'm saying? Like I take care
I
of
get
people.
that. I get that. I get that. Man, sorry to cut you up. I get that part. But the whole conversation was, how do you develop the continent? That's why I started saying that we have demons. We haven't dealt with that. We have things that we don't talk about.
Okay, but you use
I'll give you an example.
Language. Wait. Before you continue, you use a lot of lofty language. You gotta, your demons and all this type of stuff. What does this concretely mean for the people? You haven't given me anything concrete as to how you right now, from where you are positioned, are helping your people. You just mannerisms and cute little sayings are not sufficient to fix Africa. How do I even go about fixing Africa? I can only my sphere of influence is limited.
Chukwu, this is what I gathered from him, right? He's saying that Africa, although Africa has all these challenges, right, and people doing what they can do, and he says still there's this underlying thing of self-hate and white worship, right, that prevents Africa from getting to the next level. That's what he's saying. Do you agree with that or not?
He knows it. He's gonna act like he doesn't know it. That's what gets me a little bit pissed off a little bit. Man, sorry about that. I apologize. But we all know as Africans.
You talk a lot, but you say very little. You talk a lot, but you say very little.
Oh, but do you agree with that assessment though?
That we white worship people? Is that what?
Yeah, you perfect example. Because the bottom line, the stuff you always accuse Black America do, the same thing. Do you know there's more poor white Americans than are Black Americans by far? And the poorest districts in America are actually Kentucky and Appalachian, not African Americans and whatnot. And also the black middle class is like the largest ever been in the world and stuff like that. But the bottom line, you always got this thing where you want to hold us to some standard over here. Then when he throws the mirror up at you, you suddenly saying, no, I don't believe in a Nigeria. What if I said I don't believe in there's a so-called Black America?
That's the reason why he was saying that. That's the reason why he was saying that. We all know, typical Africans know that back home, we have ethnic issues deep. We have too much religion, too much in a way that is actually affected us from developing and actually working with each other. And then the whole skin color thing, that is a fact. That's not something that me just making up. Any African,
anytime,
that's a fact.
One thing I noticed about Chukwu and Afrodamus, right, is the fact that when the stuff they always say about Black America and whatnot, you would think that every last single white person was rich. They had no problem.
That's bullshit.
People are the answers to everybody's problems. They have no issues.
Every white person was.
Hold on. I know, but hold up. But you never. I listened to you all over the internet. You never talk about them. You always talk about Black America. That's white worship, and you don't even know it.
That's bullshit.
Low hanging fruit.
I only care about Black America. I don't care about.
You don't care about Black America.
Hey, Dollar Bill, does that sound like you were Black America? You're 60 years old. You're a couple years old, and all your years on this earth. The Chukwu sound like somebody who cares about Black America.
No, that's why I don't even believe that he's half African American. You know the funny thing, he's not spoke about one time, okay, that they're about the same amount of baby mothers in a place called Iceland, right?
Yeah.
That their baby mama situation with women who are not getting married is not an African.
You dropped off Dollar Bill.
Who the hell cares about Iceland? What's my business?
No, what he's trying to say is your obsession with Black America, like we're the only ones that got baby mamas and
okay,
stuff like
my mama is Black. I've already explained this to you. My mother is a Black American.
We don't believe that. Yeah, we don't believe that.
All right, okay. So College Genesis is going to tell me who my mother is, where she's from.
Well, I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Hubris. It's remarkable. Go ahead.
And we got a long way to go, man. Man, we got a long way to go. We don't speak the truth at the end of the day, man. We don't speak the truth. We hide behind the truth. And then we act like we rich, but we are poor. In Africa. I'm talking about in Africa.
When you
we
say
pretend as if
it's we, who is we? Who is we? Why do you pretend to speak for all of us, Ahmed? You don't speak
because
for
my friend, we are poor.
I'm not poor.
We poor mentally.
You're poor.
I'm not talking about you having your fancy house back in in your state. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the overall people. We got to do something about that, my friend. We got to do something about something like that. It's not. That's what, like for instance, over here, right? Let me tell you something. My family's been in this country since the 70s. Since the 70s, I have over 50 blood families in America. You get me, right? I could easily have kids and kids and never touch my foot in Africa. I could be one of the people. You understand?
Okay.
You understand? My father has a house back there. My father has a fancy house back there.
Okay.
I go over there. I'm not within the people that's poor. You understand? I have water. I have this. I have food.
So why? But
the 90% of those people don't have nothing like that. So we cannot say, oh, this and that.
Who is okay? This we that you talk about. Are you talking about Sierra Leone?
The entire West Africa, my friend. We are poor.
Okay.
We poor because we get our stuff to white people. White people come in our country and take all our resources away. That is facts. That's not me making stuff up, man.
Okay, there is poverty. I'm not disagreeing.
I'm not talking about just some couple of rich people in Africa. Of course, we have a couple of rich people in Africa. Of course, we do. We have people that worth billions. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the average person, the 80% of the Africans, man. Come on, stop it. We are poor because we give our wealth away to white people. That is facts. Black Americans don't go to Africa and steal all our wealth, all our resources, man. White people do. Them Arabs do. You know that.
And so what like this? I'm at the point now,
Stop
brother
it with
Ahmed.
that, man. Come on.
Brother Ahmed,
That's
if I
fakeness, man.
if 5 years ago I would have met some more brothers like you, man,
That's
it
fake.
would be some thing. But the bottom line is this: we felt so I was so hurt and so broken by the way some of our people were talked to and treated by trying to do the right thing in their ancestral homeland and whatnot.
Right now, man. It's them. It's not black folks up here.
Well, you know what, Ahmed, you got to understand. For people like Chuku, we're low hanging fruit, and it's their way of making themselves feel better.
There's something about him that I don't want to say, but I keep that to myself.
Go ahead, say it.
Because if I say
don't say it, because he's gonna try
to bring up some other things up.
He's gonna run away.
And then that's very unnecessary. That's very unnecessary. Because at the end of the day, it's about bettering your people where you come from first.
You don't speak for everyone. How could you possibly speak for everyone? I can't speak for all Nigerians. I can't even speak for all Igbos. My situation is unique. So is yours. So how can you, from where you're positioned, speak for everybody on the continent of Africa?
Do you think your position is unique?
Poor, my friend. That's not me making stuff up. We are poor.
He's just facing reality.
You go to Nigeria, you go to Ghana, you go to Liberia, you go to Sierra Leone, you go to Senegal, you go to Guinea, you go to Burkina Faso, you go to all these countries. We are poor for a reason.
Because the white people are extracting all of the wealth. Thank you.
Exactly. It's not the black folks up here.
It's not African Americans that are doing anything to him.
These Africans need to realize these things. They come to reality. But the problem is they have a skin color issue. Has
he read Chinua Achebe When Things Fall Apart?
Of course he has.
I believe that Chinua is I believe that he's an Igbo himself. And he talks about the marginalization of Igbos, okay, in his native what he wants to be called his native Nigeria. Does he talk about the Igbos that are here that his mother might be part from, okay, from the slave trade? Does he talk about how the Igbos on the other side of the tracks are treated like trash, right?
Okay,
because they're not of nobility, they're not from money, right? But it's easier to come to America, okay, because he feels that we're low-hanging fruit. And he can say all of these things to make himself feel good. What Chukwu has, okay, is a problem.
Dollar bills speak for Igbo.
Yeah, you speak for me all day, every day. You talk about African Americans all day, every day, on platforms, on this platform, on Afri-Damas's platform, okay? You're always talking about African Americans.
Nobody's above criticism. I'm your criticism.
Criticize the Igbo. Criticize the Yorubas, criticize the Hausa, criticize those individuals who have marginalized the most business-wise Nigerians in the country, the Igbos. Talk about how the other Igbos, okay, during the slave trade, okay, buried the Igbos, the other Igbos that they couldn't sell off anymore. Talk about that. Talk about the Biafran conflict. Talk about the underdevelopment of your roads and your sewers when Rome, okay, has had sewer systems 3,000 years ago. Talk about that. All you're going to tell me is about one guy, Dangote, okay, who only got political power to get his money through nepotism, okay, and favorism. You're not telling me about, and you're talking about a very intelligent people, but they can't get it popping in their country. They have to come to America. They have to go to England because of what? Because of the ignorance of the people in their country. But you don't want to talk about that.
Here's the deal. Ahmed is speaking Pablum. Patent Pablum. He goes.
How am I speaking public?
Address what I just said.
How
address that.
Wonderful.
I know you're going to run in a second because that's what you do.
It's economy.
The truth is,
you don't leave your country.
The white people have a chokehold over your country. It's true that the Arabs have a chokehold over your economy. Dangote, okay, built an oil refinery And because of the political situation, they're not giving
It's
him enough
ridiculous.
oil.
Hear
He
yourself.
doesn't own the oil. He only owns the refinery. So when
Right.
he refines it, if he can't get it at a price that he can profit from, then it goes all for nil. Why? Because the Arabs are the ones that are in control of the petroleum. They're the
really,
ones,
the sound
and
of
the
your own voice.
Chinese and the
You
other countries that are making side deals with Nigeria.
you think you're wise, don't you? Continue. Go ahead.
No, I don't think I'm wise. I know that I have enough common sense to see through you. I can see through you. This is a problem that you have because maybe you are African. Maybe you're African and half of you wants to be recognized as whole of you. Maybe somehow there's something missing in you.
Here's the thing. Here's what you don't understand, Dollar. In Igbos, you are who your father is.
Oh,
right?
So
That's all
and
I-
what
that's
so
all
the other
Africans,
people,
man. Come
if
on,
they're
man.
not who their fathers, so what is your mother? Just a vessel that,
Okay.
that he had sex with?
When a woman,
I told you you don't care nothing about your mother.
you don't understand the culture.
I do understand the culture. I
you don't.
understand you,
You
Chuku.
don't understand
You're
me.
you're a
anything about-
self-hating Negro. You hate half of yourself.
Okay.
Why don't you just cut out the African American part of you? That's the
Okay.
only part of you that's good for anything anyway.
Because you
And
think
we'll never hear anything about that.
you think we're all the same. Here's the crazy
No,
thing.
I didn't say. I told you about the Yorubas.
Okay,
I told you about the Hausa. I'm very familiar with your people, Chuku. I've been dealing with your people longer than you probably been alive. Right here in New York City.
5 seconds. If I tell you that I'm an African American, you say, "Oh no, you're a tether. You're a booty scratcher." Then if
Did I call you a tether or booty scratcher? Anybody ever hear me call him that?
Okay, but then if I say,
why are you lying?
Hang on. If
Has
I say
anyone, when you say something, be a man, have I ever called you a booty scratcher? Anyone here heard me call Chuku a booty scratcher?
A shit
Did you ever
stringer.
hear me call? No, I did
You call
not.
me a shit kicker, a shit
Are
something
you
like
a little
that.
boy?
Something to do with shit.
Are you
hit
a
me
little boy? Let's deal with the facts.
Okay,
Did I call you something
hear
today?
me out. Let me.
Let's deal with the facts. What
Okay.
about the facts I just
Okay,
laid down to you? Could you address that?
I'm gonna
Stop
say
being
this
a
and then
baby.
the rest of the thing. Okay, if I
Stop
say
being a
that
baby.
if I say I'm a Black American, you say no, you're not a Black American. You're
You're
gonna
not.
tell me who my mother is. You're gonna tell me who my father is. Then when I
Yeah.
say, okay, I'm Igbo, fuck that, I'm Igbo. Then you
Good.
complain. Why don't you claim your Black American side? So it's heads I win.
No, I don't want you.
So
I don't
fuck
want you in Black America.
I don't
I don't
care
want you in African America. I don't want you.
Doesn't
I
matter.
don't want you. I don't want you. We don't claim you.
And
You are
Ahmed,
you
go
you
ahead.
are anchored in your father's culture. You said you are your father's son. This is who you are. Let him keep you. We don't want you.
I mean, Dollar, right? At the end of the day, right? It's all about bettering your people, right?
No,
Chuku is saying,
I understand what
Chuku
you're
is
saying.
saying it's all about better his people, right? So if your people are in economy disaster for years now, not like 5 or 10 years, we talking about like, let's just say, you just keep it
It's
within
1960 and more.
Yeah. Just keep it let's say the last about 50 years now. So how come these issues are not being solved? You know what I'm
You
trying to
know
say?
why? Because of everything you just said. Because
Because he doesn't want to be
nepotism.
more real. What he's saying?
Because
he's
of
comfortable
favoritism.
in America. He's comfortable in America because he's not dealing with the typical problem the Igbo man or the Igbo woman deal with it in his own land.
Exactly.
He comes home, he turns on the lights. He comes home, he turns on the faucet. There's water. He comes home, he wants to take a cold shower. He can. He wants to take a hot shower.
He sounds like those other
he can. He wants
African
to heat up his
Americans.
food. He could just use the microwave. He wants to cook his food. He could just use the stove.
And talk bad
you
about
get what I'm trying to
African
say?
Americans all day long,
So
like a white
he's
supremacist.
comfortable where he's at, but he's not trying to relate to the people in his own land. Because you know why? There's problems that he doesn't want to face. So he's like,
there's worse than that. There are problems that he can't solve.
No. Because yes, exactly. Because if he wants to solve it, they have to work together as people wise.
And
that's
you know
the
why?
problem in Africa.
He
thinks deal with the
he
demons.
says to me, I don't
There's
know
demons
him.
that we have.
Well, I kind of
We
differ.
haven't
I
dealt
know
with
you.
them.
I've seen you. I've heard you on many platforms. I've heard you on this platform, And instead of addressing the things that I just said to you, you rather go back, okay, to the lowest common denominator. You know for a fact no one called you a booty scratcher in your country, in this country in America. You know for a fact, okay, that technically you're an African American. So you're a liar.
No,
you are a liar, and you know what?
My father
You
is
hate
Igbo.
Africa.
That makes me
Then
Igbo.
say, who cares?
I'm not one of,
Do you think that really means anything to me?
I
want you to understand.
That's just nothing. That's
Dude,
nothing. That's nothing.
That means
That's who I
nothing
am.
to me.
That's who I am.
That means less than nothing to me.
Besides the name calling, that's nothing, man. That's nothing. Man, somebody calling you
I
name.
could
Who
care
gives a
less
fuck?
if you're Igbo. Who cares? You're in America. It means nothing. This is not Igbo land.
We were talking about fixing Igbo land. That's what
He's
it's
not
agreement
going
comes from.
to fix anything.
The only way to fix Igbo land is to have a free Biafra, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah,
I knew exactly where you were taking it. Now you see.
So why aren't you trying to free Biafra?
No, it's not about freeing Biafra at the end of the day, right? Let me give you an example of Nigeria, right? Okay. So, from my own understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm thinking I'm about probably like 70 to 80% right? In Nigeria, the Northerners are the ones that control Nigeria. They're the ones that control most of the world in that country. Nigeria all comes from where he comes from, the Igbo side, which is the southeast side. So the Igbos are the minority. So when it comes to election, they can't win it because they don't have enough people.
We're the third largest group, but the
North, that means you're the minority.
The Hausa, the Fulanis, and then
I think it's the Yoruba, right?
They're a large group. The Yoruba are a large group, and we're
a larger. Yeah. You guys are probably the third ones.
Yeah.
So you know, and then you deal with the religion issue too, because most Igbos are Christians, Catholics, if I'm not mistaken.
That's
absolutely. And then the Northern are Muslims,
Jesus worshippers.
Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm. So in Nigeria, they're very religious. It's a very religious country. Nigeria has to be like one of the most religious countries in West Africa. Very religious compared to Sierra Leone. Very religious. So you know what I'm trying to say? The Igbos are very wealthy and like resource-wise compared to the Northern. That's where the oil comes from on the Igbo side. Besides the oil, their land is more fertilized, like when it comes like agriculture-wise and on all these things, right? So if your land is more valuable compared to the other people, you got to do something about it. If you're not doing something about the land, and then you still complaining,
oh, they don't complain. They don't cry. Only African Americans are victims.
I mean, I hear these things from them coming a lot of times. I'm like, okay.
It's a political system. Nigeria is run by a Western puppet who is under the influence of Western foreign policy. He benefits himself and his own people. He's not benefiting the people of Nigeria.
You don't have to be majority to control a country, my friend. You don't have to. You have to work together.
I don't control the levers.
Where's your Ubuntu? Government.
You have to work together.
When's you're working with other African people?
You have to work together, my friend. That's what
Where's
I'm saying.
Your Ubuntu, my brother?
You gotta work together. If you don't work
together, your hegemony? Why aren't you using what you have, okay, to influence other parts? The Fulani, aren't they working with the Hausa?
Yep.
Yeah, they're
both, like 1-to-1,
right?
They're both Muslims. They both live in the north.
Exactly. So why can't you work with another group to try to leverage what you have?
Okay, at the level of I can do business with them, but those are my people.
Oh my God!
Well, you see, this is what I'm saying. Listen. Can I say this?
Dollar. One second, please. Man, Chuku, right? I have a thing in life, right? It's all about winning. If I'm trying to do something, right, I'm gonna question myself. What am I trying to achieve? What's the goal? So technically, I'm trying to win. So if I'm trying to win, I got to make sure I achieve that goal. So in life, it's all about winning. You don't have to be majority to control something or country.
Ahmed, can I say something to you?
Yeah. Go ahead.
You see, this is why African Americans and Caribbeans understood something called Pan-Africanism. Right? Because we saw the example in the West of Pan-Europeanism. And see, the Pan-Europeans understood that they had to have a collective identity in order to survive. The Scot Irish, okay, the German,
Dollar Bill, the way
okay?
you talk about
The
Africans,
Italians,
impossible.
the Italians. I know everything is impossible, but you speak in English, right?
The way you
This is something that I told an African guy from your country, okay, 40 years ago. Everything is impossible, but it's possible for you to speak English. Is it not?
Check this
You know
out,
what
right?
he told me?
About
He
the
said,
English.
he said, you know, Dollar Bill, don't you realize
Nigeria
that
is
we have thousands of dialects and
English
different
tell you-
little ethnicities and cultures?
Nigeria
And I
was
said,
colonized by
with
the
all of that,
United
you
States.
still speak English, do you not? Right?
Nigeria
But check this out,
was
right?
colonized by the English. Genius.
Dollar
Go ahead.
Bill, right? Check this out, right?
Yes, sir.
His people, right,
Uh-huh.
speaks so much English, like almost as if like in Nigeria, or especially in the southeast of Nigeria, right? If I'm not mistaken, about 90% of them speak good enough English, right?
Mhm.
Now return that into economy power-wise. If they could flip that when it comes to economy power-wise, how come they can't do that? The reason why they can't do that because they think speaking English benefits for them individually.
There you go.
So you see, these are the demons that they don't want to face.
What,
See, this is what I was trying to explain.
Because
to
at the end
him.
of the day, speaking English
Ahmed.
doesn't make you smart or powerful. It's just a
Ahmed,
language.
let me just
the
say
Chinese
this.
go to the Chinese right now in Nigeria fixing roads, building bridge. I think building the airports as well. They don't speak English.
We're the only people
They don't
on
speak
the
English.
planet.
They don't
Listen
say
to me, Ahmed, let me tell you
Jesus,
this.
Jesus, or Muhammad.
We are the only people on the planet. Listen to this for a second.
Chuku, hold, man, 1 second, dollar. Chuku,
Yeah, go ahead.
Isn't that right?
No, that's not
But
all
typical
right.
He's never
Nigeria
gonna
will
give
speak
you a
perfect
correct
English
answer.
and tell you about Muhammad and Jesus.
Say
He's
what
never
now?
going to give you an answer.
Say that again. What
Okay.
about Muhammad?
Okay, because I'm trying to be because religion, I try to not to touch it as much as possible because because people are very sensitive in Africa, like when they come to religion. Even though you're super poor, but you still thinking that religion is going to better your life.
I'm not
which
poor.
I don't.
Ahmed, I'm not
Which
poor.
I don't.
Go
No,
ahead.
I'm talking about the typical Africans. You know it's true. Typical Africans. Typical Africans go to church
My people
more
aren't
than
poor
any
either.
Christians in this
My
world.
people aren't poor
Typical
either.
Africans.
Go ahead.
Typical Africans go to like follow Marx more than any typical Arab. That is facts.
Typical. We're not the typical Africans.
Oh,
I know. You're the best African they are.
you see, this is the
You are
problem.
the best.
I'm
You're
trying
the creme de la creme.
Oh,
You're the talented.
Hey,
See,
Chuko,
they
you
speak perfect
sure?
English.
You sure there's a real difference between you and what Ahmed is saying, man? You sound like the typical African bullshitter. You know,
That's what he is because he's not trying to say the truth because he lives over here.
What's
His
the truth?
life is better. He's not
What's the
worried about
truth?
his people.
Tell me
He's
what the truth
pretending
is.
as if he's worried about
What's
his people.
the truth?
Trust me.
But his
You don't really
family
worry
was
about
so
your
rich
people.
that his father had to marry an African American and flee to America.
check this out. We're gonna have some fun.
He became a medical doctor here.
So, check this out.
Yeah, I know. Because he was getting the benefits from her.
Check this out. Since Chuko said it's a government's problem, I got a video for him. You know.
It's the government. It's the government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. It's the government. The government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. Run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, 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 booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, boom, boom, boom. Booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas. Booyaka, booyaka, run, run, run. Booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas. Booyaka, booyaka, boom, 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 boom. Government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, government, the government, the government, it's the government, It's the government. 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 The government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The booyaka booyaka. Run to you niggas. Booyaka booyaka. Run run run. Booyaka booyaka. Run to you niggas. Booyaka booyaka. Boom 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 boom. Booyaka booyaka.
This
Run to
video,
you niggas.
okay,
Booyaka booyaka.
is fair
Run
use
run run.
for educational purpose
Run to you
and
niggas.
entertainment
Booyaka
purposes.
booyaka. Boom 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 boom. Government. The government, it's the
You
government,
dropped off,
it's
man.
the government, the government,
He's
the
not-
government.
I told you he was
It's the
gonna
government,
drop off.
It's the government, it's the government, the government, the government.
He always
The
drops off,
It's the
man.
government, it's the government, the
scared
government,
him.
the
All right,
government.
come on,
It's the
Carlos,
government,
stop.
it's the government, it's the government, the government.
Yeah, so it's done. Fair use, folks. That's the government. You know, and Tuco was just telling us, man, the government's the problem. The government's the problem. So I thought about that video, man. The government.
Man,
Crazy.
it's man, it's man. It goes farther than that. That's just the government. The government is just the cover up. It's just
Right.
the
People always blame everything on the government. It's actually
and bullshit.
It's actually the people, you know.
It's the mindset of the people. The way they believe white people and Arab. That's where the issue comes from.
Yeah.
Well,
We have a
truly
belief problem in
these
Africa.
people
We have a belief
their-
problem.
Yeah, they believe these people are going to save them.
That's the problem. We have a belief problem. We so perfect of selling ourselves, selling our people just to come in oversee. Because we think that's just better just to fix that. Because we running away from certain things.
Wait, Kala, quick question. Where is systemic racism? Where does that reside?
Hey, look, you see, you gotta say something, Chuko.
Where
in
Igbo land.
Have you ever heard Chuko? This is what I want to talk about. This is what I tried to tell Jonathan Miller last night. You know, I'm only responsible for what I say, that they'll say on this platform. You've never heard me use the word systemic racism, have you? So you cannot bring that in my face. I never use that term. You know, can we agree on that?
So you don't believe in systemic racism?
No. There's systemic Negroism. You know, how about that? You know, we give into it. We give into that. Yeah, if there's racism is not invincible. Let me tell you something. Like I learned studying martial arts, no system is invincible. Everything it's only invincible, whatever like that, when you believe it's invincible. You believe something can't be beaten, that will be happening. But if you believe you can overcome. Now, if I believe systemic racism, right, I wouldn't have the business I'm in right now. Because I'd be like, oh no, white people come in. You know, let me tell you something. You know, whenever every black person listen to this show, right? I don't care what you said. I said like this dollar bill. We talked about this. There's $900 billion worth of goods and services purchased by the federal government. Look, that's just the federal government, right? The city of Virginia Beach mayor, I mean, you know, I'll be honest with you, man. I didn't put his business out there. But he met me in the parking lot. My friend Jojo introduced him, right? And he was driving drunk. He's crazy, you know. He said, man, we got to get you, brother. He said, you know how much money the city of Virginia Beach deal? You know, I don't see no brothers, man. Why y'all come down here? He gave me his business card. Come down here. We got to get y'all people in business, you know. But if you believe in systemic racism, right, which a lot of black people believe, so they don't even bother trying, right, because it's easier to basically go into a pity party, which it's identity politics, right? You become a black victim. That's your role is, you know. So if you're not a black victim, they have no use for you, you know. But
You know, the white man was holding me down tonight. That's why I came in late, and then I got on. The white man pushed me off.
Every time, like somebody said, at first I think it was Dollar Bill. When Dollar Bill was cooking and he got dropped off, I said, "See the white man, friggin' systemic racism, bring knock Dollar Bill off."
Yep, the white man keeps knocking me off, Chuku.
Right. So just to be clear, you don't believe in systemic racism.
No, I don't. No, I don't. There's racism, but that don't mean black people have not overcome or can't beat it.
You don't believe in reparations. You don't believe in reparations.
No, I don't believe in reparations because the bottom line is this: all reparations do is a waste of time. What I do believe is black people form a political party and taking what's ours. We can basically take over whole. We could have the whole thing. Why would I want some crumbs? We could, if we were organized, we could take the whole freaking thing over. We could take over a state like Mississippi because we're like black people, like in parts of Jackson and everything like that. We're like the majority, you know. We could take over states like South Carolina easily.
Are you an
We're gonna make Chuco. We're gonna make Chuco the mayor.
Integrationist or a nationalist? Are you an integrationist or?
We want
I'm not an
Chuco to be the
integration.
mayor.
I'm about building Black America up. Now, if white people like look, I'm like this. I'm not a separatist either, right? Because I know that don't really work inside the contract. Because if you're gonna be separatists, let's build a nation, someplace else. But I'm like this. You see, you keep using antiquated terms, integration versus separate. That was the 1960s, bro. That was the 1960s.
Chuco, you want an Igbo land in Michigan, Detroit? Would you like to open up your own Igbo land?
No. I'm happy just having my village and traveling there and being with my people and participating in Igbo.
I hear you. Well, go ahead, brother. I want you to be with the Igbos, man. Help those Igbos, though, who don't have the connections that you have.
Right.
I know there's a lot of poor Igbos. Okay, that's all they got to their name is Igbo.
Well, I'll tell you, Zongo, Chuko. This is what I'll tell you. Give me 5 minutes to cook right here. Look, what I would like to see is the creation of Black majority areas, right? Which we have the proper infrastructure. But I want to legitimize the Black professional class in Black America again. The Black business class. That was really a part of Black America up in the 1980s. People like Reginald, when we had Ebony Magazine, when you look at Ebony Magazine, Ebony Jet, that was a microcosm of Black America. They always show you Black business people, Black stuff, and then they show you ordinary stuff, urban settings, and they also talk about some of the problems challenges in our community, right? But over the last, I would say, couple of decades, Black America has been defined by problems. We're not a community. We're just a set of problems. You see what I mean?
I thought you said that you were homogenous. You're a monolith. You're the
same. Now you're being ignorant, I said we are a homogeneous community, but the political party of Black America, right, is not controlled by us. Now, if we had our own political party, a national political party, you would see the homogeneity. Why? Because you'll see rich Black people and poor Black people and middle class Black people working together in harmony. We
might even let a couple of Igbos in there.
I wouldn't let them motherfuckers in there. So the bottom line is that's what the problem is. The problem is we basically have given up on our identity, right, to assume identity, and that's why I said the Black girl magic thing. They took Black women and said you're oppressed, and they made her. Gave her positions like the Simone Sanders and all these other people, like Stacey Abrams. They said she's a good politician, right? How can we, a black political party, pull somebody like Stacey Abrams? We can't.
Can I ask you a question, Kala?
Yeah.
So since we got Chuku here, he's not running away tonight. You're not yet.
I don't even want to talk about Chuku, but go ahead.
No. I like Chuku, man. I keep telling you, man. I prefer him over.
Talking about his issues is a waste of time.
I like talking to Chuku.
Go ahead.
He doesn't think I like him. He thinks I think he's a tether or some garbage.
I think he's a clown.
No, I don't think he's a clown. I think he's just a little misdirected.
Stupid.
But that's okay. I don't think he's stupid at all. I think he's a pretty intelligent young man, just misdirected. Okay. And so Chuku, I want to and let me ask Kala this, and then I want to get your feedback. So now we have President Trump, and he said one of the first things that he's going to tackle besides deportation is he wants to go after, this birthright citizenship.
And denaturalization. People who be denationalized. You know what they're going to be doing? They're going to be scrubbing social media, looking at people's social media and lots of like that. These people, look, they're about to fire hundreds of people in D.C. These guys right here, Stephen Miller, these people are not playing,
So like what do you think that the African community, do you think that the African Americans should rally against this and work with your people, the Igbos and the Yorubas, and I think aren't the Nigerians the number one African minority in terms of continental Africans in America? Aren't they number one?
I suppose. I think we're the most populous nation on the continent, so it makes sense that we would be the most represented here.
So now that these situations have occurred, how do you think going forward, the African continental community, the immigrant community, how do you think they should they work with the African Americans and try to get a political party and come to some type of understanding with one another?
I got something to say about
No,
that.
no, I just want to hear what his perspective is. If you know, I really do. What do you?
Your question just changed. You talked about deportations. Now you're talking about
No, I didn't talk. I said one of the things. Let me just say it again. One of the things that President Trump, elect President Trump, says that one of the first things he's going to do is going to deport people, and then after that, he's going to go after birthright citizenship. He wants to reverse that. Okay, he has control over the Supreme Court, and so I was saying to you, what kind of strategy, or do you think that continental Africans, primarily Nigerians, who are the most populous, I believe, I can double check it, in America, should they work with African Americans, okay, to to affect change or to stop this? What do you think? Some strategies. How do you feel about that area?
To affect change to stop Trump from going after birthright citizenship?
Well, to protect your interests. Do you think that you should have a coalition with African Americans, or you should just forget about it and just say, I'm Nigerian and my kids are born in America and they're not going to get citizenship. They're going to be Nigerians also. What do you think is that's what birthright citizenship means.
Right.
Birthright citizenship means that if you come here as an immigrant and you have a child in America,
is if you have a child here, then your child isn't automatically an American.
No, he's not. No.
Right. Okay.
That's because that was initially done for African Americans. Everybody else got the
that was just for the ex-slave,
the benefit. But that was originally for African people who were enslaved, okay, who were born in this country. So what do you think that means to your? I know I don't want to keep morphing the question, but what do you think about that? And what are your thoughts on that? You don't have to have a particular question. Just tell me what are your thoughts about that, how it would affect your community.
Well, I think, Nigerian Americans should focus on their families, focus on economics. And, they come here, they should focus on coming here legally and going through the legal process. So the ones who come here legally don't have any problems. Go ahead.
That's not going to be the case, because he's talking about that automatically they will see right now, if they're coming legally or legally, the children of them, of these people automatically have citizenship. What he's trying to do, is to stop that. So I'm saying to you, now that you know this is a situation, do you think that you would want to join a party with African Americans since you're the minority within the minority, or you want to join the Latinos? How do you plan to fight this particular situation?
How do I plan to fight the birthright citizenship situation?
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on that at all, other than just financially?
Well, I don't think Black Americans have their own challenges. Of course, you should vote. You should work with whoever will benefit you, of course. But I mean, there's Black Americans, like I mentioned before, they don't know if they're Moors or Indians or Black Hebrew Israelites. It's not always going to be beneficial. It depends. It's a case-by-case basis, let's say. It's a case-by-case.
I've never seen a voting block of Moors and Hebrew Israelites in the Democratic Party.
Like I said,
I've never seen that. I've never seen them say it's the Hebrew Israelites from Philadelphia.
He sound like a lawyer.
The Hebrew Israelites.
He sound like a lawyer, man. Do we answer that question?
From Philadelphia, are now the largest voting block, in the African American community. I've never heard that. So I think you would have to get away from the internet and those type of individuals and deal with political people. So I know you don't think that we're capable of doing anything. So do you see yourself working with them?
I see the Black community splintering into smaller and smaller groups. You guys want delineation.
Where, man? What are you talking about?
You want delineation. You want to split, have Black people separated over here, and then have all the.
No. Let me tell you something.
Go ahead.
Let me break it down to you. Now, although I detest ADOS, FBA, one thing I do agree with them about this is, if I look at the black political system in cities like New York and stuff like that, right? uh, there was always this unity between black people from the Caribbean, coming from the deep south and New York and everything. We're one people, right? We're one people. That was good back in the days when we collectively faced racism together. But over the last, I would say, 20 years, right? You have new immigrants coming in here, right? And they're very jealous of their ancestry, like whether they're from the Barbados, whether they're from Aruba, and all these Maserati, whatever these places are, and they live in places like Nassau County, New York, and places like that. And so basically, and also they're moving into African American enclaves. I mean, because like Uniondale has a huge Caribbean population, and so now there's Jamaica States is a growing number of Caribbean families in there. Particularly African American enclaves. So what I'm saying is this, though. Now these people lobby for their interests. They want to change America's immigration laws, whatever like that. They want a better investments back in their home country and stuff like that. So they got an agenda that's basically bread and butter. Black America really don't have a bread and butter issue. Let me put it to you like this. Let me finish what I'm saying. The average black person in the middle class don't have a bread and butter issue as far as politics. Now the black underclass do, the underclass do, but the bottom line, the majority of black people are not in the underclass, right? So the only people that politics serve right now in black America is the black underclass and the black immigrant. The immigrants, the reason why they pay attention to politics, because like I said, Dollar Bill said, you could be deported or something goes on in your home native land or whatever like that. They're very much out there. The average middle class African American have really nothing in the political system of America. So therefore, some people said, let's delineate so we can identify problems that now I agree with that, right? But the only thing is, instead of them talking about let's build black businesses, like we were talking about, we had to buy black movements like 6 years ago. That was going good, right? And then these same FBA criticized that, right? They said, and they tried to make it all about getting a reparations check. The buy black movement, basically, especially during COVID, put billions of dollars into black businesses because people are looking on their DoorDash apps and Uber Eats apps, and they were flagging black-owned businesses. And even white people were buying from black-owned businesses during the time period of after George Floyd and stuff like that. So we said to buy black. We said we in the Black Power movement said our answer to this is African Americans networking, buying with each other, and also building with Africa, right? But the ADOS FBA people didn't want anything with Africa. They were like, we want to basically build an alliance with white America and talk about reparations. See the difference? See the split? So therefore, and also all you're talking Chico, you have not identified that. That was the problem right there. There was African Americans who wanted to do the Buy Black movement, the Pan-African movement, and stuff like that. And there was black people who said they want nothing to do with Africa. They didn't want to do Buy Black. Or Yvette Carnell said, "All you do for selfers." In other words, she mocked the tradition of black self-help and do for self. It's a waste of time.
So you agree with delineation, right?
Well, you just hear nothing I said. I don't agree with delineation as far as like if I'm sitting in a room right with a bunch of black people. I don't give a damn where you came from. We could kick it, But I do say, as far as African American, when it comes to politics, yeah. We could delineate, right? But the thing is, the people who push the delineation, they didn't have a real plan. Only plan they had was we want reparations and we don't want Caribbeans to have any, or Africans to have any. You see what I'm talking about? That was their delineation. So that was not an honest movement. Now, if they said we're going to do black politics because we want something for our vote, like let's say Ice Cube's Platinum Plan or something like that, or just enterprise zones and stuff like that. And I said the other day, that what about the fact that they're building a natural gas pipeline from West Virginia down to South Carolina, and there's going to have billions of dollars worth of subcontracting work when that. Are we in on that? That happened. That started under Obama. How come Obama didn't say, look, I want like 10% of these contracts to go to black people,
Okay,
you know what they're doing in South Carolina?
White
people are flocking to South Carolina.
Of course, they're going to get that gas pipeline was coming,
Let me ask you a question real quick. So you want to have a political party for black people that's delineated So just for Black Americans, you want a political party?
Yeah, I would like that. Yeah, I would like that. Yeah. So, now it doesn't mean that somebody from we could take up somebody's cause from the Caribbean if they came to us and say, look, this is what's going on. Like we did South Africa. We galvanized Black America, galvanized the anti-apartheid movement in America. We'll take up people's cause. But the problem is you have people in our community, right, that's running Black. First, we don't have no Black political party. It's just that the Democrats, right, they don't see the difference in, like, let me give you an example. There's a bunch of people who ran as African Americans. One guy was from Eritrea. The other guy was from all that, and they're called African Americans. Barack Obama was called African American. He's not African American,
Kamala
is
African American.
So therefore, we're saying, wait a minute, these people don't come from us and whatnot,
Right. So if you're born in Africa and you become an American, you're not African American. You're something else. Okay.
No. You're where you're from in Africa.
No.
This is another question.
Like just like you said.
Okay.
You're Igbo, right?
Right.
You have
Igbo,
so that means
that's my ethnicity. That's
my ethnicity is African American. So just
that's my ethnicity. It's like this. African American. Look, America has an African story, right? It's 400 years old, and at officially beginning in 1619, but like for 50 years, it was Black people coming over here as indentured servants from Europe, right? But the first Africans that came here came in 1619 to Virginia. Okay. That's the African story in America. That's when it began, right? The African story in America are African Americans, right? Because America is Africa. America has an African story, right? And America is part of Africa because of African Americans, slavery, and everything like that.
You're absolutely
correct. We
correct.
are descendants of those Africans, so that's why we call ourselves African Americans.
I absolutely agree with that, but FBAs disagree with that term, and not all.
Well, FBAs are only a small fringe group, and like I told you, stay off the internet. Stay off the internet. That's a small, tiny fringe group.
My point is this: regarding reparations.
Why are we talking about reparations?
We don't do reparations over here, bro.
Okay, not reparations. Regarding delineation, right?
Like the Igbos.
Black people cannot agree on what name they should call themselves. Should they be freedmen? Should they be? You can't even agree.
If you look any.
But why are you worried about that? Let me ask you a question.
Okay, you're talking about building a political party. You don't even know what to call yourself.
But listen,
hold on. I said we're African Americans.
We're African Americans. But listen. Even though you claim to be part of this group, right?
I'm Igbo. I am Igbo.
Let's be clear. I am Igbo. So why are you worried about our business?
Because I live here and my children.
So you live here. So what difference does that make? What we call ourselves has no significance to you.
Well, if you delineate, then that's going to cause divisions.
You being an Igbo, is that not delineation?
No, hold on. Let me correct him real quick.
I didn't transition from Negro to color to Black to African American.
Oh no, your mother did. Your mother's people did.
Let me correct him real quick, right? So he said he's Igbo, right? He doesn't classify himself as, like, let's say Hausa or like a Yoruba, right? So that means he doesn't want to do nothing with those people, right?
That's true. I could do business. I can do business with those people.
Yes,
but I got no problem.
Yes, but you want to separate yourself from those people within the country of Nigeria.
No, I don't want to separate.
You said it earlier.
You've delineated, haven't you?
You said it earlier.
What I said is that
they have the right. They have the right to.
They put us together when
to open up their own party and focus on.
They drew the borders. They drew those borders
because
we have the right to self-define ourselves. And in particular, I'm a Gullah Geechee person who's an African American. That's my tribe. Okay. I'm an African American, specifically from the Gullah Geechee people of Georgetown, South Carolina.
See, they can relate to it better than you and I, because
why can't you accept that? Why are you worrying about what I call myself? How does that affect you?
Ain't nobody worried. But what's confusing?
But why does it bother you? But it doesn't have to confuse you.
Here's what's confusing.
You don't have any pennies in the race.
There's no consensus on what.
But it has nothing to do with you.
Yeah, that's not true, Kuko. Despite everything that went on during this election, Kamala Harris got a resounding "you ain't black." So in other words, we do have an identity. You ain't African. Black people define African American as descendant of the transatlantic slave trade. they said Kamala and
Are
Obama was not one of us.
Friedman? Are you Friedman or American descendant?
Well,
Of
I know. I'm an
just a
African
ball of
American. I'm an
confusion.
African. Look, I'm
Are
an
you
African American.
Igbo?
All this
Are
stuff
you
like that.
Biafran? Are you Nigerian? Which one are you? Are
Doesn't
you
really
confused
matter.
about that? Are you Nigerian?
I'm
Are
Igbo.
you Igbo? You're
I'm
not.
Igbo.
You're not Biafran?
Nigeria is fake. Nigeria is fake.
Oh,
Biafran doesn't
I
exist.
see.
Biafran
You can have dual identities, but I can't. Right? You can coexist in America. You can wipe away your mother's heritage like she's just a vessel that brought
Igbo
you
man.
in. Come on, man. You're delusional at best. Do you see everything that you try to tell me I am and I do, you do?
Igbo man,
First you were you ever a Bantu? Huh? Were your people ever conquered by the Bantu expansion?
No, they're small though. The Igbos are small people.
No,
small
I want to know.
The issue with them
been
is
a Bantu?
They
You're
are
so pure in Igbo. You've never been a
small
Yoruba.
people, but
there's nobody who's a house in your thing. And what about the other Igbos?
My wife is Yoruba. My wife is Yoruba.
Oh,
your so wife
now
is
your
Yoruba?
kids. So
my
now
wife
your
is
kids.
Yoruba.
So your kids are what? Are the Yoruba?
Kids are Igbo.
Or the
kids
Igbos?
Igbo. You don't understand.
I thought in the Yoruba religion,
this is why
it's the mother.
No.
Yeah, Chuko, you gotta understand something too, right? To be honest with you, and this is no offense, right? To Black America, right? None of that shit means anything to us, you know.
Well, it means
we're not in Nigeria.
Because you're not in Nigeria,
That's
man.
good.
In Nigeria, that means
it
something.
means
yeah,
something.
you're a
Over here, that means nothing, man.
In Nigeria, no, I'm not. I have a father and a mother. My dad is 89 years old.
Well, I am who my father is.
I know who mine is too. Mine is alive.
No, I'm saying I am who my father is.
Yes, and I am also. And so your mother had nothing to do with you. She has no DNA on you, right?
No, not that.
I can see that she has
no. He doesn't mean that. What he's saying is
I know what he means.
It's the tribes.
I know what he means.
Is who your father, whoever your father is the tribe you claim. Like he can't his kids cannot go to Yoruba land and then saying that they're Yoruba. They're gonna kick him back and say go back to Igbo.
Yeah,
because that's who his father is.
Yeah, I know.
So he can't get a claim.
He's trying to apply that to
Yoruba
America.
land. So his kids can go to
why
the
he
village.
sits here with
village.
why he sits here with a blue passport and his mother's people are the one that paid the price for 400 years of slavery in America. Why his mother's people were the reason why his father got an opportunity to be a doctor. Why his mother people stood on the lines,
My mother has become an Igbo
for free. She'll never be an Igbo.
She produced Igbo children. All of her children are Igbo
as far as she produces a Chinese.
Bottom line, Chuko, let me tell you something, bro. All that stuff
sick.
you're talking about is really antiquated and backwards.
You're sick.
You know?
The African woman in America and anywhere has the Evian gene. She can produce anything. Okay? If she was with a Chinese man, she could produce a Blasian. She could produce anything. She ain't no Igbo. She's married to an Igbo. And she'll never be an Igbo.
An Igbo. Her children
She'll
are
never
Igbo.
be an Igbo, brother. You're confused.
You
know what it is?
You don't understand how it works. But
no, I understand, and I don't care.
And check it out. He got Baruti. Why does Baruti got a problem with African Americans saying that we're American? What is it about that? You know, what is it about? He was.
You understand?
We gotta be retarded.
This is the nonsense that you have, the confusion you have in your own country, but yet you come here to America and tell me how.
Post the link, please.
How confused are you?
Hear Jonathan's mouth tonight.
How confused are you? You don't know if you're.
What'd you say, Carla?
I said I don't know. I want to hear Jonathan's mouth tonight. I'll let Dollar Bill talk to him.
You don't know if you're a Biafran. You don't know if you're Igbo. You don't know if you're a Bantu.
I'm very much Igbo.
Yeah, I'm getting bored talking about
now your children. I
want to get back. I want to get back to our wasted time. I want to get back to our political party. Anybody can contribute to this one. I say we can't create a black political party, but how do we basically peel some of the top black political people in America if we need them, you know, to us away from the Democratic Party. You think that's possible?
Yes.
Of course. Hell yeah.
Well, we have to see. I think there's a
Yeah, but Democrats got a lot of money though.
I think there's a shift in paradigm, and people are understanding that what has been going on, okay, especially now with the Latino coalition going for Trump. People are now, and this is what I'm trying to tell this young brother, but he's so fragmented in his thought process. He thinks he's in Igbo land. You're in America.
I know exactly who I am. You don't know
in America.
I don't have any identity crisis.
I don't care. Yes,
You're
you
the
do.
one with the identity.
No, how do I have identity crisis? Tell me how. I know my grandfather, my great-great-grandfather.
I know who my family is.
1800s.
Chuko, you think I got an identity
People have
crisis?
land in the South. My people are millionaires. They're poor.
There's a lot of black Indians around. That's all I'm saying.
Every part of
what does the black Indians? What do the black Indians got to do with me?
Yeah, exactly.
Those are your people. Those are your
no,
people.
they're not. You're being stupid, man.
You're not. You know what it is, Chuku? You're not. You know what? That's why I didn't say anything for a while. I just sat back and I listened, and it's clear to me you're just a clown. You are a clown.
You don't have to insult you don't have to insult him, Dollar Bill.
We are insulting. You're a fucking clown.
You don't need to insult this young boy.
You fucking
clown. You've been a clown because in America, you can say you don't have the numbers to do nothing. And if you don't get a coalition with African Americans,
I don't want no coalition.
No.
I don't want no
Dollar Bill. Dollar Bill.
With these people.
Dollar Bill.
That's the one thing I do like about the ALFPA. When they talk about delaying, I don't want nothing to do with these freaking immigrants on that level. We could party together. We could do like that.
It's not enough of them. It's not enough of them to want to work with them.
It's not enough of them. And once what happens?
It's not enough of them.
Somehow they come in out political.
We're in the NAACP. We're in the
What the hell is the NAACP?
We're in the
There's white people in the NAACP.
Nations. You're not.
Weirdo.
You don't. It's not enough for you.
We're everywhere.
And your kids are gonna be half
everywhere. Right.
That's
no,
it.
No, you're not.
Yeah, but you don't matter. That's the problem.
But you don't matter.
You can. The problem is you can be everywhere and still not make a damn difference.
And still not be nowhere.
Now, I've been listening to you for a while, Chukwu.
Go ahead.
You said that you wouldn't want to go back to Nigeria until they fix the problems, which means that's what you said. That's what you said. Nigeria, you wouldn't want to go back to Igbo land. You wouldn't want to live there until they fix the problem. So you would rather stay and raise your children in the United States of America. I agree with you, okay? Because they don't need you. They don't need suckers. They don't need sellouts. They don't need punks. There's a reason why your father abandoned Igbo land when they needed him the most. A doctor?
He still has a house there, so he
don't mean shit. Don't live there. He abandoned. You know, and during World War II, when the German men were trying to leave the country during the war, they would literally be like executed. They were traitors. Your father is a traitor to the culture.
Hell no.
He's a sellout, and you a sellout. That's why you got that sellout ass mentality.
Jonathan,
I hope you fix that shit.
Jonathan, I think you being unfair to Chuku. This is not unfair. No, 1 second. This is not unique. This is not unique to Negroes.
Hold on.
It's not even unique to Africa.
Yeah, there's a bunch of sellouts.
Wait.
The East Indians do the same thing.
And they're considered sellouts too. That doesn't change the reality.
Well,
now, the problem that I have with
Europeans do the same thing.
They're sellouts too.
They're
sellouts too. There's a difference between you don't leave your people in a time of need.
Right. So the
Underground Railroad, that's still in the same area, Dumbo. Your father was such a punk. He went all the way across the ocean.
They went to Canada.
I mean, your daddy didn't take the underground. Your daddy should have stayed. If he couldn't make it in the Igbo land, he could have went to
You know why? Because he didn't
Edo
have no money
State.
in
He
Igbo
could have
land.
went to Yorbaland. He could have went to Benin. He could have went to Togo. That nigga said, "Fuck this shit. I'm going all the way across the ocean."
Where the money's
He
at.
was poor.
And I would
Where the
never
money's
go
at.
back. Now,
He didn't have any
interestingly, a lot of
money.
you people tend to claim that, my father owns a home back in my country. I do this back in my village. Most of y'all niggas be lying.
He does
Most of y'all
nothing.
be lying.
He don't care about other people.
Now,
And he don't
as
even care
somebody
about the
who's
poor
been to
Igbo.
your area, I think you said you're from Imo State, right?
No, Jonathan, I believe in it's a particular
I
thing
know.
to go back to your village and build a home there. It's a cultural thing for you.
Yeah, I know.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Go get a
Not
home
really.
and
Not
get a
really.
home and forget about the
Not
roads.
really.
Jonathan's
Get
gonna
your
tell me.
And the
into a
reason why I
big
would say not really
Mercedes
is because too
and
many
rainy
people
season. You're in
claim
a
that they
canoe.
do it, and there's no results, no proof that they actually do it. In fact, I hear Nigerians complain that when they send money back to do business, to do work, that they get scammed.
Of course they get scammed.
A
They get
lot.
played.
Overwhelmingly. In fact,
Yeah, he's
Nigeria is the
such a
only
problem.
country that I've been to.
Why did he go and get
I've been
another
to
Igbo woman?
Imo State. I've been to Owerri. I've been to Ibanyi. I've been to Anambra. I've been to a lot of Igbo places. And on a lot of their houses, they always got to put "Beware of 419." This house is not for sale. They write it all over the damn place because y'all do so much scamming over there. I mean, Igbos actually are the Nigerians that make Nigeria look bad everywhere. Did you know that, Chukwu?
So we
When
got
they
this.
research the names of the people
Got this
that's being executed in Saudi Arabia, they got Igbo names. When they research the names of the people that, selling human flesh and shit in Ghana, they got Igbo names. When they down there in South Africa, causing problems, they got Igbo names. You guys are seen as the scum of Nigeria. Did you know that, brother? No one
No,
speaks
he's an
good of you.
Igbo warrior.
I don't resonate with your framing of it.
It doesn't matter if you resonate with it.
Trolling.
Everyone says the same thing. Now let's go
You're not
even
trolling
deeper.
when you come to
Let's
African
go.
American.
I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling. Everything that I
who my
say
father
can be
is.
backed up and
I
supported.
know.
Your father's a sucker. He fled.
Your
At the
father's
end of the day,
Dr. Jacoby.
at the end of the day, your
At the end of
father
the day,
fled.
you don't know
Even when the war, even
And you
when
don't
the
know who
war
you are.
ended, your father could have went
Jonathan,
back.
who is your father, Jonathan? Who is
Even when the war
where
ended, my father's
where
name is
is your
Norman Stewart
father at?
in
Jonathan,
San Francisco.
where is
At
your
the end
father
of the
at?
day, your father
Name?
was a
Do you know
bitch and
who
he
is?
fled
You
and
know
he
who he is?
raised a bitch that don't want to
You're
go
preaching
back
a baby
until the
that has never
country is
you're a baby
fixed.
that has
It takes people like me, people
you
like
can't
other brothers to go to your
you
land and
really
help the
tell me
people
nothing,
because
Jonathan.
you're a
You don't even know
bitch
who your
and you
father is.
don't want to go back.
Don't know who your
That
father
hurts.
deal with
Doesn't
that.
it hurt?
Are your father
Chuku,
abandoning you, but that's got nothing to do
doesn't
with
that hurt?
your
It hurts, don't it?
your anger. You
It
should be
takes someone like me to go to your part, your area
it was your father
every
who abandoned
year, every
John.
couple of months to help
It
your
was your father
people
who
because
abandoned
you're a bitch, your
your
father's
father.
a bitch, it's in
Your
your
father,
bloodline, unfortunately.
your father
So I
abandoned.
gotta go back over there and help your
I'm
people.
sorry. I'm
I
sorry that
gotta
your
help
father
your
abandoned
people.
you.
I gotta help out the
You abandon your
Osanachis over
mother.
there. I gotta
You
go over
abandon your
there
mother's people.
and
Your
help out the
never
Emekes. I gotta go over there and help out the
never
Madukas
happened,
because
Jonathan.
you's a
Now
bitch.
you say
It
your
didn't
mother's
happen.
an
And you would
Igbo.
never
What kind of
go
bullshit
back
is
and
that?
make a difference in your life. Now the
Father,
crazy thing is, Chuko, you claim that you're an Igbo because your father's an Igbo. Now,
that's
being that your father was a fleer,
that's on
you're automatically a fleer too. You got fleeing in your DNA, and that's okay.
I'm a
I've
global
been
citizen.
to your area.
I'm a
Okay,
global
I
citizen.
mean the
I'm
poverty
Now
is
he's a
scarred.
global
I mean it's
citizen.
bad. It's bad, nigga.
my
I mean
people
I ain't never
good.
seen poverty like that before.
My people are
I
doing
mean
lovely. My people are doing well.
I'm such a
No, they're not. You're
no, they're not.
lying.
Don't lie.
The Igbos
Don't.
are the most
Out of
marginalized
all
group
people,
in
Chuku, you have
Nigeria.
to lie to niggas that haven't been to your area. You can't lie to me. When the Fulani herdsmen come, they ambush y'all. They slaughtered over 100 people last year. They was doing shootings recently, a
My
couple of
people,
months ago,
none
just killing
of my
people,
people got
and y'all
slaughtered.
don't do a damn thing
You
about
you
it.
looking at
Now,
news articles?
Chuku, since you
Those aren't my people who got
Chuku, since
slaughtered.
you claim to be a solid Igbo person,
He's a
when
fake.
the leader of the
Can you tell me
Biafra
where your
movement
father's at?
recently said that no one can leave, everyone should stay home, in honor Did your bitch ass stay home or did you go out and work? Did you celebrate? What did you do? You are so disconnected from Igbo. You shouldn't even claim it. As a matter of fact, I know Igbo people. They look at people like you as bitches, as suckers, as cowards. You know why they do that? Because you're not a contributor. You're not a contributor, Chuko. And I know it hurts. It hurts real bad, don't it? You a sucker. You carry that blue passport everywhere you go because that's your savior. Your mama is your savior. Fuck your daddy. Your daddy ain't shit. Your mama is your savior. She saves you. That's the in honor to Tariq Nasheed, that Majara spirit that your mama had when she went over there and saved that Igbo nigga. That nigga, he was a starving doctor. He was a star. That Majara spirit that your mama got saved your father in the worst ways that he could ever be saved. Man, I love that. Okay, your mama saved you, and I understand.
No. Okay.
I understand. Now, Chuko, hold on a second, because I still want to keep going.
Your father,
Chuko, your mother is such a great human being. I love her to death because it takes a real kind of generosity and real kind
there's no need for there's no need for like words
to adopt a grown ass man to save you. She saved a grown ass man.
There's no need for calling.
So I love your mama. I love your mama.
You got to know who Chuku is and what Chuku
That's
does.
all.
There's no need for calling each other words like that, man.
No, but you know what it is, Ahmed?
Yeah, like a bitch. I'm gonna call you a bitch. That's all it is. No, interestingly, I'm not done. I'm not done. Because I want to talk about Igbo culture. I got some shit to say about. I got some stuff to say about Igbo culture because I want Chuko to know what he's claiming. If you're gonna claim something, you gotta claim it all. You gotta claim the good, and you gotta claim the bad. Okay. Now, interestingly, Igbo land, right? Even though everyone claims to be Igbo, there are subgroups in Igbo. There are divisions in the Igbo world. Did you know that, Igbo? Did you know that, Chuko?
That his daddy came from.
That means that you guys in Igbo land also have an identity crisis because you don't want to claim each other.
Beside the
some of you Igbos in Nigeria practice and allow same-sex marriage. Igbos have the highest abortion rates in Nigeria. Did you know that, Chuku? Igbos are the most, unfortunately, the highest group. No, wait, hold on. Say that again, Chuku.
Why would you just
say that no one? Hold on, Dollar Bill. I want to listen to this nigga.
Nobody's claiming that.
No, wait. No one's claiming that they are Hebrew Israelites. Oh my nigga, I love you so much. Just a second, caller. I have never asked you to play a video before, but today I will. Because there are over millions of Igbos claiming to be Hebrew Israelites, and this dumb motherfucker didn't even know that. That is embarrassing. Hold on, caller. I got a video for you.
The Limba people?
There are people.
Are the Igbos the Limba
who say that they're
No. Hold on, Chuko. You can't say that y'all not doing something, then say, well, there are people that's doing it. Which one is it, Chuko? You got to know this.
Black Hebrew Israelite is not Jewish.
Oh, really?
Okay, Black Hebrew Israelite is not Jewish.
You know what? I'll look it up because I know the Limbo people who are the Igbo people who claim, thank you, Jonathan, that they Hebrew Israelites. Do you want to see them?
Limbo is in Cameroon, not Nigeria.
No, there's Limbo, and there's also Igbo. Oh, now you're talking to me, huh? Okay. There's also Igbo people who claim that they Hebrew Israelites.
All right. I can't be here all night.
I know. But we'll show the video for your posterity. So you said that we're the only confused people on the planet, right?
Nah, Africans are very confusing as well. Very confusing.
The thing is, this is what I'm trying to say.
Very confusing. Africans are very confusing.
When you live in a glass house, don't throw stones. None of us can sit up here. We have Pookies, we have Ray Rays, we have places in the United States, even though some of them would be better than most African places, okay, that are still look crazy. We've got people who sell us out, but I refuse to allow this fool to come in here with this superiority complex because we really know it's an inferiority complex.
Because you know why? Let me tell you why. Another reason why.
Go ahead, bro.
Because those people, they are trained to worship white people, meaning that like everything white is better.
Of course.
Yeah, especially when you deal with like those Igbo people. Oh my God,
the Igbo people. Man, first of all, you know what he doesn't realize that there's a lot of Igbo people. There's a lot of Igbo people who've come here as enslaved, right, from the enslaved class. But what he's trying to do is fool people to make you think that he's from a better class, because we all know that the people who from a better class in Africa, they don't need to come here and marry African American women. They come here with diplomatic information. They don't have to come here and marry an African American woman and try to make her into an Igbo.
That's a lot of dirty stuff in Africa, man.
You know, I'm just trying to tell you, he thinks that he knows like we don't know Igbos. Because of
typical of them. I'm not gonna say every single one, but like majority of them, they automatically think they are better than any black person.
Oh, they think they're better than any Nigerian.
Any black person. It doesn't matter if it's American or Africans, it don't matter.
Most Nigerians are either Christian or Muslim, but in a
that's how they behave.
Corner of southeast Nigeria, some members of the Igbo tribe keep kosher, pray in synagogues, and celebrate Jewish holidays, which makes them Jewish, right? Well, depends on who you ask. Under traditional Jewish law, Jews are those who were born to a Jewish mother or have formally converted to Judaism. And yet, many Nigerians see Igbo as Jewish, regardless of what they practice or believe. As for the Igbo themselves, well, they're split. Some identify as Jews, others don't. So who's right? And why is Igbo identity so complicated? The Igbo people have lived in what we now call Nigeria for thousands of years. They're known for their sophisticated metalwork and glass-making techniques, not to mention a unique banking system that's still in use today. Plus, they've been practicing a form of democracy for centuries. Until European Christian missionaries showed up in the 19th century, the Igbo practiced a traditional religion they called omenana. Some of their customs included circumcising their sons, offering burnt sacrifices, and undergoing various purification rituals. The most uncommon of these rituals involves sending a goat out into the wilderness to carry away the community's sins, which will become relevant in a minute. You'll find similar customs throughout Africa. So, what makes the Igbo unique? Well, according to the anthropologist Dr. Daniel Liss, a lot. Dr. Liss began studying the Igbo after a chance encounter with an Igbo man at a bar in Switzerland. And he points out that some Igbo customs have an unusual twist.
Circumcision is quite widespread in Africa. That doesn't prove anything. But then you could say, okay, what's the date the circumcision is performed? Circumcision on the 8th day is right there in the first sources on the Igbo.
Plus, remember that whole sending a goat out to the desert to carry away sins? Well, that sounds a lot like an Israelite custom. Ever heard of scapegoats?
That's the scapegoat.
That's where the concept comes from. So are these overlapping practices merely a coincidence? Or do they indicate an ancient connection? Long before they knew of the Igbo's existence, many Jews and Christians believed that Africa might be home to a hidden pocket of Israelites. Why? The Talmud claims that some portions of the 10 lost tribes ended up in Africa. Plus, the biblical book of Zephaniah states that dispersed Israelites will return from beyond the rivers of Cush. So when the British Empire sent expeditions up River Niger, the UK's chief rabbis handed colonial authorities a pack of letters written in Hebrew, just in case they happened to encounter any tribes of Israel. To our knowledge, they didn't find anyone who spoke Hebrew, but they did find something interesting. The British, who set up shop in parts of West Africa, brought along Christian missionaries to teach locals about the Bible, which records the story of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. And as the Igbo were learning about and even converting to Christianity, they referred to themselves as descendants of the ancient Israelites. They recognized their customs in the customs of the Hebrew Bible. British missionaries loved this. It supported their narrative that Christianity is the natural evolution of Judaism. But had the Igbo always identified this way? Or did this identification start once the Brits showed up? Like everything to do with the Igbo, depends who you ask. Traditional Igbo leaders will tell you that their people have always identified as descendants of the tribe of God.
So when I was growing up in Nigeria, everybody proudly said, oh yes, Igbos came from Israel, the land of Israel. It was a common knowledge. We all said it loudly. We didn't care who said about it.
Most academics disagree, believing this connection only started after the British arrived. Either way, one thing is indisputable. By the late 1800s, leading Igbo intellectuals were writing at length about their connection to the ancient Israelites. Though most Igbo practiced Christianity, some began to take an interest in Judaism. But like typical Jews, they all took a different approach. Some mixed Christian and Jewish rituals with their ancestral traditions, forming the Sabbatharian movement. Some went back to their ancestral religion, Omenana, which they believed to be biblical Judaism. And then, Rabbinic Judaism came to Igbo land. That is the form of Judaism that most Jews practice today. You know, lighting Hanukkah candles, holding Passover seders, praying in synagogues, and rocking out to the Miami Boys Choir. Okay, maybe that's just me. And so, some Igbo began incorporating rabbinic Jewish rituals into their practice, while others embraced it full on.
Some of these videos
Let's recap.
are very
Things are about to get wild. Many Igbo identify with an ancient Israelite origin. Of these, only a tiny minority actually practices rabbinic Judaism. So only that tiny minority identifies as Jewish, right? Not so fast. There's one more complication in the mix.
The moment the British entered the picture in the Igbo history, in Nigeria, in the evolvement of the Nigerian state, the British bring along their kind of anti-Semitism.
Now, hate isn't specific to any one culture. Every society has its prejudices and scapegoats. Yes, that's a callback. Now, historically, different ethnic groups in Nigeria had minimal contact with one another. Each group had their own system of government. But in 1900, the British turned Nigeria into a colony.
This is for fair use practice.
And opportunities. And when different groups compete for resources, trouble is sure to follow. They were a highly successful ethnic minority with unique cultural practices.
How much more you guys want to see this?
The Brits gave this hatred a new language, a new set of tropes and stereotypes. So as the Igbo left their home in search of opportunities, they encountered a form of prejudice that looked like anti-Semitism. Because anti-Semitism, unlike other forms of hatred, is rooted in conspiracy theories about a small group of people pulling the strings from behind the scenes.
The image that the Igbo are money-loving people, very greedy and domineering, it's a conspiracy theories,
Familiar? It's basically lifted from the anti-Semites playbook. Anti-Semites don't care how you identify. They don't care if you're religious, if you're on the right or the left. They don't even care if other Jews accept you as Jewish or not, because anti-Semitism isn't rational.
When I was growing up in Nigeria, it became a thing that your parents would go to the bedroom and tell you,
videos, man.
Look,
I think the point is
remember, no matter
the point is made. You don't have to play the whole video.
The other language
But we can also talk about same-sex marriage in Igbo land if he wants to go there. We can go all the way down.
We got Ross Boys.
Check this out.
Rossi?
Yeah, we'll check this out.
Is this my Fulani dude?
Wow, Ryan finally showed up. What's up, Ryan?
It's not something to brag about like Chuko thinks it is, like the big culture we got to model ourselves around. Are you telling me we don't have to model ourselves around Igbo culture to feel half human?
That's what he said. His mother, she's now an honorary Igbo woman. She has
Carlo, that's why I always tell him, bro. Let's not come on this platform and try to shit on each other. We all got dirt on our people. It's always good to come together and be busy. I told Chuko that. You've been on the platform and I told him that. Don't come on the platform talking shit about one group of people. You're always going to get kicked back.
He came here and basically said that there's something wrong with us because we have a slave ancestry. I'm proud of slave ancestry. Do you understand that?
What about his slave
ancestry? Wait. Hold on. Did he not know they have slave ancestry in Igbo land?
That's what I'm saying.
This is what I'm
saying. Oh Lord, let me not come out. Dollar Bill, keep your video sharing influence away from me. Because they were practicing slavery in Igbo land and didn't stop until the 1950s.
Listen, A lot of African Americans have Igbo ancestry here in America
My
because
boy
they were
better learn
part
about his own
of the
culture than
slave
disclaiming.
trade, okay, in Igbo land. And so this is the thing that I'm talking to you about. This guy is so disjointed, and because he's got low self-esteem, and he has to build up his self-esteem by creating this myth, okay, that he's so pure. This is okay, and now he feels he's trying to preach to African American women. If you want to be an African, you need to marry somebody from Igbo land. When he's not telling you how the Igbos participated in the slave trade and sold their own Igbo people into
Sold they
slavery.
own. Sold they own.
Are you proud about that? Chuku? Let's hear Ross.
The Igbos were so divided, they enslaved other Igbos because they claimed those Igbos weren't actually Igbos. I mean, it's bad, brother.
We got a new member on Ross Moisture. So Ross Moisture.
Go ahead, Ross.
Ross. Go ahead, bro.
Can you fellas hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, bro.
Okay. Well, at this very moment, I cannot talk right now because I gotta take a load of shit. So I'll see you fellas next time.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Very classy. Very classy.
This nigga got us hot for no reason. I thought he was gonna come up here and say something.
You know this nigga.
I was hoping he was because I've been to Haiti too.
Man, let's stop all that shit with the fighting each other, man. Let's have
I
peace.
am not interested in bashing any
You
other
don't even
group of
talk
people.
to me and you want
But if
peace.
you disrespect mine, I will let you have it. I've seen it all. I've seen it all in all of your countries. Don't try it.
But bottom line is, there's this thing, like I said, the Pan-African, but Big Black said, Colin, when you going to come back to Pan-African? I said, look, I made a big mistake years ago by letting it be known that somehow there was something wrong with being Black African-American and stuff like this. And now, and Africans just take that as, oh, wow. But no one even have common sense. Why would people coming from the richest country in the world be destitute to come to the poorest region in the world? You know, it just don't make any sense.
I don't know, man. I just don't understand people. But I'm not gonna stress myself out with them anymore. People want to say what they want to say. Everybody has problems, right? Nobody's sitting up here on a superior ledge.
Right. Like African Americans' problems are any different than anybody else's problems. Shit.
So when he says that we have identity issues, okay, the video just showed you got a bunch of Negroes running around think that they're Jews.
Yeah,
okay?
check this out. Dollar Bill, can you address Ant Nam? He says we're the poorest group in America. Tell him that's not.
I'm not even. You know what it is?
Come on up, Ant Nam. I got some statistics to show you.
No, you know what? We don't even have to do that no more. To be honest with you,
these guys are freaking trolls. They're freaking jealous.
I want to.
Ant Nam and Ross Moisture, those are the kind of people that they live to troll. They don't have a life. This is what they do. This is how you spend your evenings.
Dollar Bill, that's not it. Dollar Bill, that's not it. You see, maybe about 10 to 15 years ago, Nigerians were the most successful immigrant group in America. Okay. Maybe even globally. Unfortunately, these niggas ain't those people. These are the children of those people. Yeah. So now these are the dummies. These are the poor people talking like that. They try to claim that they parents shit.
Now, do you understand something? A lot of that stuff about Nigerians being successful, I actually circulated online. It's not any credible newspaper that says that. It's circulated online by Nigerians themselves. And what happens is, check this out, a lot of countries bought into that. Oh, Nigeria is so great, whatever like that, right? So people like Dubai invited them in when then after like about 3 or 4 years, they said,
realizing they're not great, started kicking their asses out.
Yes, they also when they start seeing all this, the crimes and the money they using on social welfare, they're like, we're losing, man. So that's why that's like 2 months ago they poured a whole bunch of them.
All I want to know, you saw the new commercial that they have with this brother. Okay, about Jollof rice and stuff like that. Did you see that guy?
An American commercial?
Yeah, that American Sapphire Chase.
Oh yeah. It's corny,
right?
You know.
No, but I'm just saying. I don't know, man. I'm you know what? We got to just get shows, man. Talk about other stuff other than these weirdos, man. These guys are weirdos.
Yo, let me tell you something. The African culture exchange could have been good. They had jollof rice. Matter of fact, Nigerians or somebody could have created a chain of chicken and jollof rice chain restaurants, takeout, nationwide. Could have boom, created jobs and franchise opportunities for everybody. But that conversation is not being had. You know, I told you, Dollar Bill, my business at ITC, right? Yeah. I have a call center set up, right? If there was a Nigerian product, I could sell that in America with my sales force, you know? But the bottom line, I don't see all the stuff that they brag about they're doing. I don't see that. Where's the Nigerian restaurant chains, you know? Where's that beer chain?
But listen, you know what? Manda said he's my dude. Usually I like Prince. But Prince, stop telling me about what we should do in America when people stop taking flights now into Haiti. Because yesterday, okay, they were shooting at the airlines.
So why they got to shoot at the Spirit Airlines plane?
Okay,
man,
so
why would y'all do that in Haiti?
I've never seen that happen before.
Yeah,
I was surprised.
They discontinued all flights to Haiti. I don't understand that you can have a sovereign country of your own, and here you come to talk about what somebody else is doing.
They don't have a sovereign country of their own, though, Dollar Bill.
Well, you know,
you gotta acknowledge the fact that whites and Chinese and Indians and everybody that ain't Haitian runs Haiti.
Why is it that you gotta come here and you want to pick on the lowest common denominator? Why? I don't understand.
You're always picking on
make you feel good?
Black Americans.
Does it make you? I mean, do you know Chuku comes up here with this little ancient and antiquated picture, okay, of his great granddaddy or something? Like it's doing something. It means nothing here. Nothing. These crackers don't care if you were Prince Hakeem and you had money with your name on it. The money isn't worth anything. Be honest with yourself. Do you think that the League of Nations, you think the United Nations, you think these people really respect you? They just go into your country and extract all of the wealth. And for a few sellouts like you, Chuku, they allow you to come here and get a job. You know, one of my friends is from Liberia. I think he's Liberian. He was telling me how they go to his country in Liberia and take out wild animals for zoos and give people $300.
Yeah, pygmy hippo.
$300.
Yeah.
Okay, it's crazy.
Oh, at one time in Liberia, man. Back when I really started getting into Liberia, this was around 2010, 2011. There was a situation where people were there was an adoption racket going on with Liberian children, right? And one thing where they had children housed in like cages, you know, like for sale. I was like, damn.
Do you know what they did to African people in the Bronx Zoo?
This was like basically. They basically were like, these are children that need to be adopted. But instead of being in a house, they had them in like a cage. You know, I was like, what the hell?
Do you got to show that what they did to see? The thing is, we were the ones saying these are our people. People like me, people like Kala are saying these are our people. But do you see it in the midst of all of that? You get a little Chuku who comes in. You're not African. You are FBA. You're this and this and that. Come on, it's so stupid, man. You know, think with your brains. White people collectively got together from all these little villages that they came from in Europe, from all of these little shit-throwing countries they were from, and spear chucking story. They weren't, black people didn't create all that. White people come from that too. Come from the mountains, okay? They come from these little shitty countries, and they got here, and they consolidated together to create a new identity, to be white.
Called white American.
And they understood the power of that. Okay? The French, the Germans, all of these people are not the same people. All of these people don't share the same culture. Even if you look at Spain, there's about 7 different cultures. Okay? And various languages.
The Basques.
Yes,
That's
they're
the
not one
richest. They
people.
want their own nation, man. They still don't like real estate, but they came together as Spaniards, you know.
But you can't see that until your continent is going to be taken over by the crackers, because the crackers understand that. That's what they're doing right now. The Chinese are spreading what they're spreading, okay, into Africa, because they're looking at the model. There were millions of people here when the white man came here, okay, and they systematically destroyed them,
Chinese are
marginalized them, killed them, and took over their place.
Yeah, you're damn right. You guys are right,
and they can't see it.
Yeah, because of they have a skin color issue. Trust me.
Yeah,
the view of everything. They have a skin
I hear
color
Africans
issue.
say that they want to do that because they say their race is going to be beautiful. Then I say to myself, if that's the way the Africans think, why am I going to them for inspiration? You know,
exactly.
Yep.
All right now. I only went after Chuku. Leave Igbo people alone.
No, it's not. It's not about the Igbo
Leave them
people,
alone.
Man. It's the whole continent. It's the whole continent, man. They pray.
I mean, they do it in Jamaica. It's horribly bad in Jamaica.
They pray.
They'll burn their
and
skin and get lighter.
Yeah,
but we're not going after Igbos like that.
At the end of the day,
just
like, at the end of the day, praying is not will get you nowhere.
Now, Carlo, what you were saying earlier about Malcolm X not living in this, not having to deal with things that we have to deal with in this time period, because the Africans aren't the same as they were back then. And I 100% agree with that. The only difference that I would disagree with is because Malcolm X stated that in his speech, the Ballad of the Bullet, at the very end, he was talking about how there was a liberal Democrat that was telling African Americans that Africans did not care about the American Negro. And his response to that was that the same people that colonized us colonized them. And because they were colonized, we should understand that there would be a level of confusion and
Look at this
hatred.
That
would be the
the
only
poorest
difference.
Already in America, but the poorest in America would be one of the richest ones in Africa.
I told him that. I said $30,000 a year will make you in the top 1% globally.
If anyone ever likes to use Google or just look up government statistics by ethnicity, you can go ahead and look up how much Nigerian American makes in California versus an African American in California. They make about $20.07 an hour, and African Americans make $37. We're not even in the same stratosphere.
But you know what
and it's like that. I care because we got to put the facts out. It's like that in every single state. Now, the only reason why it would appear that the Nigerians or Africans will have a higher household income,
they're married.
Got more. They're married and they have multiple people living in their homes. They have their adult children that has jobs living in their homes. We already know what the situation is.
The Filipinos,
like, give it up.
People live into a house. And also, what I want to say, Jonathan, about the Malcolm X, right? And my point I was trying to make was, I remember when Malcolm X, before he died, that's when the Biafra conflict was just starting to kick off, right? It was like a year later, 1966. That's when Biafra kicked off. But the tensions was started right around the last year he was alive in 1965, right? And so he was cornered and asked him, what do you do with Biafra? And right away, Malcolm went to see the white man's presence in Nigeria. Everything was a white. And same thing with, he said, somebody asked him about the Arabs problem in the Swahili states, right? He said, if you look at it, most of the problems between the Arabs and the Muslim world, when he was in denial about racism in the Muslim world, he said the problem in the Muslim world has to do with white people, whatever like that. And that wasn't the case, right? Years later, we found out, yes, there is racism in the Muslim world. Yeah, can we all agree on that? But Malcolm X was like, no, Islam is a religion of brotherhood, blah, 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 blah. And even Elijah Muhammad told him, look, we're black Muslims. We're different than the Orthodox. Malcolm X went back and was like, no, those aren't real. Islam is not real Muslims and everything. I went to Saudi Arabia. I went to Mecca and everything. And they come out years later that, look, although Malcolm X, we understand what he was trying to do, but, the fact of the remain is is that African Muslims were treated really badly in the Muslim world, and so like that. Malcolm X didn't want to acknowledge that,
I agree with Malcolm X only because of this. I can look at Christianity the same way, right? It's one thing to say that you're a Muslim. It's another thing to practice Islam. Because if you practice Islam, well, then you would generally go ahead and agree that Jesus Christ was the Son of God.
Well,
according to the Quran, but they're not practicing their religion. They're just claiming their religion.
I'm just saying,
like Christians do.
Malcolm X said he was a Muslim. He's a Muslim.
Yeah, but he was a practicing Muslim.
Yeah, but
like how many people do you know say that they're Christians and they out there shaking their ass on the weekend?
He did 5 times a
year. We know that. We love him, but the fact is that he was duped by the white Muslims, and we know that. Because the Muslims were still engaging while he was alive for slavery. 10 more years in slavery. Wasn't until the 1970s.
Dollar bill. The difference between practicing Islam and not practicing Islam is the difference.
No,
it's the difference between practicing Christianity and just claiming Christianity is the difference. If we practice Christianity, we don't even look at people's race anymore. We look at everyone as human beings. But because we are niggas, we nigga Christians, we look at race and everything else.
Who he would be considered to be white. He had blonde hair and blue eyes. And we took a Hajj, to Mecca together. We ate out of the same plate. We drank out of the same cup. But what he wasn't saying was that the people that he was dealing with, while they gave him the fancy treatment, people who look like him, was still being enslaved. Right? So if somebody says to me, and I'm not trying to get bad at anybody's religion, even Bilal, who had the call to prayer, and the Prophet Muhammad said, when he gets to heaven, Bilal will already be there waiting for him. And these brothers get mad when I say he was a eunuch, right? And they called him a raisin head.
Yeah, Bilal means black slave in Islam.
He thought they were different from other white people. They're not. They're just white people who speak Arabic.
Yeah. And so, but look, I have, and also, let me tell you something, Jonathan. I have the utmost respect for Malcolm X. All I'm saying is that when in navigating the thing, let me tell you something, Jonathan. There was a book that came out in 1993 or 2. I can't remember the year, right? It was a critique of Malcolm X, because that's when Malcolm X movie came out. And so all these books about Malcolm X started resurfacing, right? Remember that, Dollar Bill?
I was telling you about the Judas Factor.
Yeah, that was right around that time period. There was some books that came out on Malcolm X in the early 90s. One book basically was like a critique of Malcolm X. It had a bunch of leftists. These people, some of them were good, but they basically said some stuff that was unflattering on Malcolm X. I didn't like that, right? But Mary Baraka was basically saying that that Malcolm X was anti-woman, and I said no, just that Malcolm basically. They took some of the statements he made. He said Betty Shabazz was the only woman he ever halfway trusted. He was basically saying women's role is in the house, blah, blah, blah. So basically, years later, people were just like, Malcolm was a patriarch. He was oppressing women. He didn't believe in women's rights. So like that. They said, well, Malcolm X didn't come up at a time of black feminism. I don't know whether that was going to make a difference or not, but that's what they say. So my critique of Malcolm X is no different, Jonathan, than what they were saying, and I never agree with them. I said Malcolm X, man, because we probably needed him to fight against this toxic black feminism stuff. I was on Malcolm X side with that, but there was always legitimate criticism of Malcolm X in our community. Many people write different books and everything like that. We all love Brother Malcolm, right? He's like our prince, like a hero. But there was always criticism of Malcolm X because Malcolm X is interpreted by it all depends on who you talk to about Malcolm X. He can be interpreted as either post-Mecca Malcolm, as either pre-Mecca Malcolm, there's all different types of Malcolm X, just like Martin Luther King. When you talk about Martin Luther King, is it Martin Luther King that says would come in for our check, the Poor People's Campaign, or is it Martin Luther King of Credit King, or is it Martin Luther King of I Have a Dream? You see how it's all up to interpretation.
I agree, but I'm so happy we still got information about them from their latter days before they died. So there's no confusion about who they were or what they thought. Their beliefs did change over time, right? And at the end of the day, no matter what their beliefs were, they were trying to fight on the behalf of Black America.
Well, yeah, well, that's everybody. You know what I'm saying?
And that's all that fucking matters.
Well, all I'm saying is, like, my only problem is when people come up to me and say, well, like back in the day when I first got on Block Talk Radio, right? I used to have these dudes that used to call my show all night one night and basically give me the pablum, right? Oh, Kala, man, you're spraying off the teachers from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I had to just tell them, look, man, get the hell out of here with that shit. You know what I'm saying? It was like every time, look, somebody would basically be a Garveyite in the chat room talking, Kala, man, according to Garvey 1.2.0, thou shalt not do this. Like you're reading the Bible, I'm like, dude, man, I can listen to Marcus Garvey. I get the idea what he's talking about, right? But let me interpret. The biggest blowback I got was I redefined Kwanzaa, right? And people thought I had committed sacrilege, right? What I did was this. I was the first one to say, let's redesign Kwanzaa to modernize it, colonization style, right? So I wrote a blog called Colonization Kwanzaa, right? And so basically when it said Ujamaa, let's talk about finance, business, trade, stocks, bonds, option trading, whatnot. People thought I was insane. They're like, how the hell are you talking about stocks and financial shit and insurance and whatnot? And you talking about Ujamaa, man? What the hell? I said, no, Ujamaa is the spirit, right? But you have to have something that's logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. And so I said, I convinced people. I said, why shouldn't we not talk about stock trading? Then I had my guy Thomas Nelson that joined me, right? He said, Carla, you're brilliant. You're the first one that did that. And then we got split. No, he's with the other BAL right now. We split up. He's with the other BAL right now. So anyway, we would basically do Ujamaa shows, right? And instead of Ujamaa, we sitting around talking about cooperative economic or Ujima or whatever like that. We would sit there and talk about finance, business, and everything like that, trade, and all the stuff like that. What was popular at the time? Forex trading and different types of trading platforms and everything. So basically, we had a lot of young people saying, something, I want to get into trade, or I want to go to school to get this one, that. And so they kept the African spirit like of Kwanzaa, but they went into the fields. You know what I'm saying? But that was basically me modernizing the Ujamaa thing. Oh no, the Sister Ebola says Ujamaa. Don't even know what that is. The 7 principles of Ujamaa, of Kwanzaa. Ujamaa means cooperative economics. Our cooperative effort, Umoja just means unity. The cooperative economics
and
means
the Guza Saba.
And Guza Saba, Yeah. So the bottom line is, so we would do try to modernize faith was Nia mean faith, right? So we basically talk about how we could basically all have different religions, but we all come together. So we had one night we talk about Christianity, Islam, Judaism, what I'm saying? And stuff like that, And so basically what I'm saying is colonization style of Kwanzaa was different. But my boy Wesley Caballero, he said, Colin, man, what are you doing? That is sacrilege, man. You just committed blasphemy. I said, what? I thought he was going to like it, man. He said, I committed blasphemy, man.
Can I say something about Islamic? Okay, and I'm not trying to get on anybody's belief, but the story of Bilal, okay, is that his mother was a slave, okay, and what happened was what they did was they castrated 7,000 slaves. They were called eunuchs, okay, during the Arab slave trade. So when young boys like Bilal, okay, was very young, they castrated them, so they wouldn't, because they didn't want to have their women tainted with the blood of Black Africans, right? And so this was a theory that they did for slaves. And if you don't believe me, read Chancellor Williams' the destruction of black civilization, and you can learn about, or just look it up for yourself. Okay. And they had a group of people, the Mamelukes, okay, and they talked about what happened during the time of the caliphates. And it talks about where how Bilal was from another sect, and then he heard the message of the Prophet Muhammad. Okay. So I'm not a liar. I'm not making this up. You can look it up for yourself. You great Googlers, go and look for yourself, because Islam is not native to Africa. It's native. It started during the Arab slave trade. That's how you became Muslims. The same way my people became Christians, through the slave trade.
We got the Igbo sister in there talking about Kali ain't got the money. What the hell? Her and Aunt Nam's going on. Remember what I was telling you this afternoon, Dollar Bill? Remember what I was saying? I said people who are, let me tell you something. People who are positive and they got things going in life, my natural instinct, until you tell me differently, I automatically assume that you're doing well too.
Well, let me ask you a question. Well. You said Bilal was married. Then who was his offspring? I'm telling you, Bilal was already castrated before he started worshiping with the Prophet Muhammad, because that was the principle, what they did to African slaves who converted into Islam. That's what they did. That is all common knowledge. Refute it. Go see.
All right, let's not argue about religion.
No, I'm just saying, I get a lot of people saying this nonsense, but they don't know what happened to the during the Arab slave trade.
Yeah, like I said, man. But like I said, majority of the people in Nigeria, they're all a bunch of slaves. They don't realize it though. You know, a bunch of slaves. They come over to America, whatever. They want to tell us what to do and whatnot. You know, anyway, yeah, like I said, this lady in here, Lisa.
Even your boy Elvis said, okay, Abu Khar castrated him before giving him to Muhammad as a gift, as a slave. Okay, that's your boy right there. He's so your boy Elvis said that. So fight with Elvis. Say he's a liar. Why isn't he a horrible liar? You call me a horrible liar.
Yeah, screw them. What I was saying was, like I said, bottom line is this: when we hear people in the chat, when they always talk about somebody else is doing bad, that means they're doing bad in life, you know? Because why would you, if you're making money and making moves and you're successful, you naturally basically either don't talk about what somebody else is doing, or you assume they're doing well too, or you hope they're doing well too, because you have a positive outlook on life, you know? And so positivity breeds positivity. What do you hear from Aunt Nam all the time?
Negativeness.
Negativity.
Yeah.
So you're gonna tell me that Aunt Nam is nothing but a bum? He's probably a bum living in some shelter in the UK somewhere, you know?
Now he says Elvis is a sucker. Elvis, let me tell you one thing. Elvis and I.
Wait, Aunt Nam lives in the UK?
Yeah, Elvis and I do not.
Damn.
We don't see eye to eye.
Ask Jughead.
One thing I don't like many things about Elvis. I don't like many things about Elvis. But one thing I do like about Elvis, okay, he says what's on his mind. Regardless of what I say, okay, he says what's on his mind. I respect him for that. I don't like him, but I respect him for that. I don't agree with what he says, but he stands up for himself. He certainly don't suck up to me. That's one thing. You will never catch him. First of all, I'm not FBA. That's one. And two, he don't suck up to me. If anything, okay, he would fight me. Right now, he's not acknowledging my existence.
Then we got Mike Ooga Booga Wally in the chat room running his mouth, you know. Ooga Booga Wally.
I'm gonna leave early, guys, man.
So I'm gonna end it early too, man. I had enough. I think we did a good part 2, man. Black Political Party. We want to talk about this more in the future. You know, we're gonna do some more. I think that's just something that people need to have the conversation. A Black Political Party. How would that be organized? You know, what it would be about. I just think everybody has to come and have an interest. Something like Tammany Hall, right?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Tammany Hall. People just network, rub elbows, and hobnob with each other, and then politics was born just out of communication. You know,
I'm going to see how this politics runs out with what they're going to do.
With the Democrats and Republicans. No, I think the Democrats are finished. I think they're finished.
I do too.
I think this is it. I think you know why they're finished? Because black people are pulling away from them. That's why they lost. And the bottom line, the amount of black people who stayed home last night, they say like 20% of 25% of black men voted for Trump. I would say another 40% stayed home. You know?
First, let me just say this. I want to say something before I go. I'm not an FBA. I'm not an ADOS. People can be whatever they want to be. Like I said to the other brother, Torrin, I have people that are in my family that I love from the Caribbean. I have godchildren whose moms is a Jamaican. I have a first cousin who my aunt married a Jamaican. I have people in my family who I love very much and love me. I don't have any hatred for anyone. I'm just not tolerating bullshit. And if you're African American and you give me bullshit, I'm going to come back at you. I'm an equal opportunity person, and I know Collar's the same way.
We are. Hey, Chick, let me ask you a question, Dollar Bill. I always would think about the last election. They said 18 million less people voted. You know what those 18 million people didn't vote? Those are those friggin' those fraud ballots that weren't counted. That's what that was,
dead people.
Man.
Them dead people.
Dead people didn't vote this time. That's why. Did y'all really think y'all had a chance of beating Trump?
Yeah, they did.
Right, fair and square. Are y'all kidding me?
They really thought that. Man, I'm telling you, that they got to come up with a better strategy. They're going to have to understand and read the terrain.
They got to get rid of all these clowns. Dim Clyburn, the Clyburns.
Yeah, Clyburn is a sellout.
A clown, man, you know?
I think he's Igbo.
He's your people, man. He's Gullah Geechee, man.
I don't know. I'm going to say
so is Clarence Thomas, man. So is Clarence Thomas, bro.
I think they're Igbos.
They Gullah Geechee, man. Can you believe that?
I think they're Igbos, bro. I'm not claiming those dudes. No, you know what? Elvis says Dollar Bill detests Elvis, but today he loves him. Listen, I love all my brothers. I don't agree with them. Okay, I would rather be here, even dealing with Africans, than to be dealing with crackers. I love all my people. That doesn't mean I got people in my family I don't talk to. I got people who I think are detested in my family I say nothing to because I don't like them. I got people I went to school with who are African Americans who I don't like and I don't talk
Dollar
to.
Bill, when I called you this afternoon, I had this one lady that was one of my clients, right? I went to her house there, older section of Chesapeake, right? And black section, right? Well, anyway, it's a nice neighborhood. Her house is nice. We kept a house. So, black people, the older black, they keep their properties up and everything. She works for the military. But anyway, across the street, man, Boomquisha and Pookie were going at it, Mother Emma, she was like, you know what she said? She's a sweet lady. She goes, yeah, I'm getting ready for the grandkids to come over. She had a house all decorated, ready for the grandkids to come over. I said, oh, yeah, I wish I could come over one night because I'm going to see Thanksgiving. She said, yeah, just come on by. But nice house and everything. Then all of a sudden outside, she goes, yeah, those people just moved in and whatnot. And they're just out there, Mother MF, you the MF. And out in the front of the house, she goes, I wish they would just go inside, man. Because all they do is argue and fight all day, all night, whatnot, They won't ever shut. So bottom line, I don't want to fuck with every black person in America either, and they're not Nigerians, they're not Africans, but those are so-called FBA ADOS, whatever you call them. I don't want to be around every Negro either, So bottom line is don't put that on me that I'm prejudiced,
Listen, people know I say it the way I say it. I'm not always right. And I do pick on some people. I'm going to be honest. I do pick on people. And at times I picked on Elvis. And he's showing me he's a better person.
Wally.
Well, yeah, I like to. He set me free. And I have picked on Elvis and said certain things to him. And, he doesn't agree with me. And he could have cussed me out. I wanted him to cuss me out, to be honest with you. I wanted him to cuss me out, but he decided to take the high road. So I salute him for taking the high road because I said maybe he's a better individual, a better person than me. Because things that I've said to him, I would have definitely cussed him out if it was on the other foot. And but the thing about African Americans, you some of you guys don't understand. Those of you who have been around us all our lives, you realize that we can curse you out. Okay, we can argue with you, and the next day we can fight with you. As long as we don't kill you and you don't kill us, the next day we're cool. We don't take that to the heart. Okay, we understand that. That's what people do. That's what families do. And so those people who just want to hate each other and they say, oh, I hate Africans. Oh, I hate African Americans. Get some help. Get some help. Really, get some help. I deal with African people every day from the continent. I teach students that are from Africa. I deal with their parents. I have colleagues. People like and respect me, whether you like it or not. I have neighbors who are African, whether you like it or not, and they respect me, and I talk to them. And if they need to borrow something,
check this out. Igbo chick said, "We do not kill you. We're too busy making money." So what are you saying? We kill you?
Well, make your money. Listen,
who ever say it like this?
Who's afraid of you making money?
They're so freaking always so desperate about money. And them every time about Kyle makes $60,000. I make more than $60,000, by the way, for the record. I'm just saying $60,000. If you're a single man, $60,000 puts you in the middle class. If you are a husband and wife, you both make $60,000. That's $120,000. Yeah, you're in the middle class. The bottom line is yes, that's a lot of money.
But you know what, Annam? He says no one respects me. Everyone respects me. I respect myself. And you know what? And the bottom line is, you hate people. I don't really hate people. I just, some of you are just entertainment for me, to be honest with you. Some of you guys are entertainment because your hatred is so visceral and you really believe that. You probably constipated, you need to get you something, get yourself together because your behind is so puckered up and tight.
Yo, check this out. Yo, Dollar Bill. This guy, Ant Nam, talks about, if you're 60K, like these people are delusional. I guarantee you less than like 10% of Nigerians make more than $40,000 a year.
But the funny thing is,
hold up. I would like to know. We want to do a show. I want this Igbo chick to come up here, and I want receipts. I want to know where these Nigerians are working at, who's paying them the money and stuff like this. Because I know they're lying.
I could care less.
You know what, Kala? You should definitely have a show about this, and I will give you all the facts and statistics to talk about.
This Igbo was stupid that Africans are making money. You're fucking broke. You're the poorest people on the freaking planet. I don't believe you.
I'm not even going to allow myself to stoop down to that because you know what it is. Black
Dollar
people
Bill being educational is not stooping low.
No,
we have to educate them so they can know where they are in reality.
To them,
and not in the fiction of their mind.
To them, it's not even about education because if it's not education, then it's going to be those Chukwu guys who want to come here and talk about their Igbo.
I want to know. We want to play the top 10 black.
Oh, Kyle, I put a video in the back chat. I want you to play it before you.
The top 10 black businesses in America. All African Americans, none of them immigrants, none of them Nigerians. So how can they be making so much money? We got $1 billion corporations here.
Yeah, let them think what they want to think. If you think we're broke,
no, Dollar Bill. I don't want them to. I don't want them to think what they want to think. I need them to look at the facts for themselves. So they can see how bad they're actually doing. This is not the generation of the parents. They got to stop that. They're trying to hold on to past glory that they don't have.
I paid a whole lot less in taxes, and right now I wish I had some more kids. Okay, so I could get some of these tax breaks. Okay, but think what you want to think.
I owe the IRS money, man. They're gonna come
exactly. So my thing is, let people think whatever you want to go on with your little delusional mind. Okay, and Dollar Bill from yes, you free me from mental slavery. Like I
rule think, number 3, you can't get rich slow. When I owned 100 houses.
But I gotta go, Colin. I'm gonna go, man.
All over the world.
All right, brother. I'll play his video and I'm in the show.
Group of people, especially one tribe in Nigeria, the Igbo tribe, have been giving Nigerians a bad name for a very long time. Why is the federal government allowing one tribe to give Nigeria a bad name, to give our passport a bad name, a bad reputation? That is why I'm asking, what is the federal government doing about it? When those commit crime all over the world, they say Nigerians, because these foreigners, they don't know, they just say Nigerians. But why is the federal government allowing this to happen? So I'm asking the federal government, because this is getting too much, this is getting out of hand, and that the federal government is not doing anything. And the thing that touched me the most is that when they commit the crimes and they deport them back to Nigeria, there is nothing, there's no action at all, there is no punishment at all by the Nigerian government. They just allow them to integrate into the society just like that, and they continue in their crime. Look at in the UK, if somebody commits a crime, you will have a criminal record that it will be put on your record, and it's difficult. Sometimes it's difficult for you to get a job to even rent a house. But in Nigeria, these people will commit crime abroad, and when they deport them back to Nigeria, the Nigerian government don't do anything, take any action. No wonder the Igbos are very, very proud to continue to commit all these crimes that we are seeing everywhere.
So there's a lot of videos that I've seen recently in the last couple of days, and this one I think far is the most ignorant and the most ridiculous, and also the most I don't know which adjective to describe it. Also one that bothers me the most. I say it's ignorant person who is, as you see in the video, claims to be a journalist, is someone who appears to be educated. It's just, yeah. Why don't you guys just watch it for yourself?
Because the stigmatization is getting too much. And now, anywhere you go abroad, they ask you, are you a Nigerian? And they need to question you. And the reason why they are questioning us is because of one tribe, Igbo tribe, what they have done. You see, the news is all over the world. You know what Igbos have done all over the world. And the foreigners are saying Nigerians. But these are Igbos that have committed this crime. And now the foreigners are saying Nigerians. Now look at what has happened in South Africa. Now there's a stigmatization on Nigerians in South Africa because of those. The stigmatization of Nigerians in the UK because of those. There's a stigmatization of Nigerians in India, in Malaysia, in Indonesia, or in Pakistan because of the Igbos. So what is the federal government doing about this? Because only one tribe out of more than 250 tribes in Nigeria cannot give Nigeria a bad name. I am so worried that the federal government is not doing anything about it. Because these people will go to Indonesia, they carry drugs, illicit activities, they crime, and they put it on Nigerians.
Calling you to post the video. The guy that's speaking is a well-known bigot and a tribalist. Nobody is saying that Igbos are not doing things, wrong, but Nigerians of all tribes and ethnicity commit crime. It's not just the Igbo.
The bottom line, they got this thing among themselves because he's right about one thing. There's some people that basically commit crimes. I don't know if it's a group. But one group of people commit crimes. One thing we're not going to do is basically castigate a whole race like Nigerians. The vast majority of Nigerians, the vast majority of Nigerians, to me, as I seem to be good people, and they're not involved with crime like that. See, the difference between us and them, me and Chukwu, was that I will always give people the benefit of the doubt. I know the majority of Nigerians in Nigeria doing the best they can to survive and succeed and everything like that, and they're doing all they can. But the bottom line is this: there's some Nigerians that give Nigerians a bad name. The difference between them and us is when they see African Americans doing bad and whatnot, suddenly they'll just basically completely erase all the hard work that everybody do and that Black people in America do to stay out of trouble, build lives, and get education like anybody else. We're doing what everybody else is doing. But to them, all we are is judged by what they see on the 6 o'clock news. And we don't do that to them.
Yeah, I wish Choco would leave the stereotypes and have more constructive conversations. And that would be better for him.
Because he has hatred in his heart. And I know, look, it's not just stereotype. Let me tell you something, Elvis, right? You probably won't believe this, but take it to heart. When somebody makes stereotypes to you, that person is an enemy. That person will kill you. That person will murder you. The first thing they have to do is demonize you. That justifies the hatred of you. And then let me do like how racists are, right? You know, most racists will live in a city where the mayor could be Black. They're around Black middle class people and everything like that. But in their mind, every Black person is that one Black they see on the 6 o'clock news. Whether you did whatever you did, they'll even sit there and talk to you. How you doing? Everything like that. See you go to work every day, mind your business, take care of your family, everything like that. But to them, you're just a criminal, just has not acted out yet.
Well, I know Jonathan was the one that sent you the video, but Jonathan, you're smart enough to know that it's not just evils who commit crimes, but
Oh, I
in that
most
same
definitely
token,
100% know. But
okay,
the
evils have
division
some
is just so
successes, Yoruba's
bad.
have some
It's
successes.
just so bad, you know.
So
We
we
can't
all
have
have
Pan
issues, man. That's why
Africanism in a
I don't
world
come on
like
this matter and
this.
try to big up myself or big up Africans because I realize when we put the microscope on us, there's a lot of things that we're not doing right. And we have to come to grips with that. That's why when people come on a panel, they always try to highlight the low lights of African American. I think it's the wrong approach because we once they look in our closet, they can see a lot of shit that we're doing that's backwards. That's just bad. And I've said it myself on the platform. So the reason you see I'm quiet these days is because it's a personal journey. I've been trying to be better, arguing and fighting and all this stupid shit. It's draining, man. I'm tired of that shit. I mean, I say some things sometimes. I look back, I'm like, oh, why did I say that? Trying to be better. I don't want to be, backbiting people and shit and just talking shit all the time. It's not the right approach. It takes more away from you than it gives you. So that's why I think,
Yeah.
Colin, you need to have better shows. That's more
Not good shows. I think
unified.
they're good
It's
shows.
more unified, man. We're tired of the shit where every day we're talking
I
against
wanted
one
to do a
another.
show. You don't think their topic of Black Political Party was a good topic, but we've always
But it
veered off
always
to other
drift. It
stuff.
always drift. Like Jonathan was saying yesterday.
Like I said,
Always
I
drift.
open the panel up and whatnot. It goes to these other things
Cause
and
that's the
whatnot.
that's the red meat. That's the red
Hold
meat.
on.
The people in the comments will
Yeah.
be saying
When I
shit, and
did
somebody will say something, and it
what
becomes
I
one
did
side
was
against the other.
Kala, what I think you should do is you should just have one show and display all the degeneracy amongst all of us black people throughout the world. African Americans, Jamaicans, Haitians, Nigerian, all of us. And then after that, we won't have anything to talk about because all of our badass behavior has been exposed.
Right.
And then we can go and talk about some things, maybe how we can solve these problems.
Yeah, well, the
But
bottom line,
but
we should people like the
it's really stupid.
girl. When she thinks Nigerians, everybody in Nigeria, I get according to her, has 200K in the bank. They're all making money. They're all flying.
200,000 naira, they ain't even got that.
So
Who the hell is she
the
lying to?
bottom line is these people are crazy and delusional. Every Nigerian is
Why
fucking
do
rich.
y'all lie?
Yeah, they lie so much, but
I don't get the lying part. That's the only thing I don't like. It's like if you're going to lie, at least make it a good lie. But that's a bad lie.
Every Nigerian got an advanced degree and whatnot. God, these people are funny, man. Jeez, they crack me up, man. See, we Nigerians, whatnot. That country is a shithole. I said,
No, Kala, Nigeria has some
there's a
successes. It's
shithole.
not all bad. It's not all bad. I mean, there's some bad
It's not
things, but
all
they've had some
bad. It's only
successes.
bad for like 80 to 85% of the people. It's
85%
not
of
all
people
bad.
look like this hell. You know what Nigeria looks like, right? It looks like one of those fake towns they build in Hollywood, right? It has nice buildings in front, but back on this cardboard. Yo, I don't even crack, man. But goddamn, man, we got to do better as a race, man. Because I basically Nigeria broke my
And
heart.
that's why I say when we talk about Haiti, like somebody was talking about Haiti today, I think it was Jonathan. That shit it's an embarrassment to us as a race of people, man. When
It's
Haiti
embarrassing.
going through what they're going through, when other Africans are not doing well, it's an embarrassment to us collectively. I know we try to separate and delineate ourselves and think that that's them, that's not us. We're doing good here.
No, it's a
But as
black.
black
Let me tell you
people,
something, Elvis.
the
Right?
racists will use that
Check
against
this out.
you to tell you that your
I'm
people ain't
check
doing shit.
this out. Back when I was coming up, right, I got to fight with white boys, right, because we had this thing before you was born. We had a starvation.
Colin, you talk like that. When I call you old, you get mad.
Oh no, but I'm just telling you, 1980 is not that long ago, man. I am older, but 1980s, right? There was a starvation crisis. We Are the World. They remember that We Are the World.
Yeah, Ethiopia, right?
We Are the World when that. Well, anyway, man, white boys would come up with jokes like, "What's the fastest animal on the world? The Ethiopian chicken." Yo, I'd be like, "Yo, man, why y'all talking about this?" And the white boys were like, "Yo, man, why you guys gotta have the freaking swollen bellies and flies all over your face?" I said, I said they were like, then the worst thing they call you besides a nigger is they call you an African. You stupid fucking African. Whoa, that was like fighting words when it was coming up, man. And then we had to always defend Africa and whatnot. Stop talking about Africa. Stop talking about Africa and whatnot. You know, that's our ancestral homeland and whatnot. You know, because when they call us Africans, they're like, you stupid fucking African jungle bunny and stuff like that. That's what they call us, jungle bunnies, Africans, you know, bush people, whatever like that. You know, any association with African, it was negative, you know?
Look, I don't, even to this day, I wouldn't let a white motherfucker talk shit about Africa.
No, I don't. Nobody Fuck does. Them. You know, nobody does. But the bottom line, Africans.
We can talk shit about each other, but
yeah,
not let other races talk
when I
shit.
hear a white
That's
person
not it.
talk about Africa and whatnot, you know, how Africa, I feel a certain type of way. Like you're talking about me. You know, that's what I feel. I mean, you can't come to me and talk about Nigerians if you're white or whatever like that. And I'll be like, yo, look, man, you know, despite everything, you know, those are my ancestors. That's what my ancestral homeland is.
Carlo, you think it's possible to have a show or a couple of shows where you don't disparage any group of black people, whether it's the Haitians, the Africans? You think that's possible?
Yeah, I do, man. But the bottom line, I gotta have entertainment, man. Somebody gotta give you.
Nah, and that's the thing. You think this is entertainment, but some people really get their feelings hurt about it.
No, okay,
So these guys will keep talking
look,
shit to you in the comment, and you respond to them and say, "Look, it's
You're right. You're right, Elvis. I'm here for my apology from Dollar Bill and John and all these people. I'm here for my apology.
Yo, because they was talking shit about Haiti.
Chat. Not only that, they claim they want to start a party, but you can't start a party without apologizing for all the foul rhetoric that they be spreading, man.
Oh, yo, no, Chris.
Colin can't be racist, Uncle. He's of the same race. He can be bigoted, which I think he is at times.
I'm prejudiced, you know. But let me say this, Prince. This is how I feel like this, right? When we have politics in America, right, or anything we have, anything worth having, right? You Caribbeans and Africans, right? You guys basically end up dominated. Why? Because I don't know. We basically, as Black Americans, we don't really have anything really to gain by the political system. You know, I'll be honest with you, we don't.
You think that's true?
Yes. Well, tell me what we get. Now we have this fake movement called, and Jonathan might like this, called reparations, which gave us something to rally upon, right? And I have no problem with that. You want to rally around reparations, it gives you an identity, something to focus on, fine. But really, take away reparations, right? What do Black Americans have to fight for? Now, you guys,
and that's a question, Jonathan. You think after reparations,
we got a lot of shit to fight for?
Another thing that Black folks can fight for collectively?
That's how you could tell. You could tell Kyler's rich by that statement, man. Like, there's people that's dealing with housing issues. There's people dealing with grants for businesses. They need, different things, man.
Right, but check this out.
Now, Kyler, you said wait a minute, Kyler, because you said that the reparations movement was a failure.
It is.
However, people who got their homes taken, hold on, Kyler. People in California who got their shit taken from them due to eminent domain is getting their reparations for getting their shit taken.
That was compensation. That was not reparations, bro. That was not reparations.
What's the difference?
Kyler, I know you ain't don't do that, Kyler.
I'm saying, I'm just
don't do that, Kyler.
I was not reparations.
Please take that back.
Hold on, Jonathan, okay,
you highly intelligent.
Jonathan, I got one for you, right? You go to Gavin Newsom right now and say, you know something, California, which didn't have slavery, right, owes me $200,000. Let's just see what's going to happen, you know?
Gavin Newsom that signed. It was Gavin Newsom that signed the law that passed.
The bottom line,
the people who suffer from eminent domain are getting reparations.
Yeah, hold on. The eminent domain was one thing. We had cases like that in Virginia. You know, people lost property.
Did y'all get paid? Did you get paid?
Oh,
did y'all get paid? Within y'all felon over there in Virginia,
court, whatever like that.
But the people in California, they fought and they got they got something done.
But the bottom line is this:
if they can get that, Kala, you should believe that they can get reparations for everything else.
99% of Californians, right, migrated out there voluntarily after slavery and everything.
That don't matter.
Oh, what is the step? Hold on. They want reparations for slavery that happened in Mississippi. Most of them come from Mississippi. How come they're not going to Mississippi with that claim?
Kala. It's called the United. Wait. Because sometimes I hear people be like, "Well, I just immigrated to this country. Why should I have to pay reparations?" Bitch, you moved here. when you move to a country, you adopt every debt that country has. I can't just go over there to another country that bombed another country, and then when that country starts bombing back, I'm like, well, wait a minute, why y'all bombing the shit out of this place?
John, what if I said, okay,
I don't have nothing to do with that. When you adopt the system, you adopt all the benefits of the system in the depths of it.
That sounds beautiful, but
deal with it.
There's one problem that you don't have is you have no power to enforce it or get the reparations. You don't have no power.
Kala, that's nonsense shit.
Okay,
see, the difference is this. Kala,
Republicans.
You should have strategy. You should have strategy.
Okay,
to get things done.
You guys couldn't beat Trump, and you guys got headed.
Who is you guys? Nigga, I didn't support Kamala. What's wrong with you?
Right now, how you gonna have Republicans controlling the Supreme Court, the both houses of Congress, and the presidency? Now, how you gonna get reparations, man?
Carla, you love to run back to politics. Stop using politics as a crutch.
No,
that's fine. He can use politics as a prop.
Yeah, how you gonna get reparations, man?
The best thing I could say about that, Carla, is that when they passed that bill to pay people who suffer from eminent domain, Republicans signed on the bill too.
Oh, y'all, John,
and when black people, during the Civil Rights Bill legislation, Republicans also, voted for black people to get that shit passed too.
Just like you and that evil chick ought to hook up and do a show, man. Y'all be fucking like freaking.
We should. Tell her to come up.
Oh my God, man, it's hilarious. Man.
But at the end of the day, Kyla,
Negroes would drive me.
You gotta be strategic.
Will I do a show criticizing black people, whatever like that? No, because you Negroes are crazy. And you know something, Elvis, I have to be honest with you, right? I'd be thinking about half the shit y'all be saying throughout the day and whatnot, and I'd be full me with anger, right? And I just can't wait to get on the show. And freaking bent on you guys.
So it just displays anger, huh? You just releasing your anger from all throughout the day on us. That's fucked up, man.
Zongo making comments like what you call it. Zongo made some smart comment to me in the comment section one time, and I said, Zongo, isn't that big girl you should be trying to get right now? It's like, Kyle, you're projecting. I like petite little girls.
How you gonna start a political party without the big girls, man?
I don't know. Yeah, I know. We need to. I gotta stop it, man, because I need somebody like Stacey Abrams. I would love that. She's a good politician. Oh no, I got Ebo Land girl up here and whatnot, but I'm gonna freaking get my ass handed to me now, man. I just did it. Oh boy, here we go. Since the Ebo
Land, him, baby.
I know you really love me, but inside she really loves me. But she dropped off, man. I know she really loves me deep down inside. That's why she can't help herself. What I say to Kyle, I love him so much, but he's just a pain in my ass. So,
the thing is, a lot of y'all guys don't have a collective agenda. So when you see us, you guys are intimidated by us because we have.
Well, you guys got an agenda. Look, Lord President, this is no disrespect to you. Haiti's a mess, right?
It is. It is.
You guys are in a refugee situation. Y'all got that situation in Springfield, Ohio, and that.
What situation in Springfield, Ohio?
Huh? Oh, come on. You don't know that, man?
Bro, it's fake news, bro. It's for political.
Brother, y'all was eating them cats and dogs. It's okay.
What's the proof? Show the video. Y'all love videos. Show the video, bro.
You want to see the video?
I want to see the video live. Them exactly eating it live in Springfield.
Show a video like that if y'all eating cats and dogs, man. You know that.
You really don't want to do that, man.
Bro, where's the proof? You guys have no proof. You got accusations, random people holding animals.
A Haitian guy had like 20 cats in his van. What was he gonna do with those cats?
Kyla.
I don't know.
Wait, hold on.
Where's the video of that? Where's the video of that?
I want to know what agenda the Haitians have in America. What's your agenda?
They're trying to stay here. They're not trying to get deported back to Haiti. That's their agenda,
That's their agenda.
No, hold on. We have an at-home agenda. We have an agenda to build back Haiti up there. We have an agenda locally. We have churches here. We have businesses here.
Haiti. And bottom line, you guys basically, let me tell you something about immigrants, right, Jonathan, right?
Hold on, Colin. I wanted to hear what he had to say.
No, let me say this before Prince talks. Immigrants know every last single loophole, every last single fund, every last single dollar that the government and whatnot. They have it like Filipinos too. Filipinos in Virginia Beach right here, right now, the large Filipino population, They got their homeland popping with money from the city of the state of Virginia and whatnot, with contracts and some of everything. The immigrants know how to game the system. We don't. So the bottom line, immigrants are organized. So basically, they go into this like, yo, look, this is what I'm trying to get. They got stuff organized. We don't have shit because we're not. African Americans not a global people, so we don't have nothing to thinking, because everything is like, look, the Haitian community, like brother Prince, he basically has the Haitian interests to rally around. That's a state. The Liberians got the Liberian. Elvis will tell you, the Liberian community is organized based on what? They're trying to get temporary protection status, stuff like that for their homeland. The United States donates a lot of money to Liberia, so they got something to work with. Black America have nothing,
That's not true, though.
What do we have?
Bro, you guys have. First off, you guys could have took over states long ago, but y'all choose not to out of fear. I don't know what the reason.
How are we gonna take over states when
all you gotta do is move to a state in bulk and become the majority of the state?
Hold on. First of all, before we move to a state in bulk, people, do you understand the white man thought about that? We gotta make the white man make sure that the certain amount of us that get jobs in Illinois, certain amount of us in North Carolina. And he ain't gonna concentrate all the jobs with interest and everything. So
no, Carla.
No, but you guys got billionaires and millionaires. So why?
The matter is, Carla, we were the majority in the South, and then we moved out.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm saying
if you move all the black people that left the South back to the South, we were overwhelmingly dominating the South. We chose not to do that.
Exactly. Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
So
we can take that L. That was a bad decision.
Black people in the South, except for
y'all still can do it.
Like, hold on. Let me tell you something about Virginia, right? Black people in Virginia, which is the oldest black community.
What is up with this Virginia shit?
Virginia, basically, black people are in the highest levels of government and business in this state. But are we dominate by ourselves? No. It's like an easy partnership with the white establishment. I got white business partners. I'm in the professional world and stuff like that, but that's the way it is. We got a lot of black professionals here in Virginia, So, it is what it is. Virginia is like that because you got record numbers of black college graduates here, black people in high levels of things from engineering, science, whatever. Like, we're here, Virginia.
So why don't you promote an Afro stand in Virginia where it becomes a majority black state?
I don't hold 80%. Look. First of all, in my city of Virginia, I came up with the idea of an Afro stand from watching like communities. So we have Virginia Beach. We have some of the oldest black communities in America. This community called SeaTac. That's an African settlement in Virginia Beach. The first African settlement in Virginia is like 300 years old. And SeaTac is still there. Bishop Thurgood, it's still there. It's a beautiful community, And I had the idea of an African stand with the idea of an all-black state, whatever. Like a SeaTac is like a micro state inside the city of Virginia Beach, has streets, has everything, and it has a community center, it has a municipal center and everything like that. It's called SeaTac. It's in Virginia Beach. So I had the idea of an African stand. That's why I got the idea of an African stand when I moved here.
So what happened?
No, we got it. I said like this. I'm satisfied with that. We got a black community here. We got several.
No, not a community. I'm saying like a majority black state. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, I don't know about a state because we don't to do that. We got to have most black people in the state makes money in the military. It's a military town, so we're going to take over the Navy. We're going to take over the Air Force Base here. Oceana Air Force Base, the main employers here and whatnot. That's what we're going to do.
What Tyler is telling you is that when you move all the black people to one state, do you have enough jobs for them?
Exactly.
And are they capable right there and then to provide or create enough jobs to sustain them in that state? That's the problem.
You don't think they
I
can
agree.
do that? You don't think they can
I
do that?
agree with bro said. We can do it. We can do it.
Oh yeah, right.
Because they have billionaires, millionaires.
You can do it. Yeah, you can do it.
No, Kyla. We can do it, and we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. The first part is divide Mississippi up.
First of all,
there'll be a West Mississippi full of blacks, and then there'll be an East Mississippi majority white.
We have a large numbers of black.
Let's get it started.
We don't not separate. A lot of black people tell me, like, let me give you an example. We have this black area in our area called Churchland, right? It's a suburb, right? Nice housing, all black, right? 10 years ago, they shut down some housing project in Newport News. and a lot of these unscrupulous people bought up property in Churchill, right? White people, right? And they basically moved a lot of people from Section 8 to this black suburb out there. People like, man, since these people got here, all you hear is fights in my glass.
Kyla.
So black people don't want to live around other black people, you know?
Kyla, I understand the history of America, but at the same time, get off that old ass shit that happened a long time ago.
Well, it happened
he's telling the truth, though.
That was only 10 years ago.
10 years ago?
Yeah.
Well, we know we got some coons in our
so bottom line is
in our ethnic group.
We have a city.
We got some of Chukwu's father types in our ethnic group. Okay.
Working class black people, got nice house, everything like that. It's all black, all black development. You know? The bottom line is this: now that development is basically being gentrified because they brought in all these people committing crimes, and black people moving out, and guess who's moving in?
Kyla. And I understand that.
So
we can create a program.
You got to get your street people and all your type of people in order, man, for this to work, man. You know,
Kyla, my street people are doing well. We're doing good.
I don't know, man. You breaking into cars, right now, you know, selling crack, man. Come on, man. You know.
Kyla, that was your people. We didn't have crack when we were younger.
Selling meth, you know, selling
meth. That's white people shit.
Anyway,
you can't even. Don't try to end the show now. Don't try to end the show now.
3.5 hours. I'm gonna go.
Don't end the show now. Go smoke a blunt or something.
10 more minutes. No, 10 more minutes, and you guys
go hit some minutes.
But Kyla's right, because down in Georgia, the Europeans wanted to split a part of the state, and black people was complaining.
Yeah, same thing happened in Alabama. In Birmingham,
we understand.
Kyla, y'all ain't going no.
Kyla, your generation did not want to separate from the good old white folk.
No, that was current. That was current. The Georgia thing was current.
Recently, it was Buckhead and whatnot is destroying Atlanta. Bankhead.
Let me look this up.
Buckhead wanted to secede.
We might have to shift the corny ass blacks out.
Y'all ain't gonna know it. Same thing happened in Birmingham, Alabama. White people want to form their own city and whatnot. Black people say, y'all ain't going nowhere. We want our kids going to school next year.
Yeah, Jonathan, there was something with Bankhead and Buckhead.
Exactly.
Now, okay, hold on. We got to deal with the coon people within our group.
Well,
why do you think
Jonathan, you got to deal with that, then get back to me, you know?
Y'all gotta start loving on white people now. What's wrong with y'all?
Well, the bottom line, you got to talk to the majority of people like that.
I'm gonna go talk to them.
The bottom line is I got.
Hey, get down and lay down.
We got plenty of people in the area called SeaTac. It's a beautiful African American community in Virginia Beach. We're a middle class community and whatnot. You know, it's like 300 years old and whatnot. People will be out there having like African festivals and everything. It's beautiful, you know. And so the bottom line, that gave me the idea of an Afristan. What is it like to have an all black state, whatever like that, and then we do it on a larger scale. But you know, it is what it is, you know. But I know more people would love to come to SeaTac and bring it down with drugs and blah blah blah, you know. What SeaTac needs now is its own police department. It has police, but it needs its own separate police and detective department. But then right now, so since crime is not there, no one thinks there's a need to. But in the future, if SeaTac grows, it's gonna need a police department, you know. So.
But why do you think a lot of people of your group, of your particular African group, is fearful of their own leadership?
Well, the bottom, we don't have leadership. You know, we have
but it sounds like they fear.
Too many colors in power.
I say the bottom, look, the leadership in Black America, they're about basically getting money for themselves and getting their kids in them nice colleges with the white folks and whatnot, and living a good life. That's what it's all about. It ain't about. And then if they could do something, and what they do is they attack Republicans and Trump and whatnot. So you forget, like people like Maxine Waters ain't doing shit for you. Jim Clyburn's a joke, you know, and everything like that. So get you so focused on Republicans and Donald Trump and whatnot that you forget these people are living high off the hog and whatnot. You know, that's black politics in America right now.
We suffer like the Africans do.
You said what?
No,
we suffer like the Africans do. We're just better off.
At least Africans have.
Don't say at least Africans nothing, Colin.
No, check it out. At least Africans.
There's no at least anything.
They have homelands to rally around. You know,
what the fuck does that?
Well, it's better than what Black America has. Black America has nothing. Only thing we have is a hope for a reparation check. You can't
homelands that they don't even run nor control.
Well, the Bible,
the greatest gift in the world is white people handing over.
That's not fully true. That's not fully true.
Oh, it's hella
like
true.
Currently, you're saying they don't run. There's a lot of interference.
They put a person there with blackface.
No, but you don't see the recent like change and push for more interconnecting and trade amongst Africans. You got to remember, most African nations got free only like in the 1960s from colonization. So for like a good 60-year period was like a period of war.
Yeah, I agree.
So and they have advanced very quickly from 1960 to 2024, and now they're trying to connect their markets without the help of the European, or without the full help of the Europeans. So they're very quickly adapting to the current state and to challenge the European and the Asians and whoever, because even the Asians, they got assistance. If you look at like the Indians in the Caribbean and in Africa, they was assisted by the whites. If you look at like Trinidad, half of Trinidad is like Indian, and it's the whites who brought them there post-slavery after revolts. When the blacks was like, no, we ain't doing XYZ, they brought in Indians. So you see the Indians dominating, not dominating naturally, they're dominating artificially with the assistance of the European. So you guys overlook those things and just say, oh, Africa ain't doing this, Africa ain't doing that. Africa's doing a lot very fast. Even Haiti, I talk about Haiti.
I mean, I would say that, you know, there's a lot of growth in Africa, and there's a lot of growth in, you know, even Haiti. The problem is that when, let's just go and say that a motherfucker is dead broke, making $2 one day, is growth, right?
Yeah. What country is doing that besides, you could arguably say Haiti is doing that now because of isolation. What country in Africa is only making $2 a day?
No, but now you aware that there are people in Haiti that make more money than people in Nigeria, right?
Yes, there are, but I'm saying you.
So wait, now hold on. If Haitians make more money monthly than Nigerians, what fucking progress are you talking about?
No,
if you don't mind me asking.
You telling me Nigerians are not making no type of money at all?
No.
Oh my God, bro.
There's over 200 million of them.
Yeah, they all live on $1 a week, man. You know.
But they're also selling goods. There's people.
No. What I'm saying is
collectively, right? Collectively, Nigeria has a big economy on the continent.
That collectively shit don't mean anything.
Look, check this out.
Per capita, a lot of Nigerians are not making a lot of money, and they have a lot of them who are making a lot of money.
$500 billion. The city of New York GDP is $2 trillion. That's 4 times the size of the whole entire.
No, I'm not even talking about that. But bro, the minimum wage in Nigeria currently is $40 a month.
$40 a year, or $40 a month.
$40 a month. Haitians make more than that, bro. You know that, right?
It depends. You're talking about averages.
No. There is no. It depends. They make more than that. Period.
Hey, Jonathan, you better address.
Bro, everybody. It's like saying there's people in America that make $0. You do know that, right?
I guess he says you live in the ghetto in Nigeria. He says, and says you live in the ghetto. You know.
Vietnam. I've been to Yoruba land. The Igbos run that motherfucker. Shut up.
It's funny.
Now at the end of the day,
it's not from
at the end of the day.
Wow.
And now, what I love about this is one of the reasons why I don't really reply to like the Nams or the people in the chat that would be like, you know, Black Americans were dependent on, you know, white people. You left your home country that you believe is controlled by Black people, and you ran back and said, please, I miss the colonizer. Colonize me now. Nam is in the UK. He ran back to colonizer daddy. He didn't have to do that. All of those resources in Nigeria, he said, fuck that. I want white daddy in my life. So I don't really listen to them.
Wow.
I can't listen to that.
No, but you gotta give them credit though, because they send their money.
No. See, I can't give you credit if your choice, you have an option, you have a homeland. Do I build my homeland, or do I say fuck that? I'd rather live under British control. It's like we fought for freedom and independence, but fuck that shit. I want to be under British control.
But you're not looking at the full picture, man.
I can look at the full picture like this. Barbados said, fuck the king, fuck the queen. We're no longer going to be a part of their bullshit and have the king as our head of state. Nigeria hasn't done that. Huh?
After how long?
They stopped.
Yeah, but after how long? They made sure they were stable enough to do that. You have to build your way up.
Wait. Nigeria's supposed to be richer than Barbados. What you talking about?
They're richer, but you gotta look at from there's like Ant-Man and his parents and his family. They send a remittance, which makes Nigeria richer.
No, not really. No. That's not how that works, bro.
How does remittance work?
It sounds good. See, let me tell you something. When inflation is bad, right? It doesn't matter if you send money over there because the prices actually outgrow the money that they're sending over there. For example, the minimum wage in Nigeria, as I said, is $40 a month right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
But a pack of grapes would cost about $3 to $4, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everything is expensive, so no matter how much money he's sending over there, he's not rich. He's not sending a bunch of money over there, right? It doesn't actually make a difference. And that's the problem. It sounds like it's really going to do something. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything.
Money in that economy, though, it's like you having $1,000 in your pocket and somebody.
Bro, they send that money there. That money goes right back outside the country.
Not really. That's based on the leadership. If the leadership start importing less,
bad leadership, call it what it is. The money goes right back outside the country.
I don't know about that. I see Nigeria abandoning things left and right now, man.
What?
They would under Buhari, they banned a bunch of rice.
Buhari's gone, bro.
Huh?
Buhari's gone.
Yeah, but I'm saying
a lot of things that Buhari put in place was good, and then Tinubu came in and started undoing shit that Buhari did. You're welcome.
That's Mike's people, man. But I don't know about all that. But
I mean, it doesn't matter who people it is. At the end of the day, it affects the whole country. If I tell you right now, with all the drama going on in Haiti, that people in Haiti have it better than the average Nigerian with the drama, there's nothing you can fight about that. There's nothing you can argue.
It depends on what area you talk about in Haiti, though. It's like if
brother, Haiti is a lot more safer than Nigeria is. You don't believe it? You've been in Nigeria before.
Haiti, on average, is way safer than most islands in the Caribbean. But when you talk
no. I'm talking about the situation right now, right?
Yeah,
it's bad, huh?
Yeah, it's like the gangs. The
gangs are bad.
But I would see that situation in Nigeria.
But Jonathan, why are you trying to make it sound like Nigeria is a war zone? I mean, there's places in the east that's probably unstable, places in the north that's unstable, but there are places in the southwest.
The places that don't have problems are the places that are full of money. Yeah,
but you don't see
that's the same thing. That's the same thing in Haiti.
No. On average, Haiti's safer than Jamaica. It's safer than Trinidad. It's safer than a lot of places on average. But currently, due to the game's aggressive push to seize areas and control, that's different. The average Haiti is not dangerous at all. Jamaica got a lot of. If you look at the murder rate in Jamaica right now, it's crazy. But there's not
the murder rate in Jamaica is always crazy.
To respond, huh?
The problems in Jamaica are always bad.
Yeah, but but in the mind of the average person, you would think, okay, Jamaica is safer than Haiti on average.
But unfortunately, this is a problem, right? This is a problem because I've been to Port-au-Prince. I've been to only place I've been to
which
in
president
Jamaica.
Did you go under?
Under which who?
Which president? Like what year? Like did you go?
The one that got assassinated. This was in 2019.
Jovenel. Okay.
Jovenel Moise, right?
Y'all wasn't bad, bro. It wasn't that bad, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
Y'all got problems, but it wasn't that bad, bro. Now, and I've been. The problem is, right? I go to different countries, and there's always this perception amongst the locals how bad they're doing. Like when I was in Jamaica, you know, we're doing bad, man. We're doing very bad, man. Blah 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 blah. Nigga, I just came from a place where they don't have electricity. You niggas got it. Shut up. Really?
Where's that place, Jonathan?
I mean, Nigeria. I went to Nigeria. Then from Nigeria, I went to Togo. Went to Benin. A lot of different places just don't have electricity. Unfortunately, people. This is the thing, right? I remember I was in Kenya with my wife, and the people were talking about, "Oh, I wish I was from Nigeria. Nigerians are rich people." I put my head down because, oh, baby. Yeah, you don't even know which.
Jonathan, stop the Nigerian man. That's enough, bro. Let it
be. I put my head down. I said, "Oh, baby, no. No. But you know what happens, right? It's the media. It's the music. Because Nigerians don't rap about the bad shit that's going on in the country. They mainly talk about the good shit, right? And how good they got it, fun and party. And then in their movies, they always usually some rich ass people in Nigeria, right? That's what they see on Nollywood. So the media makes them think like Nigeria is just Nigeria. Nigerians always claim to be the most successful people on the planet. God bless their heart, blind. And then, unfortunately, they have a large economy in Africa. And so that perception makes people think like, oh, Nigerians are just full of rich people. And it's not. Are there not rich Nigerians? Most definitely. But that shit ain't the norm.
Yeah, a bunch of ant names over there broke.
Yeah. So
you're not seeing you over there, you're not seeing no progress. That's what you're telling me. There's no change from the time you got there to the time to right now.
Man, I'll tell you like this, right? I've seen a lot of progress, right? Shout out to the Chinese for making all the progress.
What do you mean by you talking about the loans?
I mean the loans, the construction, the building, all of it. So shout out to the Lebanese that opened up new businesses.
No, Jonathan, there's a lot.
Is that what you want me to do?
There's a lot of Nigerian engineers, architects.
You can't just go to another country and just build everything alone. You gotta have people. But maybe you know what, Kala, you gonna have to, at least give me a whole show and no one's bashing each other about the whole diaspora shit. And I'll bring some Nigerian workers on here that work for the Chinese and work for the Indians, or even someone that works for me. And they can actually tell you about the actual conditions, the pay and everything that they go through when working for these people. It's not a good sight. It's a very bad thing. Just no diaspora war bullshit.
No, but hold on.
Because we got to talk about the truth. We can't just be up here just lying all the damn.
No, but how did China develop?
Or listen, bro. China took advantage of an opportunity of a situation that was taking place between communists and capitalists. Nigeria, unfortunately, is not in that position.
How so?
You understand that, right?
How so? They're taking advantage of the West, which is America versus China.
What?
You don't think the same thing? And they're slowly building up their resources to remove those people in the future. That's what I see. China used to be the lappy boy for the Europeans before they got into power. Before they did the 50-50 deals, they had child labor issues.
Nigerians need to come up with a scheme to get a lot of their brain germ back into the country because we have a lot of skilled Nigerians in the West. Bring those people back, pick the Chinese out. You got architects, you got engineers, you got doctors who can do all of those jobs, but you have to make things favorable for them because they have most of their best out of their country. So once they go back to Nigeria, I think Nigeria will really get a big boost. But Nigerians, for the most part, they're doing well. I mean, there are poor people there for sure, but they have a lot of educated people. They have a lot of wealthy people, a lot of business people. So, relative to other African countries, Nigerians are doing pretty well.
I don't know about that. I think Rwanda.
Listen, there. I'm trying my best to be. I want to be just as positive as y'all, except the situation on the ground ain't translating to what y'all talking about.
Check us out. When I look
That's the
around, I
problem.
study Africa a lot. I look around, just look at the way the people look on the street. You know, I see in Angola, you see young kids wearing shades, backpacks, nice sneakers with nice laces, but clean and whatnot. You know, they don't look like they're hungry. You don't see the average Angolan kid out there hawking stuff on the highway and whatnot. He's in school. He got his backpack. And they're at the local basketball court. Angola, Rwanda is really nice, really modern. You know, and then I look at places like Zambia. Kids always got books in their hand. They got, you know, people walking on the streets, a business. Kenya looks like it's pretty nice and everything. I really don't see that in like the parts of West Africa. Everybody look like they're freaking depressed and struggling.
What about Cote d'Ivoire? Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast.
Cote d'Ivoire, yeah, but that's like when I say
doing good in Cote d'Ivoire.
English speaking, I'm talking about really English speaking West Africa.
Benin is nice. Oh, I don't English. I don't know.
Benin.
English. Ghana is nice. I don't know.
No, Ghana's not. Ghana's a shithole, man. Come on.
Bro, you guys are not looking at the totality of what's happening. China used to have child labor issues.
Friends of mine in Ghana talking about we were without electricity for 4 days and whatnot. I'm sorry, man. That's unacceptable. You know.
You know what the problem is, bro? I think that, you know, it took me a while to get to this point, just to accept shit how it is, right? You want to be positive about everything that's taking place. And you want to see the good that's taking place, right? Right? And you want to look at it like, wow, this is really going to make a difference. This is really changing. And unfortunately, it's just not reality. I mean, people in Nigeria are getting rich. Yeah, it's the same rich ass people. They're just getting richer. If that's something to be proud about,
y'all both looking at it from a West, like y'all from America. So
I'm looking at it from what's seen on the ground.
But you gotta compare it to what it used to be.
What you guys are doing is no, it ain't changed from 5 years ago, bro. That's what I'm telling you.
You talking about all the regions didn't change?
It's not changing. It's none of it's changing.
Hey,
it's not changing, bro.
Let me ask you, Elvis, a question, right? Our sister Eboland says Kala is concerned about electricity in Africa. He needs to be concerned about electricity in America because some of our cities in America don't have.
I mean,
God bless her heart.
It's never a comparison.
God, man.
The infrastructure in this country is just a lot better.
God bless her heart.
So we can't really compare it. But I'm saying
but even Trump ran on the issue of inflation.
Things are worse now in Nigeria.
Yeah, but the thing is, if there's inflation in America,
that means the rest of the world ain't doing
it's bad everywhere else. Then
that's my point. You guys are looking at it from a Western point, and you're not understanding that these countries are progressing.
There's a difference.
Because America's suppressing them too.
There's a difference.
All right, what's the difference?
Because let me give you a very clear understanding. Okay, in Nigeria, the minimum wage was like 22,000 naira a month at the beginning of the year. And then they increased it. They did something amazing, right? They made it 62,000 naira a month. Okay. That doesn't have shit on the price increases of every damn thing. So the average person that goes to work, they're literally they're making money just to be able to go to work. In America, it ain't like that, bro.
I get what you're saying.
You understand the difference, right?
So that's what I don't get. Nigerians have a lot of economic minds. I don't know why they can't put their minds together and try to curtail the inflation in that country.
That's funny, man. They got a lot of minds. I'm sure.
They do.
Very smart people.
No,
man.
they got a great educated people, but unfortunately, there's no jobs for them to go to.
Well, but there's no jobs for you to go to. Do the jobs that are available though. There's agriculture.
No, let's wait a minute. Hold on a second.
African doesn't want to do that.
You can't tell a person
that's the same
I
problem
want you
in
to
Haiti.
work for me. You can't tell a person I want you to work for me, and you're not even paying them enough money to do any damn thing. Why would they want to work for you? What kind of fucking job is that?
No, but you gotta look at it from a standpoint that they're probably the economy might be stagnant. There's probably more money in other fields, and they think they're too educated to do those jobs.
What, brother? I don't know. No, bro. No.
Like what? Like look. In Haiti, right?
No,
one of the biggest economic points that made Haiti what it was in the past was agriculture. So a lot of people today feel like they're too educated to do agriculture. They leave the province or the village or whatever region they come from to go to the capital, and then they don't be working in the capital. So rather than go back to where you're from, get your education, go back, use your money, build up a farm, build up whatever, and become an agricultural giant, you'd rather go live in a city because the city life is promoted as the cool. You see what I'm saying? The life in Port-au-Prince is better than the life in Gonaïve or Tigouave. These places are still decent. The place they keep showing where all the problems is where a bunch of people leave where they're from, their province, where they're from, the village side, the mountains, where they're from, to go down there to live because they think that life is better. And when they can't find a job, rather than use their sense to go back and invest and build and use agriculture and sell that agriculture, they're going to stay in the goddamn city. And that's what some of these kids is like barbecue and all these kids who couldn't find jobs after they finished school. And barbecue was a former officer, but the other ones are people who couldn't find jobs, and they take their gun because the politicians give them little money, and they became gangsters and thugs. And they took advantage of that. I think the same thing is happening in Nigeria, where people think they're too good to be farmers, too good to clean streets.
No.
So what do you see there?
No. Ain't no fucking jobs, bro.
So you said that there's no trash on the floor in Nigeria.
They go to school, then after they get out of college, there's no fucking jobs.
There's no trash on the floor in Nigeria.
No, the thing
you think the government pays people to pick up trash in Nigeria off the ground?
That's a job, though.
Prince, the thing about Africa, right?
Bro, you tripping.
It's not just being qualified. It's about who you know. If you know somebody, you probably get a job. If you don't have the connections, you have no shot at getting a decent job. That's the problem, too.
That's true. They have the Mayan pie, and that's what they call it in Haiti, Mayan pie, and you have to have a godfather to bless you in a certain job fields. But I get what you're saying. They have the same system, but I'm saying that logic of if you see trash on the floor, right? The government could create jobs from cleaning up trash.
The government ain't doing it, bro.
Recycling plants.
That's what you got to get. The government ain't doing it.
So what about the private sector?
Brother, stop comparing Nigeria to Haiti.
Ah, man. Bro, there's business in that. Like, even in Haiti, even when the people gets too aggressive, they'll drop money in the streets and have them clean the streets and do whatever, and that's money that they use to calm the people down because they know, okay, that's some kind of job. Why can't they do that in Nigeria, which is a bigger market, more people? It'll make the city nicer, make more tourists. That festivals, all that.
With all due respect, I think they should do it. All right, now get your ass up over here and get it started.
That's what I'm saying. But I don't, like I said, I don't know. I'm not.
Get it started.
I agree. Nigeria from the outside.
I think Nigeria should have a full-fledged recycling industry.
Yeah,
I think they
even low key, even Black America should do that too. They should take advantage of certain markets that's not fully controlled.
I 100% agree,
bro. When you talk about recycling and stuff like that, we still got the mob here. You know, they dominate that shit. You know, so it ain't that easy. You know, if it was that easy, we would have done that generation ago. The mob, the Irish, those people like that through corruption, through political corruption, from the days of Tammany Hall. And when there's a whole thing. You got just getting on to America, like, why y'all do this? There's a whole white political machine, that's the streets and corporate America working together to maintain team white supremacy.
Black majority states, I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, well,
I need 4-5 of them.
It's not going to be that easy. You know, you got to be jobs.
You know what? Carla, what I've learned, right, is that a lot of times people will be like, Black majority this, Black majority that. and these are people that come from black majority countries.
Yeah, but Joe, let me tell you something. Right here,
Yes, what are you trying to say, bro?
Let me tell you something.
What I'm saying is, bro, you from a black majority country,
The
and the
area I
white
live
people
in,
have went over
I'll
there
be honest
and
with you,
raised
right?
hell.
Like, check us out.
We
Since
live
you say
in those
black
people's
majority, right?
country
Hold up. The
that
area
raised
I live
hell in your country.
hold up, Johnson. Let me speak. The area I live in, right, is like both cities, Chesapeake, Virginia Beach. We have like 25% black population. Black people here are like middle class, upper middle class in these two cities, right? Go over to the next city, Norfolk, right? Majority black. Portsmouth, majority black. Hampton, majority black. Nobody wants to live there. Why? For some strange reason, man. When you get too many black people and whatnot in one area, I don't know, things just go left, man. So I don't know about a majority of black until there's a situation where you got lots of jobs and you're bringing out the black professional middle class is a vast majority and stuff like that, and the majority, and you got tremendous wealth. You have your own stock exchange and stuff like that. You got businesses and everything like that, and you can bring white people benefit because when they're developing a community, right? You'll see white people say, "Where you from?" "I'm from Idaho." "How the hell you end up here?" Some real estate people recruited them. "Hey, move to Norfolk or not." And areas that was once black, right, are now white in Norfolk, right? And the people that coming here are coming from Mississippi, Missouri, Washington State, Montana, whatever it is, right? Black people, right? We never had anything where we could basically, and listen too. The black people that are in these areas right here don't like the black people from other areas. They're nepotistic. They don't want to hate us black people from New York. That's another thing. So all the black people in New York say,
I hate y'all too. Go ahead.
So all the black people in New York say, you know something? Since Norfolk and all these cities don't fuck with us, right? We'll move to Virginia Beach. We're on the white people. We'll move to Chesapeake. So all us blacks in Virginia Beach and North and Chesapeake, we have our own little thing going on here and whatnot. We don't have any political power or no political voice, but we like it here because everything's nice.
So, Carla, why not recruiting people from New York to come live with you over there, man?
People do
that
come
way you
down
can become a little Paul Kagame in Virginia, bro.
Oh, yeah, look, people do recruit people not recruit people, but people from New York come down here, and you naturally gravitate from other people from New York because the black people that from here don't hang around us people from New York. It's just the way it is. You have more chance of getting friends with white people here than you do black people from here in Virginia. That's just the way.
So how are you gonna form a political party with people like that?
At some point, Carla, you just gotta say maybe you're not that likable.
No. I am likable. It's bottom line.
I'm trying to blame this on the black
we
people now.
gotta take a poll on that. We gotta take a poll on that. To know if you're likable.
If you don't know, right? This is how it is, right? If you basically in Virginia, right? These guys have known each other. If you basically moved to an area, I knew a dude, right? He came to them in 5th grade. They never forgave him for that. These motherfuckers be like, yo, we always got the kindergarten. They be grown people talk about, yeah, well, you didn't come to the 5th grade. Why not? They grew up in the same neighborhood. That's the way they are. And me from New York, I had nothing to say. You're like, you just shut up. You have nothing to say. You were born in New York. But that's how it is here. And they're very tribal.
Yankee. Yankee.
So if you came from Diggs Park, you represent you that from Foundation Park, you from Foundation Park represented. You from all these other Bayside Arms and whatnot.
I know that. You know what, Carla? Every time I meet a person from the East Coast and the Bay Area, I'd be like, why are you over here? Why y'all over here?
Bottom line is,
go back to the East Coast, damn it. They could be from the South, they're welcome. I know people from Detroit, you're welcome. But y'all New York niggas, nah, bro. Y'all gotta stay where y'all at.
No, bottom line is, hey, I'll be more than glad to stay away from that shit, shithole y'all live in. You don't have to worry about that shit. I'll never go to Oakland, not even on my day off.
You're not welcome. You're not welcome, Colin. Don't come.
Yeah, and I'll take that as okay.
We're gonna treat that shit like Haiti. We're gonna shoot at your Spirit Airlines.
I'll never go there. You'll never see me in Oakland. You never see me in that shithole, man. I'll never do that. But
the best part is Oakland. At least I want to say 30 to 40% of the homes in Oakland, they're owned by black people.
Bottom line, you got such a high
crime rate.
Hold on.
Nigga, please.
Check this out. You guys said some Jonathan, right? The reason why you guys are broke is because You let crime get out of the thing when that. As soon as you have shootings and everything like that, I heard there's one place in Oakland, right, where they're robbing people in the daytime at drive-throughs and whatnot. You know, when you have crime,
Yeah. That now, Kyla, that's true. That part is true. And that one part of
your whole city,
of Oakland, the Mexicans are just robbing everybody.
No, that's just
we gotta
Negroes,
get them. We gotta get the migrants
Negroes.
out.
I heard Negroes.
Jonathan, what do you think gonna happen when a Mexican leave?
It's gonna be better.
Yeah, right.
It's gonna be better because ever since the Mexicans came, well, now the Asians they the ones that do the catalytic converter crimes. The Mexicans, they the ones that for the most part steal the vehicles. Now the black people, we're gonna take this L. They're the bippers. They're the ones that break your car window and try to find some shit.
I remember somebody almost stole my shit. I think like last year. I came out of my driveway. There's a dude be out of my car. I'm like, what the? I was like, I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to act tough because it was fucking at like 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, this nigga might kill me. I just looked at him and he just walked away. Like, nigga, I'm not trying to confront somebody and get killed. So ever since then, I wake up like at 3 in the morning and look outside to make sure nobody's trying to
Hey, yo, in all due respect, man, I can't live around Negroes. I can't around y'all niggas. I can't live like that. I can't live like that. I stay away from you Negroes as far as possible.
Kyla, you better shut up before you become your goddamn white neighbor's dinner. Walk around and be like, man, what Kyla gonna have a show? Kyla over there, somebody
So you telling me, Kyla, they don't mess with you Yankee boys in Virginia?
No. I'm saying the fact that I had like a total of like 3 friends living in 35 years.
Kyla, that says a lot about you, man. You're just not personable, like Jonathan was saying.
Like for everybody else is Filipino or black people from New York.
Yeah, the black people probably think you're corny. They probably think you're a cornball. They don't want to be around.
That's what I'm saying, Kyla, you have established your way.
Jamal, Elvis, right? The black people out here like you, they're corny.
No, you're the corny one. If you only got 3 people, you're the corny one. You got to look at yourself in the mirror, Kyla.
It's not about that. It's just like the style. These people got a different style. They're fucking
Kyla, it's you.
Yes, when if 10 women leave you, bro, they're not the problem.
Kyla, you made it very clear that it was you.
Tight jeans, and freaking
yesterday.
Stupid ass dreads they try to wear.
No, Kyla, you're the problem, bro. You're stuck in 1975 New York. Those people are progressive. They're living in the now.
You can always tell, bro.
You got the belt bottoms.
Because we always click. And we always tap up and click. And when that, you can tell the way we do we have our cars, the way we present ourselves in public, the way we look in public and everything.
Kyla, do you start conversation with new friends talking about Africa?
No.
Yeah, you probably do. That was a hesitant no. They probably like, what?
Africa, no.
Kyla, you're the type of person that hit the hood and be like, yeah, I got a book on Liberia. Not to come to.
I want to join. I want to join my own.
I never told nobody none of this stuff on that, except for like my one agent that worked with. Right, I just found out he was a Pan-Africanist the other day. We just happened to be talking. And he told me he was a Pan-Africanist. I said, I didn't know that.
I hope he don't join your show.
I didn't know he was a Pan-Africanist.
Whatever. Kyla, you need to move to more pro-black areas. Go to Atlanta.
I don't need. I'm just like, let's say this show is
pro. If you're really pro-black, you should come.
Let's say this show is pro-black, right? I don't want to be around none of you niggas, man. Get that out of here.
We know you're naturally bigoted. We know you're naturally bigoted. We know that.
That make money.
You don't like your own folks.
I don't want you.
How you gonna start a political party like that?
I don't want to hear this shit in real life, man. Really, I don't.
How you gonna start a political party?
You know what's crazy?
New York elitist kind of mentality.
Maybe.
Kyla talks about a lot of things, right? But he's not the one that's going to do it. He's just trying to inspire people to do it.
Yeah, I want to inspire you dusty niggas. I don't need to do it.
No, Kyla, we need you to do it. You gotta leave a legacy, bro. What carry on your legacy? We need you to quit that job.
You can't do it. Kyla, I give you credit. You got some great ideas. You're just not the person to lead them.
Contribute. About the Bay Area up there, the crime up there. I want y'all to do shit, man. So bottom line is this. Anyway, fellas, it's been 4.5 hours, man. We got
That's it, Colin.
Yes.
God bless, man. God bless.
I spent too much time
Why
on
you
like,
tired, Colin?
Tyler, tomorrow, come on. Make sure you don't talk about the
I got my
African
radio show,
the
Wednesday night,
diaspora.
my radio show.
All
Check
right,
me
come
out
on,
on
third.
DeVille Radio. You want to hear me 11 o'clock tomorrow night, Eastern Standard Time, DeVille Radio.
Colin, why are you
No,
still doing
Colin,
that radio
we get
show if
enough of
only
you.
2
We get
people
enough of
listen
you
to it?
during the week. That would be an overdose of
Look, I
Colin
be
to come
playing
listen to
music.
your radio
I'm
show.
like a DJ. Look, I play music and everything on my radio. My radio shows are way better. You know?
Yeah, we don't want to overdose with you, Colin. We get enough of you.
Playing music and so and I
You
do
be over here playing P. Diddy all
I do a
day.
lot of commentary. I play a lot of TikTok videos.
What kind of song you be playing?
P. Diddy.
I play hip hop. I play hip hop. I play other music. You know, so listen to the
that old
show.
school jam.
Even though
Anyway,
you go,
man,
we
I gotta
still
go.
a
I'll see
team.
you guys
We
later.
can tell
Man.
me, I fulfill your dream.
Goodbye.